Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sielecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
I'm ahead of the game.
Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
As a kid, I spent hours every day reading about chess, about openings, chess history, and games played between world champions, grandmasters, all of them. My apps make learning much easier. Everything I know you can find in my apps: Magnus Trainer, Tactics Frenzy, and Play Magnus. You can learn the basic rules of chess, train with our 400 lessons, and even play against my digital self. Download and try my apps for free.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented Aimchess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aimchess. Aimchess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or Chess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aimchess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aimchess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aimchess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aimchess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aimchess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aimchess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aimchess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aimchess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
You are witnessing greatness. This is Grandmaster Wesley So at his best. Rook takes e4, and this did not happen in the main game, d takes e4, but we have ourselves a sick forced checkmate here. Knight takes e4. Who needs rooks? Who needs queens? You can even have my knight too, because all I care about is headhunting, and that is checkmate.
The Grünfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double edge.
In this video we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight off.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. It's just to know.
Hello and welcome to round 9 of the 44th Chennai Chess Olympiad. Only 3 rounds to go, including this one, and everything to play for. Very, very exciting stuff ahead of us. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my good friend Peter Leko. Very difficult to call, right? It's extremely close.
Yeah, hello Peter, hello everyone. Absolutely. I mean, I just don't know. I mean, for the moment, of course, the Armenian team is stealing the show with the 2 youngster teams. The Indian kids and the Uzbek kids are doing incredible things. On the other hand, we know that, I mean, all these Olympics are so close, and the teams who are just behind, they are there, and they are absolutely still very much in the hunt.
Yeah, I think Tuesday will be unbelievably exciting. The one thing that I think Tuesday will be quite confusing for our viewers, and yes, I will very much hope that all of you guys watching us will tune in on Tuesday. The thing about the Olympiads is, perhaps it's a bit early to talk about this, but it doesn't really feel that it's extremely likely that the team just runs away with it. And then we get this very strange situation potentially when 2 teams are tied and nobody knows who won, because the tie breaks for the Olympiad specifically are very arcane and very difficult to calculate. It's Team Buchholz or whatever it is that they're using there is there's a lot of frantic pen and paper calculations which could be being done on the last day. And I think this is maybe the one day when the captain's job actually becomes meaningful, because you might actually need to know if your last board can take a draw in order to secure a medal. But all of this is still in the future. For today, we have very, very exciting matches, both in the open and in the women's section. In the open, the leaders, Armenia, are playing against Uzbekistan, a team of extremely, extremely young players, slightly older than I thought. They do have some players who are at least 20, which I think the Indian team doesn't, apart from Adiban, who is currently not playing very much. Despite actually, I think Adiban has a very decent score in this Olympiad. I think he won some very important games for them. But currently, I think they just decided, okay, he doesn't fit the demographic. He's an actual adult, so he can't play. So yeah, we will just continue playing the children. And they're crushing it. The kids are absolutely laying waste to the field. Obviously, the big story of the tournament so far is Gukesh on 8 out of 8. Here you see him on your screen, the leader of India A. There's also one more person on.
Sorry, Peter. What did you just say?
I said India. Yeah, It's been 9 days. I get things wrong.
No, but what I wanted to highlight, that it really feels like it. Yeah, that
it does. Yeah,
are taking over. Yeah.
I can see why I made the mistake, but it's still a mistake. This is not India A. This is supposedly India B. But yeah, I mean they don't feel like India B right now with Gukesh on 8 out of 8. Just to briefly mention, there's also a bunch of people on very, very incredible personal results. Olivia Kolbasa, a Polish player in the women's section, also has 8 out of 8. David Howell is on 7.5 out of 8. Conor Murphy from Ireland is on 6.5 out of 7. There's a bunch of very impressive personal results in this Olympiad. But let's talk about the team situation first. Armenia on 15 points plays against Uzbekistan, who's on 14. Who are on 14. The Indian kids are also on 14, and they're playing against Azerbaijan. So Gukesh today will be playing against Shahryar Mamidyarov, continues playing against extremely strong opposition. And, the law of large numbers suggests that at some point he should start making draws at least. But I also thought so yesterday. I definitely thought that, black against Fabi probably is when the streak ends, but no. And then on board 3, in the men's, we have Netherlands playing against Iran, which rounds out all of the teams who have 13 points or more. So this is the top 3 matches where we will be concentrating the most. But there's also 5 matches between teams on 12 points. And if there's a bunch of draws in the top three and nobody really, storms ahead of the pack, then the teams who are playing each other on 12 points today will get, the winner of that match gets to 14 and perhaps is only, you can't only be 1 point behind the leader, but you can be 2 points behind the leader within striking distance, so to speak. So plenty to watch for. And in terms of personal pairings, Gukesh Mamedyarov is an obvious pick, but there's plenty of other very, very exciting action.
Yeah, I think Abdusattorov Sargsyan is also very, very interesting. Abdusattorov has been super impressive. He was also the one who beat Fabiano Caruana. We have also seen that the only loss that Sargsyan encountered was against Gukesh, the very, very young Gukesh. On the other hand, after that loss, Gabi kind of woke up, because he went on to win two very, very important
incredibly
games for Armenia.
Important games, it's a kind of a strange Olympiad for Gabriel so far, because he made, I think, 4 draws, solidly kind of blocking board 1 and letting the youngsters play on the lower boards. And then they encountered Gukesh, and they lost to, he lost, they actually beat India too, but he lost to Gukesh. And instead of, becoming, upset and perhaps retreating further into his shell, so to speak, he proceeded to just win against Fabi and Hari in a row, back to back. And very, very impressive resilience and will to win by the Armenian team.
I think also we should highlight that the teams who are now standing currently on 12 points, like the USA team, basically they should just focus on themselves. They just have to forget about the whole Olympiad, about everything else. They need to win the last 3 matches,
pretty much,
get the maximum 6 points, and then with 18 points, who knows? They might be able, because for all those teams who are up there on the top, it's so nerve-wracking and it's so easy to eventually lose a very unlucky match, and then you feel like the whole world is falling apart.
I feel like maybe I should have looked this up, but it feels to me that there also the Olympiads in general, I think we touched on this earlier, that, there used to be 14 rounds. There used to be really, really long tournaments, but that was with 2 reserves. I think with 1 reserve, it's a bit too much to play 14 rounds. Then for a time, they were 13 rounds, and now they're 11, which means that the sample size to collect and to draw any kind of conclusions from is not very large. But it would be interesting to see what the winning score in terms of simply match points is from an 11-round Olympiad. And I get the feeling 18 might be it. If you score more than 18, you probably have won the Olympiad, I would suspect. Like if you score more than 9 out of 11 in the Swiss, you most likely have won it without sharing first. But 18 sounds like a very likely final score for a shared first.
Actually, that comes to my mind is the 2012 Olympiad from Istanbul, when I believe Armenia and Russia both finished on 19 points, and it was like sensational stuff that both teams only lost like 3 points. And how is it possible to play such a brilliant Olympiad?
Yeah, but I think Russia started with maybe like 8 out of 8 or something, and then they lost this very, very dramatic match to the US, and it all came down to the very, very last rounds. I'm actually checking now, and it looks like maybe 11 rounds started in 2008, and actually 19 is a winning score. Seems like 19 is. The US in 2016 actually scored 20 out of 22, but in general 18 is not enough. There was only one Olympiad where 18 was enough. That was Batumi in 2018. But generally you have to score 19 to win the Olympiad. So I was wrong.
Basically also one could guess that now without the Russian and the Chinese team, maybe, exactly. It's probably slightly easier, not to lose so many points. But this is always very, very tricky, because you can lose at any moment, and then that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do have moves coming in, so perhaps we should discuss, the theoretical approaches to scoring points in the Olympiad and get to the games. Although the openings, of course, with so many games, it's the first 3 minutes are probably not the most exciting of the day. We are likely to get some Naidorfs, though. In particular, in the Uzbekistan match, we see a lot of very fighting openings, so that is very cheerful to me. Gabi might play the Berlin, but on the other 3 boards, we have a King's Indian on board 2, a Naidorf on board 4, and maybe a Naidorf on board 3 as well. So that looks like a very, very fighting match. And Gabi actually doesn't play the Berlin even, so everything is incredibly cheerful from where I'm sitting in terms of just enjoying the view.
Yeah, we might be seeing some classical, nice anti-Marshall or something.
Yeah, I think Gabriel very much, he's worked with Levon for a very, very long time, and I think Levon and I sort of include myself in that list, even though I'm no longer an active player of that caliber. I think we were the only 2 people who were kind of decent at the Spanish and who continued not playing the Berlin. Or at least, Levon played some Berlins in his life, but he still continued going for marshals and going for classical Spanish. And I played 0 Berlins in my life on the black side of it. So whenever you see a player like this, I think the temptation to play the Spanish against them becomes much stronger, because you don't have to worry about preparing for the Berlin. We'll see what happens there.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, first of all, I'm pretty sure that Gabi has already made up his mind and he played the move Bishop E7. That's absolutely clear. It's just our PGN that is not. Yeah, Bishop E7, Rook E1 on the board already.
Yeah, I don't know what Notebek does in the openings enough for me to guess if he is the kind of a player who allows the proper marshal and just contests Gabi in some line where perhaps he prepares something for today, or if he is somebody who will switch to, I don't know, A4 on move 8 or H3, G3, or whatever it is that he decides to do. It feels to me that in general, he probably would prefer not to contest heavy theory, but as I mentioned, I don't really know his repertoire nearly well enough to judge.
Well, one thing that comes to mind that in Prague, in the Challengers, Abdusattorov played Italian against Vincent. Okay, Vincent doesn't really play E4, E5 very often, so maybe he picked the Italian there with Bishop G5. Yeah, this very quick Bishop G5, and this is also what we have seen when Abdusattorov lost this terrible game to Hari, that he also played the Italian with Bishop G5. So basically, I feel like the captain might have just told him, you know what, do whatever you like, but just don't go Bishop G5 anymore.
Yeah, possible. So yeah, obviously B5, Bishop B3 castles will happen. Gabriel, I think, will at least, it's already on the board. He will at least ask the question. And for me, in later years, it became a kind of a weird situation where I feel like the marshal is extremely solid right now, and I keep on doing some, remedial work on it, so I'm not entirely out of touch. But if people actually kind of call my bluff here and go C3, In recent years, I very often just play D6 here and say, screw it, I don't want to bother. I haven't repeated all the files in the last week, so I will certainly forget something in the marshal. So I'll just play something slow. I will probably not equalize, but I don't care all that much. But yeah, I think Gabriel takes things a lot more seriously, and he will be ready to play C3, D5 here if he is allowed to.
Yeah, I have to get in right there that I was always wondering that what are you doing, to be honest? Yeah, that, you are playing short castle, you are on the right track, and then your opponent takes a deep breath and goes C3, and then I see your face, you are sitting there and thinking for like 3-4 minutes that now, should I go D5? And then I see D6 and I say, oh no, come on.
Yeah. It happened. It definitely happened more than once. I still play the marshal every now and again, and even in like mid 2010s, I was still winning games on the black side of the marshal. I won a very important marshal against Vasily Ivanchuk in the Reykjavik European teams. But yeah, there we see it. I think against somebody who you are reasonably sure is not bluffing, you probably don't want to be playing the marshal. And actually, this particular anti-martial with d3, and I assume the idea is to, after d6, to play c3. I think this is what they normally do. It has been enjoying a little bit of a resurgence because I think some position which I automatically assumed for many, many years is just completely equal has been proven to be a little bit dangerous. Yeah, specifically in these lines, yeah, after knight bd2 and so on. But yeah, we'll see what Nodjebek is doing. And the other Nodjebek is doing something very, very funky on board too. I don't think I've ever seen castles h6 in that position.
Well, actually, Mavadjadov played against me in in Chess Olympiad 2010. I mean, I was an e4 player, so I was switching to d4, and finally I'm, daring to face the King's Indian. And then what happens? I castle and Shakriar opted for it. I also didn't know. I mean, does he do it now because he thinks like, okay, Peter, I mean, you will be shocked by h6. I was definitely shocked because I did not understand what is threatening me after h6. Yeah.
And we're being told by chat that until today, Nodjebek was playing a4 in that position, and he only played c3 once. In that game, he actually lost to Sargsyan. And so it's quite understandable that he chooses not to do it. But yeah, and also this, yeah, d3 and he goes bishop d2. He doesn't go c3, he doesn't go a4. He goes bishop d2, saying that knight a5, c5 setups are extremely logical. I don't want to allow them. This is a bit weird because one of the things about bishop d2 is that we haven't played h3 yet, and if black goes bishop g4 here, you are pretty much obliged to play c2, c3 anyway. But the argument is that yes, bishop d2 is a very awkward move, but bishop g4 is also something that black generally does not want to do in any of these positions, because after h3, it probably goes all the way back to, I don't know, e6 or d7. You generally don't play bishop h5 in these types of positions. So the argument here appears to be that the tempi we win with h2, h3, and all the shuffling black does with the light square bishop compensates for the fact that we played bishop c1, d2, and then still had to play c3, which those two things don't go very well together, I have to say. I'm not sure I'm buying this argument, but we will see. He clearly has some idea, and yeah,
the bishop d2 move was the shocker for the 2018 candidates in Berlin. I mean, that's when bishop d2 appeared. Grishuk played it, I think, against Levon, and then Fabiano went on to win a very, very important game later against Levon in the penultimate round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And ever since, but there is always a question like, is it with rook e1, or you can also do it with 6 move d3 bishop d2 without rook e1?
Yeah, I would much prefer it if the pawn was already on h3, because I mean you're clearly doing it to stop knight a5, and the fact that black actually has the option now to force you to allow knight a5 anyway makes me a lot less enthusiastic about this thing. And actually there's some very exciting positions in the top match as well, now that I look at it, so perhaps we could maybe take a look. Yeah, let's go through this one since we started with this one. The other Nodjebek Yakuboyev is playing extremely quickly here against Front. I used to play knight bd7 King's Indians myself, but against rook e1 bishop f1 I was not doing any kind of fancy stuff like this. I was going for main lines and not really equalizing, but sometimes making draws, sometimes not. Wasn't really enjoying myself very much against this system. But yeah, he's just going h6, knight h7. This at least explains why he's played h6. Black is hinting perhaps at going knight g5 next move in some positions. And also maybe there are some positions where you can actually convince yourself you can play f5. It looks extremely risky, but maybe there are some positions where it works. How would you react to this with white if you had this position?
Yeah, it's a good question, because I mean, I don't have these automatic reflexes in the King's Indian. Yeah, okay, I know some main lines, I know basic ideas, but when all these very, very strange things are happening, the big question for me is that, like, really, if I'm gonna go d4, d5, is this f5 really such a big threat? Because we know that the pawn on h6 is supposed to be some kind of a weakening.
In white often employs, like, you play f5 and g3 knight h4 either immediately or after takes becomes a topic, and then the pawn on f5 sometimes, you know, you can try to use the fact that all this structure is a bit shaky. But I think, you know, I think d5 would probably most, you know, proper King's Indian players, of which I don't count myself as one, would feel that d4, d5 here is an achievement for black, that we've actually, you know, gotten something that we wanted to get. And Satiris is telling us that h6 is actually very much liked by modern engines in this classical King's Indian. So this is maybe where the seeming fascination of current players with this strange, honestly, setup is coming from.
Yeah, I would also, you know, when black is doing like this, my very first thought would be, okay, my opponent wants to provoke me for d4, d5. I don't want to be provoked. I don't like to be provoked. I like to make a decision to play d4, d5 myself without any provocation. So my temptation would be to try to find a different move. The big question is, what is the other move?
Yeah, I've been looking at bishop b3. I mean, bishop b3 would be a very natural move. But first of all, it sort of plays into f5. But even if they play knight g5, I don't exactly know how I'm supposed to reply to knight g5, because my center is now under severe pressure. And if I take on g5, hg, this structure, with the pawn on g5, black suddenly becomes so interested, for instance, in simply taking on d4 and playing knight e5 next move, because the knight on e5 will more or less never get challenged, because f2, f4 is kind of out of the question with the pawn on g5 being so solid. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you have to just kind of, you know, grit your teeth and go d5 and allow f5 and play this kind of a very double-edged position. And this is what Nodibek wants. So we'll see how this progresses. And then we have two very different in spirit Najdorfs on boards 3 and 4. We have an incredibly modern Najdorf on board 3 here, where bishop d3 has been essayed by Jawahir Sindarov. Black play d5, knight d2, and bishop e7, castles bishop e6. We can talk about this for ages and ages, but we don't have to. f4, e4, knight f4, knight c6. Incredibly important moment in the game, by the way. I think I had a similar position, or I could have had a similar position against Sam Shankland in the Sinquefield Cup last year. And I think the evaluation of this structure very much depends on whether you're in time to do what I think Jawahir absolutely has to do here, and that is take on e6 and go bishop c4. If you don't do that and you allow knight e5, I think black is just completely fine. In fact, I at some point felt like maybe I didn't even equalize against Sam. I didn't play in the best possible fashion, but I think, like, if you imagine white making normal moves here, I don't know, bishop e3, knight e5, I don't know, king h1 to have the g1 square for the bishop, black castles, we go a4, black goes rook c8, we go, I don't know, a5, black goes rook e8. This type of a position, I think, very soon, you start thinking maybe black is better, because it's just so much easier for black to figure out where the pieces are going. You want to play bishop f8, you want to play g6, bishop g7, eventually maybe something will go to c4, white, on the other hand, is completely stuck, and you have no idea how you want to change the structure. Like, if you play knight d5 and allow, let's say, I don't know, if you go knight cd5 here, black will take with the bishop, I guess you take with the knight, black takes with the knight, you take, and black goes bishop f6. In this type of a position, it very much depends on tempi, but in general, I would be extremely happy to have this with black, as somebody who has played a decent amount of Najdorf in my life.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, so I think this is good. And exactly at this moment that we have on the board right now, there is the option of taking on e6 and making our light square bishop into something by playing bishop c4. And then if black plays, I don't know, queen d7, I guess, or queen c8, choose whichever one you like. I will spend a tempo on either a3 or a4, I don't know which one I like better, to have the a2 square available to the bishop, so that black cannot easily drive it away from this diagonal. And these positions, I think, are a bit better for white. Maybe not very much, but they're definitely quite pleasant, because the pawn on e6 will continue being a very kind of a soft spot in black's position for the rest of the game. I'm not saying this is, you know, any kind of a decisive advantage or anything, but I think it's an important point, and I'm curious if Java here agrees with me here.
Yeah, I think that it's very logical, and why should be playing. I do remember that when this whole line with knight d2 appeared, it was, I think, Vish's invention against Vincent in Grand.
He was one of the very first ones at the top level to play it against Vincent. Yeah, I remember that game.
Yeah, exactly. And then I remember that when I just quickly took a look, I also very quickly noticed that this is the position that usually is achieved. But he opted for b3.
This I have never seen in this particular setup. And honestly, I'm not in love with it. I mean, it's very cute and fancy and all that, but I don't know what the bishop is doing on b2, because there will be a knight on e5, which will block all of this stuff very, very comfortably. Yeah. I personally think it was important to do what I indicated, but clearly, I mean, Java here is doing this extremely quickly, so this is not him ad-libbing. He has an idea, and this is his idea. We'll see how it transpires. And on board 4, this is a line I myself and my good friend Vasily Emelin as well, we played a ton like in the mid-90s. So yeah, a very, very obvious opposite to board 3, which is very modern and very, very fashionable. This is not very fashionable at all. And now queen d3, bishop e6. I'm a bit surprised he goes bishop g2 here, but this is, I think, how they've been playing this line recently.
Yeah, this is the latest development. Yeah.
You used to play knight d5 more or less straight away. Like you played queen d3 to play knight d5 next move in most cases, and you played knight d5 here and knight d7. And there's tons of theory here, like c4 b5 is its own separate theory, and knight e7, queen e7, and then some kind of a move is its own separate theory. And bishop e3 here transposes to like a very, very large body of theory. I lost a very memorable game to Judith Polgar in this position in Madrid 1 year, or maybe in Dos Hermanas. Dos Hermanas, she just beat me like a drum. She took on c5, d5, played knight c5, and I tried playing, like, you can take on c5 here and be slightly better, but I tried being inventive and keeping pieces on the board, and I just got mated on the king side so bad. Like, so
yeah, I remember something like this. Yeah,
yeah, so bad. I just got so destroyed in that game. It was painful. But bishop d2 is this recent development. I guess the point is we're waiting for knight c6, and then we will play knight d5 with a lot more happiness. And the reason we need bishop d2 is, of course, we want to defend ourselves against knight c6 before counterplay.
Yeah, and if black, for example, goes for knight bd7, then what's the big difference? I mean, what's the big idea?
I'm not sure. Maybe we can kind of not make a decision yet. Maybe we can go like rook a d1 or a4, or maybe, I mean, queen g3 is a move that they make in every single position now, but I don't know what it does here. But it feels like queen d3, g3 is very much part of the zeitgeist somehow.
Yeah, but it's a little bit surprising that Vahidov, after queen d3, bishop d2, starts to think quite a lot. Okay, there is also some kind of a play from black with a5, I believe. Yeah, it's does it happen like this, that a5, a4, and then knight c6, knight d5, bishop d5, e d5, knight b4, something like this, I recall. And
maybe,
and we
yeah.
get this.
I'm not as familiar with the current state of this line, but
yeah, I do recall seeing something like this, but I'm also not such a big knight of expert to know exactly move pen, move everything. All right, so we have covered the match. It does seem, let me say a couple of words, that I believe that what we are witnessing from the Uzbek team is always that they are searching for very fighting, but not exactly mainstream directions. Yeah, they always want to disbalance the games. They want to surprise their opponent and get some very uncompromising positions.
Yeah, that's very much my impression as well. Okay, so I did most of the talking on this match. Tell us what you think about the India 2 versus Azerbaijan.
Yeah, good question. I mean, look at this. I haven't really been seeing a lot of Queen's Gambit acceptance from Shakhriyar Mamedov, but probably he is also kind of impressed by Gukesh and he wanted to surprise him as quickly as possible. D takes e4, e4, e5. Yeah, it's a line that became now again very, very fashionable for the fact that black was actually recently in the last half year being very, very active with this b5 line. On the other hand, one has the feeling that if white is ready to play third move e4, then exactly he has definitely analyzed this very modern, very sharp b5 line to the maximum. So it's very, very logical from black side that you want to kind of get away with something else. And I do recall Levon was the one that used it against Dudana, I believe, in the latest Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. So e5, knight f3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2. Well, there is a big, big main line starting also with knight c3.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, but he opts for bishop d2, bishop takes d2, queen takes d2, slightly surprising. E d4, queen d4. Wow, so Gukesh goes to an endgame immediately.
Straight away, yeah. And this is a kind of an endgame which, in my mind, like I'm not sure if this is exactly the right move order, but in my mind, there's like dozens of Wróblewski games starting from somewhere around here, some of which he actually lost. He kept on, you know, biting that cactus, as the famous Russian saying goes, because, you know, QGA was his main repertoire, and he kept on playing it, and he kept on sticking to his lines and not really changing anything. It looks, I think, fairly innocuous at first glance, but white will, of course, win back the pawn on c4. White will play knight c3. Very often you will castle queenside. So your development is extremely natural and extremely quick. And black still has to solve some problems. I mean, compared to some kind of I don't know, what should we be comparing this to? I don't know, exchange Spanish. Black has an actual pawn majority on the queen side. There is nothing doubled on the c file. White doesn't have a c pawn. So if black finishes development, if black develops naturally and freely, he will be completely fine. But it's not always as easy as it might look right now.
Yeah, and this pawn on e4 usually gives some stability for white. I mean, usually black also in the, you already mentioned the exchange Rui Lopez, some knight e7, f5, trying to break this e4 pawn in the long terms. Of course, not at the moment when all the light squares are weak, but in long terms, of course, it's one of the main strategical ideas. For example, let's just make a couple of natural looking moves, something like this happens. And then the big question is, where do you put the piece? I do recall that there was a Duda Levon Aronian game, I think, exactly for this endgame, and white was tiny bit better, but Levon went on to neutralize the pressure easily and even went on to win that game with black. But I believe that it's a good choice by Gukesh, yeah? Showing respect to Mamedyanov, also knowing that Shakhriyar loves to get double-edged counterplay positions, and then just playing a nice little endgame with maybe a tiny bit of an advantage, something that might suit the tournament situation also perfectly for his team.
Yeah, I think it's a good choice. I think, you know, Shah actually is a very strong technical player. I don't think he will be, you know, desperately unhappy about any of this, but it's certainly a very solid option by Gukesh. The way black generally develops here feels, yeah, okay, we'll talk about that like endgame later. This is the game that I think is the most fun in this match. And we've seen this line before. This was, I think, Italy against, who was that game?
I mean, this
97,
French.
97 and everything, yeah. So we've actually discussed this. This is still the Giri course on the French. And the movie 65 is still there.
Yeah, it was Moranda's game. Yeah, Moranda played, I think, with white, the Polish player.
So we briefly brought it on screen and discussed it for like 3 minutes, and then we never saw it again. But there's been already a change today, because e5, c4, we're still repeating the course and the game that we had earlier in the Olympiad. And knight e7 was played then. And yeah, it became very, very sharp, like knight e5, bishop e4, knight f4, queen a6. And here, apparently, the course says bishop c5, but the game saw bishop c7.
Exactly, yeah. This is the only thing I remember also, that bishop c5 was the key move, but was not played.
but Nihal just disagrees with Anish, which is a very dangerous thing to do. You don't want to be disagreeing with Anish too often, and goes d5, d4. And I was actually kind of wondering about that when we were commentating briefly on this opening earlier. I thought, okay, why not just take the center? And Anish apparently also likes d4, so it's maybe a second choice. And Ralph blitzes out f2, f4, which indicates that. Okay. Satirius says maybe in the Miranda game, maybe it went e5, cd5, c4, and not the immediate c4, which actually would make quite a bit of sense.
And hang on, we are getting the information that f4 is a big novelty. At least it's not covered in the Anish's course. Yeah, is this the fact and the reason why suddenly Nihal is so surprised?
So once again, Satirius says the course covers f4 move 10 instead of c4, and it covers c4, d4, c5, which honestly, this is what I thought would be the play there, because allowing c6, c5 doesn't look great. So I thought it might be critical to play c5 here, try to play knight c4 next move, and then perhaps push for some kind of an f4 break and try to use our superior development to achieve something straight away. But what Ralph is doing here is a kind of a mixture of a little bit of everything, which is supposedly not covered by Anish.
Yeah, this is the King's Gambit spirit, right? I mean, to go f4 as quickly as possible also suits Ralph's style very much. Yeah, to be as energetic as possible. Will be very interesting to keep an eye on this game. Yeah, I feel that this will be maybe the decisive game in this match, because everything else is fairly standard. So let's just quickly take a look at the other games. So Prague versus Durai Bailey is this tiny little bit better position for white, but black has a rock solid position. It came from it can happen also from Catalan, but also from the Queen's Indian. With bishop b4 check, bishop d2, and the traditional big move is bishop e7, which I have played all my life, but bishop takes d2 very much exists. Queen takes d2, c6. And in my time, it was said that the reason why you are not supposed to do this is that white can play knight c3, and after d5, the very energetic e4 gives white advantage. However, there had been some incredible developments. I think it was Grishuk who was playing this, advocating this from the black side, and in like 10 years ago, he had a couple of games. In any case, Prague was not interested about this. Maybe he was kind of also surprised, so he plays the more traditional, simple, classical bishop g2, d5 castles, knight b7, rook c1, short castle, and we are getting this Catalan spirit where white often plays some a4, knight a3, and then tries to play b4 as well, gaining some space. But a rock solid position for black as well.
Yeah, really solid. And it feels like black is like 2 moves away from playing like rook c8 and c5 and just equalizing completely. And a4 might be a very important move in that respect, because if you do play a4 here with white, I'm probably not playing rook c8 anymore because I don't really like allowing a5. It will be quite awkward. And the a4 on the board, we're being told. There is an anti-Berlin on board 3.
No, board 4.
Board 4. So yeah, this one is less exciting.
Wow, but a bishop on d6. This is somewhat surprising. I mean, how did this bishop reach to d6? I want to see, because this is not something you see every day. Okay, so rook e1 Berlin. Everything goes along the normal classical ways. Bishop f6, rook e1, rook e8. Sadvan is playing very much in the classical spirit. I think Kramnik was advocating this setup with takes, and then b6. Knight takes f6, queen f6, d3, bishop b7, queen e3, c5. Black has given up his dark square bishop, so it's very logical that he tries to cover the dark squares with his pawns, and his knight is very mobile, so he's trying to get counterplay with knight f5. White goes queen f4. That's the point, that white was very quickly rushing to trade the queens. Black captured. knight f5. Well, one could argue that maybe after queen f4, the critical move is knight f5. Yeah, what happens if you just...
I think I've seen this before, yeah. I think they go knight f5 here generally, and then c3 and play continues. I will actually look this up because I have a feeling I've seen this before, and you definitely don't see that queen trade so early normally. Let me...
Yeah, I also felt like it was one of the main spirit to try to be as energetic as possible with black, because we have this nice combo of pieces.
Yeah, still plenty of games up to queen f4, and yeah, queen takes f4, 3 games, knight f5, 2 games. I thought it was only knight f5, but queen f4 is still played, and takes knight f5. a4 is technically a novelty according to the Chess 24 database, but yeah, Raunak unsurprised by all of this. And yeah, what he does is quite interesting, because he allows the bishop to d6, which will be, I think, it will be very difficult to smoke out naturally. But now he goes a7, a5, stopping a4, a5, and the big question becomes, you know, white achieved something short term, but do you have any kind of long term plans here against the f6, king f7, bishop c6? And then eventually I will start thinking about getting rid of that bishop, because I really don't like the idea of going rook c8, c6. It seems very slow. Maybe in some positions you can, but it generally feels very slow. From the other side, my question would be, let's make some moves just to illustrate. I don't know, f3, f6, king f2, king f7. I don't know, h4, bishop c6. And now white is kind of struggling to make any kind of progress, because the rook is sort of tied to the a4 pawn, not very strongly, but a little bit tied to the a4 pawn. And black has no real weaknesses apart from the pawn on b6, which is very difficult to get to. But this is my next point. In order for black to move anything anywhere, it feels like the knight on e6 has to be moved, because otherwise you can't really do anything about the bishop on d6. But if that knight on e6 goes anywhere, bishop c7, almost in every single position, will be a major headache for black. So it's a kind of a really weird setup where I really don't know who goes where. Like, it feels like nobody should have anything, but white has the 2 bishops, and I'm struggling to figure out what the plans are. And if there are no immediate plans for black to equalize, maybe you're not really equal yet.
Yeah, I mean, let's just highlight that maybe white also has this kind of regrouping idea.
I very much like this, yes.
Yeah. Of course, one can argue that when white gets bishop d1, black will definitely play bishop d5, stopping bishop b3, but still, I mean, okay, it's at least something to play with. I'm a little bit surprised, yeah, with bringing the knight to e6 so quickly. I mean, probably Raunak simply knows his setup, and he knows that he can just sit like this, or maybe he even has a very specific idea. Maybe this rook c8, rook c6.
Maybe you can actually do this. Yeah,
yeah, looks strange, but maybe you can do it. And if you know that you can do it, then what's the problem?
Yeah, and then you play d7, d5, and maybe your problems just disappear. Maybe this is the plan, actually. Just our next 3 moves here, ideally, are just rook c8, rook c6, and d5 when the bishop gets driven away. And then we go king f8, king e7, or whatever, and we're just completely fine. And honestly, like, this is a reasonably well-known theoretical position. He is on 128 on the clock. He is a young Indian player who works on chess. My guess is he actually knows. He's not guessing here. He is operating with concrete knowledge of the position.
Exactly, because the move knight d4 that he played so quickly. I mean, if you are not familiar with everything, you are not blitzing out knight d4, knight d6.
Yeah, my point exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, right. So this is the first 2 matches sort of covered. There's still some moves coming in, but we also have Netherlands versus Iran. 2 teams on 13 points, 2 points off the lead, with some very important games as well. Anish is playing against Parham today, and more kind of fancy
E3 Nimzo, yeah?
Fancy E3 Nimzos, yeah. Once again, this move order of bishop d3, d5, a3 makes an appearance, and Parham does something we keep on watching this Nimzo, and everybody does their own thing. Like I think we've seen bishop e7. I think we've seen bishop takes c3. Parham actually shows there's a third option and goes d takes c4 here, saying I don't want to take on c3, but I also don't want to allow you the Carlsbad that you probably want to play if I go back to e7. So let's trade these pawns first. Bishop c4, the bishop goes all the way back. Now c7, c5 is clearly an idea. Anish says no. Goes b2, b4. Parham goes b6. Anish goes knight f3. Seems like this shouldn't really be much of anything for white. Like I go bishop b7, I go knight bd7, I push c5. But I don't have enough experience with the structure, these structures to trust my own evaluation very much.
Well, actually, I do recall seeing something recently. Wasn't this the big match in Leon between Gelfand and Yesipenko? I do feel like we have seen something very, very similar structures played in those games. Because it was a rapid match and they played rapid games and also they played blitz playoffs. I feel like
it wasn't from the, yeah, it looked similar, but it wasn't from this line. I checked briefly. I don't think it was from this precise move order. Ah, yeah, they were playing, Satiris tells us, they were playing knight 3d5, bishop e2, castles, and Andrei kept on playing b6 there.
Ah, but then they might actually transpose very much to
it could have actually transposed exactly here, but it was from a different move order.
Yeah, it was from a different
confirmed to us.
Yeah, in any case, okay, a lot to play for. It's a very solid position for both sides. I see that we have some much more dynamic action on board 2 between Tabatabai and Jordan Fanfres. What it was? It's very hard to understand from the current position.
Classical Tarosh.
Really, yeah?
Classical Tarosh, something you don't really see very much anymore. And Tabatabai doing something interesting here. I mean, obviously he hasn't surprised Jordan, but what he's doing is, and also we're being informed that Jordan is currently writing a chessable course on the Tarosh. So perhaps this is, you know, he is taking it for a test drive, so to speak, checking out his own material. And yeah, it's always a temptation to try to see how well your understanding stacks up. But what I want to say is, normally white castled here in the game, but normally you have this position with the knight on c3 because it comes from a slightly different move order. And this allows the Dubov Tarosh, the very, very fashionable line where black takes and goes bishop c5. And I wonder if the move order that Tabatabai chose today is specifically aimed at making the Dubov Tarosh less attractive, because if you do the same here, if you go cd4, knight d4, bishop c5, I think maybe takes and queen c2 becomes more annoying. Because
yeah, this one looks very, very promising for white.
Yeah, because you have to make a kind of an unpleasant move here. You have to play something like queen b6, and after knight c3 you will have to lose more tempi dealing with the threats. So this is a major difference compared to the other line, where because there's a knight on c3 you cannot attack this bishop so quickly, and black gets away with castling earlier.
Yeah, and he opted for bishop e7. Yeah, and then we are getting the classical Tarosh. Of course, white can now play the move knight cc and transpose to the very, very big theoretical jungle.
But instead he goes dc5, b takes c5, a3, and Satiris told us a very interesting factoid about this. Apparently, this position is featured in a blitz game between Magnus and Jordan from a training camp in Spain, which was published on Chess24. And against Magnus, Jordan played a5 in this position. But today he chooses to go knight e4. And you have to wonder if, you know, by 2022, people are actually preparing against Instagram videos, you know, like, you know, when I began playing chess, we were preparing against, you know, something we found in informants, and then we started consulting ChessBase, and now maybe people are preparing by checking Instagram videos of people, which would be a kind of a new development for sure.
Yeah, nowadays you are trying to grab any info that you can. Yeah, on the other hand, it's kind of naive to think that a game which will be published between Magnus and his second will have some really relevant information, right? Because it's not the way to go usually.
Yeah, and also chat tells us that you had this position with Black in 2016. I don't know against whom.
What? I had this position?
Either this one or the previous one. I think this one, yes.
In 2016, I mean, from where could I ever get?
Yeah, please clarify, Gilga45. We need to know. But
yeah, I want to know.
Yeah, as you know, as somebody who is obviously not playing this game and just wants to have fun when playing chess, I so very much want to play Queen takes d5 here. I just so very much want to play Queen takes d5, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Queen a1, Queen e4. I will mention that instead of Queen a1, you could consider playing Knight takes g3 if you want to be really greedy. If you want to win all the material here, you can actually go Knight takes g3, I think. But then I will not be obliged to play Queen e4 check. The difference is I can go fg, and then after Queen takes a1, I will maybe choose something else. I can maybe play, I don't know, b5 or something. But
and Queen takes d5 on the board, come on. Come on, what is this?
Excellent. And we're also being told that up until a certain point, Tabatabai was following Sam Shankland's recommendation in his own course on, I guess, 1d4. I don't think he covered specifically the Tarash. I guess he did a kind of a lifetime repertoire on 1d4, and this is still his recommendation. But yeah, Queen d5, I very much endorse this because, as I mentioned, like I want this to be fun and exciting and.
But come on, it's a team competition.
Yes, this is also still Kramnik versus Svidler 2014. Everything has been played. It's impossible to play anything new.
Wow, but I mean, look at this. Tabatabai was basically surprised. Yeah, he already spent more than half an hour. Jordan is blitzing out everything, which indicates that he's very much in his preparation. And then Tabatabai has the nerves to go for this Queen takes d5. I mean, okay, impressive, but if it really turns out to be the right choice, it's another question.
Okay. Actually, this is not Sam's recommendation. Sam says after knight e4 you're supposed to play knight fd2, but let's not get too carried away with other people's recommendations here. Yeah, on the topic of that Kramnik-Svidler game, Matthew says, first serious event after his comeback, didn't know what to do with Black, ended up choosing the Tarash because it was easy to enforce, and then this happened. Yeah, I mean, yeah, clearly something that perhaps wasn't expected. I need to actually look this up, but I think, yeah, I don't think he lost that game. I think he did okay. Yeah, that game was drawn. That was Tromsø Olympiad, I guess, yeah.
And how did this happen? Actually, what happened in that game?
No, London Chess Classic, not Tromsø Olympiad. So Matthew played, for some reason, he chose to play bishop e6 first and then take on a1. It went, yeah, you can do it in other orders, obviously. b5, knight d8, queen b4, queen f6, knight d4, queen e7, and Black is reasonably comfortable. I don't think Black runs too many risks here.
And look at this, Jordan also does this move order. He also got bishop e6 first.
Yeah, curious. So, I mean, Jordan obviously knows what he's talking about here. He is, whoever is, you know, the most recent course author for Chessable will have all of this stuff a lot fresher in their mind, and it will be a lot easier for that person to play. But yeah, I don't think of what Amin is doing here is too risky. I suspect he will not be in any kind of serious trouble, but I also think that, you know, judging simply by, you know, briefly looking through that one game between Kramnik and Matthew Svidler, and also just kind of eyesight test, it looks like Black is not really under too much pressure here. It feels like White doesn't have enough attackers in the center to pause too many problems.
Yeah, I also feel like I have seen too much Tarashes right now. Yeah, because okay, yeah, it's a line that I have never ever encountered. I mean, I I never played, and when somebody was writing in the chat that I had a game, I was like completely shocked because I can't ever recall myself playing the Tarrasch from the black side. I don't know. I'm completely confused because usually I remember my games.
Yeah, I actually okay. So your game is not in the Tarrasch. Your game is in the Anish Parham position. And it's a game against Andreikin from 2016.
Okay, yes. This already makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the Nimzo. I mean, I'm responsible for quite a lot of Nimzo business. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Board three. You have a kind of a dry-ish position, which I actually quite like for white. I feel like in a quiet line, and yeah, this is. I kept on. You remember we were watching a game with A6 on move 3, and I kept on referring to it as this A6 H6 bullshit. So today we have H6. Yeah, they really are very, very serious about claiming they can just make a waiting move in this position and not developing any pieces.
Yeah, unbelievable. But I think that Magnus even did it with knight on G8 and A6 and H6 together, something combined. That was hilarious. Yeah. Bishop F4.
And now, we get a kind of a classical Carlsbad here with bishop of, bishop F4, bishop D6. Benji decides not to even fool around, takes on D6, goes E3 and rook C1. And these types of positions, white is always a tiny bit better, but the question is whether you can achieve something significant while black still has to spend time straightening out their pawn structure. As you see now, black would very much like to play b6, b7 here, but it's not allowed by the rules of chess. So they have to spend more time pushing for c5, even simply in order to develop the knight on b8. And castles rook c8, I very much like knight e5 here. I think it's critical to continue doing concrete stuff in the center while black still hasn't done all the things black wants to do here. Yeah, I don't think knight d7, knight takes c6 works out for black. I think white will probably be able to unpin themselves. Knight c6, and the trick there, like the cute trick, is knight b8, knight e7 check. Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, this is lovely.
That would be a way to lose the game instantly. And there's even bishop h7 in the end. Yeah, to really drive the point home. And black just resigns. But obviously, this is not going to get blundered. We're just mentioning this as a kind of a funny sideline. So I'm expecting c6, c5 here. And if black does play c6, c5, I want to play f4. Knight c6, for instance. And now we have to choose between maybe just pushing for some f5, f6 straight away, or if that doesn't work, I want to play queen f2 and claim that I have at least a little bit of something with this knight on e5 being very nicely positioned. On the other hand,
it's something, something.
It's a little bit of something. I don't think it's completely empty for white.
And on board 4, we have something quite sharp. A classical rouser from Max Warmerdam against Musavi. No, it happened from Najdorf.
Yeah, okay. It came from Najdorf and then became the rouser more or less instantly. Max Warmerdam just switching back to the rouser straight away with knight c6 and d6. Castles, bishop d7. Yeah, we already in this Olympiad, we have seen a very high-profile game where white took on c6 instead of long castles, but Musavi decides not to, goes f4. Yeah, this was actually taught to me by my first very, very serious coach, Andrei Lukin. He was a very, very serious rouser player himself, and he taught me how to play all of these positions. But I think my repertoire was f4 and not bishop e7, but something slightly different. But I also looked at this position quite a bit.
Yeah, it was the classical position in the beginning of 90s, that we basically taught. One question which Sotis was also mentioning, that can black really transpose like this to the rouser? Well, what I want to say that knight c6, bishop g5, of course black can play the move a6 hero, can play first the move e6 and then a6, we get the same position. However, I have so much respect for the for the Najdorf, and I have very, very little respect compared to the Najdorf of the Rouser, that if I would know that my opponent goes Najdorf with a6, and after bishop g5, I can force him back to change his mind to go to the Rouser, I would go bishop g5 in every game. That's for sure. So knight c6, queen d2, e6. On the other hand, we see that maybe Max had noticed something in the preparation, that his opponent is probably a bishop g5 Najdorf player and plays it very well. But maybe against the Rouser, he plays something else. Maybe he plays bishop c4, Sozin kind of structures. I mean, there should be a reason why Max felt like this could be a clever idea to try to transpose to something.
Yeah, and currently it's a bit interesting to me because the queens have actually come off. If we go all the way to the final position, so far final position of the game, knight c4, queen e1, queen a5. And Musavi takes on a5. This is kind of heartbreaking for me because I always felt, and I think a lot of the Sicilian players over the years, just by default feel that, I think in particular the bishop f6 gf Rousers, if you get the queens off, this is a dream. You should instantly be completely fine at least, and maybe even start fighting for advantage. And I see on my screen that the machine still kind of prefers white and says, yeah, no, you haven't really done anything. Your position is still a bit worse. You're absolutely no reason to feel very good about life or anything. And this is a bit heartbreaking, as I mentioned, because it seems like this is the absolute best case. But there's always some pressure against the e6 pawn. He goes knight f4 without trading on e6. If you want to put additional pressure on that pawn, you normally, at some point, I think, have to take. How would you play with black here?
Yeah, that's a big question. I mean, do you jump back with the knight immediately to c4? That's a big question. Or do you just play rook c8? One move that we should also mention, that if black somehow could play bishop d8 and then put the king on e7, it would be fantastic. But for the moment, it doesn't really seem to work because king e7 anyway runs into fe, knight g6 fork. And I'm not even sure that with bishop d8 I can get away with, because something might be hanging.
Yeah, and another option I will mention at least is you can maybe consider going knight b7, c5. I'm a little bit worried white could be tempted to actually go knight b7, b2, b4 and just cut that knight away from play completely, and also fix the pawn on b5 a little bit. Knight b7 I'm not in love with, but if I could actually put it on c5 and be sure that it lands on c5, I would at least consider it, because it puts some pressure on the e4 pawn, it supports the e6 pawn, like it does a number of things I would like to be doing in this position with black, but it's a bit artificial, and also, as I mentioned, I'm a bit worried b4 might be a good reply to it.
Yeah, definitely. When knight goes to b7, b4 is very thematic.
I mean, we can go knight d8, knight c6 and switch back to kind of normal squares, but we lose so much time. And b4 is not really a bad move for white in these types of structures, because you often actually want to play on the queen side.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Okay,
well, it's very interesting. I don't recall this position ever to be played, to be honest.
Neither can I. No.
Yeah, we'll be also, there is a question that should black maybe consider to push the pawn to h4 to stop any kind of g3 play, yeah?
Maybe, yeah.
But pawn on h4 can also be...
I mean, you might just lose it immediately, like fe6, knight g6 actually wins it.
And do you want to take it?
I'm not sure. Yeah, this is another question, like rook h6 and
yeah, but...
Knight g takes h4 and then I go g3. I think I'm okay with being a pawn up here.
But knight g, then I have f5. Be careful.
Yeah.
I might have maybe you can actually take like this, yeah, because who knows?
Yeah, maybe f5 anyway.
F5 anyway, yeah. Okay, very sharp.
Yeah, becomes a huge mess. But
yeah.
We don't need to analyze it just
we
yet.
don't need to, yeah.
And just as now that we're here, let's take a brief look at the US match, because this is actually kind of blowing up very nicely.
Yeah, I see that we have some crazy positions, yeah. So, okay, Mastro Vasilis against Fabiano Caruana. This is kind of a very old-fashioned
unbelievably old school, yeah. This is what the Sveshnikovs used to look like when I just first started encountering them.
Exactly. I mean, also I have these memories in under 10 world championships and so on, like from 89. I think Dimesh's old time, Dimesh was playing this from the black side, and when we were like 10, 11 years old, we had a bunch of games, and I haven't seen it ever since.
Yeah, pretty much. It's very curious. And I think something very similar featured in that really weird game I once played against Gary, which was, it's a story which was kind of semi-well known in the old ICC days, and now nobody even knows what ICC is, I guess. So, but I once played a 4-game blitz match against Gary on ICC when neither of us knew who the opponent was. And then it was later published that apparently we were playing against each other. And yeah, he just beat me on the black side of the Sveshnikov in game 3 of the match, I think.
Yeah, bishop d3, bishop e6. Yeah, because I was also the player who was always going for the f5 stuff. And white played short castle. I mean, okay, here I was so happy all my life to be going for this structure. I have won so many games. It was my favorite structure, and basically the main reason why I was playing the Sveshnikov. I mean, I just thought like, okay, give me this position, please. I mean, okay, just I'm so much in love with black's position, but probably new engines had developed this line enormously. Maybe it's even not playable anymore. Who knows? But yeah, Fabi opted for bishop g7, and that's how we transpose to this old line queen h5. Just to mention that in our times. Actually, the move queen h5 used to be a main move at some point, but then this rook g8, g3, and then both rook g5 and rook g4 were the moves that, you know, were published in Informant. I believe that it was Kramnik who came up with rook g4 novelty, which was in one of the Informatos like double exclamation mark and so on. Then later rook g5 proved to be more stable and so on. Yeah, in any case, lot of nostalgic feelings here.
Yeah, and currently the position is a bit more stable than all the things that we're discussing. Black rook b8 is a kind of a tricky little move, because I think there was also a lot of old theory started with, like, if black goes f4, white goes c4, right? That's also the kind of brings back some memories here. But rook b8 sort of indicates that this is maybe something that Fabi wants to prepare for.
And probably we also should then show why castle is not the right idea, because castles runs into this typical e takes f5, bishop takes d5, f6 trick, and actually white is winning the game on the spot.
Yeah, pretty much winning on the spot here. Yeah. So yeah, rook b8, c3, f4. So compared to those old lines, we probably won some tempo because some time, because c4 was definitely at least considered to be a very serious critical response, and we provoked c3, and we are much better prepared for c4 anyway. Because of that, Dimitrios goes knight c2, castles knight c4, and the knights come off. Seems like a reasonably safe position for both sides. I don't know how to assess it properly. Yeah, this structure is weird.
Yeah, it's very tricky. I mean, okay, it can be just winning for white if white gets everything, and if black gets what he wants, then black can be super happy. Yeah, it's really low at stake.
What does black want, actually? Like, what exactly do you want in these types of structures?
Well, I believe that my idea would be that if my queen would be on d7, I go a5, I'm super happy, yeah, because knight d5 takes f5 would be the dream scenario, and I consider black to be winning in that structure. But how do I get there? Yeah, because I have some concrete problems at the moment. So maybe queen c8, yeah, just to cover the a6.
And also the f5 square, yeah, to once again, we have a threat of a5, take on d5 and f5. Yeah, that looks logical. That looks logical.
But again, for example, queen c8, maybe not. There are some very direct lines like a4, and after a5, knight d5, nothing's changed, because after bishop d5 ed, we have the double attack on both pawns.
Yeah, and if we lose the b5 pawn, those positions become slightly less attractive. Okay, so this is board one. Yeah. This is board one. There is also some kind of a absolute tavern brawl type position on board 2 there between Nikolaos Theodorou and Levon Aronian, who are, I think, currently potentially what's the word for people living in the same city?
Oh, wow. I mean, Theodore is also in St. Louis, yeah?
I think he is Alejandro's. Yeah, he is a student of Alejandro's, which indicates that he should be based around St. Louis. Maybe not in St. Louis proper, but definitely somewhere around St. Louis, as is Levon these days. So yeah, they may have run into each other in the checkout line at Whole Foods. But
I feel like I'm the only one who never been to St. Louis yet. So from a Grandmaster, everyone else had been there a million times. Yeah. Yeah. E5, D5. Do you know this line? Because I'm
absolutely
King's Indian is not my territory.
No, I have no idea. Yeah, Sympolites in Greek. Yeah, that sounds like a very beautiful word. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and this looks from white. It looks like you're kind of mixing up all kinds of stuff, all mashed up together. And this is apparently Nakamura Grishuk from the Berlin Grand Prix, a very famous game which Hikaru ended up winning, where Sasha felt he had to go all in. Not this position, but the line in general, the Bishop 2, Bishop 3 line, where Sasha felt that he can't really play his normal kind of solid repertoire because he must go all in trying to beat Hikaru. He ended up losing, and that ruled him out of contention completely in the group, and Hikaru went on to do great things in the Grand Prix.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, it's such a complex position, but my feeling is that actually black should be somehow fine. I understand that white is trying to target black's king on the g-file, but white's king is still in the center. You are not yet ready to castle long. Yeah, and already too many things are opening up also in the center. It's what is your feeling?
Yeah, I like the knight on f4 so much that I keep on trying to convince myself that I should be preferring this for black, but I can't figure out exactly how. My first port of call here would be to try to play knight takes c5, just to first of all, we're taking something off the board, but also if I get to trade the bishop on e3 away for one of my for one of my knights, I think I'm happy. But I'm not sure what I think about a number of positions here. Like bishop takes c5 and then d takes c6 is one thing, or maybe even d6 followed by knight e4, but I'm not a huge believer in that. And another thing is, I'm a bit worried that the plan after knight takes c5 is to play b2, b4.
Oh, wow, I really like this, yeah?
Because we don't have a good square. It looks very strange, but we don't actually... Knight takes e2 though, knight takes e2 and then back to a6 maybe. But as things stand, if you go knight a6, I will take on a6 and I will take d takes e6, which could be quite good for white. I don't know if it is, but it could be quite good for white. And if you go to d7, I go d takes e6 and d6 hanging, right? So those two things I can easily convince myself are good for white.
Well, I mean, I have to honestly admit, if I would be having this position from the white side, then already rook g1 would have cost me tons of time. I mean, to understand what is the status quo with all these pawns, with this king on e1.
Yeah.
Yeah, but of course, yeah, you have to kind of be an expert. You have to feel and know the position in order to navigate in such a jungle. Yeah, Levon goes rook g1, but also Levon, for his standards, had already spent quite a lot of time.
I'm also pretty sure that he's just doing this on feel. And I think it appeals to him greatly because, Levon, he is a, fabulous, very strong player. But he also, I think, quite justifiably feels that he is an artist at the board. And he very much likes, playing these unbelievably messy games where you just kind of go with the flow, you trust your instincts. And his instincts are, second to none, really. And I think it would appeal to him greatly to have this position where, he has two captures in the center. His opponent has two captures in the center in reply. And he just makes a move on the king side and says, go on, explain to me what you're supposed to do here. It's a kind of a move which might not be the best one in the position. Very, very easily could be a quote-unquote mistake, but it's just extremely appealing to somebody like Levon, who just likes to, paint with a very wide brush and just go for it.
Yeah, very interesting. And what else do we have? Board 3, Athanasios Master Vasilis against Wesley So. I mean, what it was, again, E3 Nimzo. But we are seeing here, no, I almost said that we are seeing a classical Karpov system, but no, white opted for knight G2, D takes C4, bishop C4, C5, but this is supposedly a very harmless line for white. I mean, I don't believe in this castle, CD, knight C6, A3 takes, H6. Yeah, you already, I think, talked about this, that in general, this knight on E2 is not an impressive piece because the knight on F3 going then later to E5 is much, much more dangerous. But okay, white does have the two bishops. Okay, who knows? Queen D3, knight A5. I keep on, you know, my tongue is on B6. I want to mention that B6, but no, for some reason, Wesley always prefers a slightly different move order, but finally bishop A2, B6 on the board. Rook E1, bishop B7, knight F4. Yeah, some ideas, some sacrifices are hinted. Maybe when rook takes E6, hang in the air.
Actually, it might already be a threat in some positions, yeah. And Wesley clearly paying some respect to it by playing rook E8 here, bishop D2 played by Athanasios. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised the knight went to A5 and not E7, because I think I would like to be playing knight E7, D5 in this position, just to, you know, cover that diagonal even more and to challenge the knight on F4. In the meantime, knight takes E5 immediately answered by Levon with B2, B4. So I actually guessed that correctly. I still have no idea what's going on, but I'm very happy we can come back to this because our chat has been suggesting things, and those things make a lot of sense. First of all, there is knight D3 check here, which we were kind of getting to, but then we moved away to a different game, which I think is a cleaner version of what Bunny Hopper was suggesting. It takes, queen D3, rook F3. And yeah, I have no idea what this is. I got to this position in my head, and I thought, okay, I can't evaluate this. I have no idea. Maybe we just castle long and we continue.
Yeah, everything is based on this pin. Yeah, otherwise, of course, white would just design, but
bishop F5 G6 is coming reasonably quickly, actually, in reply. I don't know. I mean, this could very easily work out to be quite decent. And also, instead of long castles, we can go rook takes G7, king takes G7, and then maybe bishop H6 check, or maybe not. But we're not actually giving mate to that king on H6. Like, this is an option. And the king on H6 looks, I mean, iffy. But on the other hand, you know, if we find what to play here, maybe it's not that bad. And also, which actually is just completely shocking to me, because the bishop on G7 is pinned. So when I saw chat suggesting it, I thought, you know, this must be some kind of a joke. In the current position, the engine really loves E5, E4, which is, yeah.
You know, it was my very first thought, yeah, that I thought like, wow, why white isn't losing after E4? And then I convinced myself, no, Peter, okay, wake up. I mean, okay, you are pinned on the G5. Yeah. Why do you open up even more diagonals? The file is already opened. It's a very natural move to first think about, but once you try to understand what you are really doing, then you get frightened.
Yeah, it's and then once again, chat is suggesting if white goes bishop d4 here, black just plays rook f6 and says, okay, nothing is going on here. Like, move along, nothing to see here. Yeah, all of this is tremendously fun, and
especially if you are not sitting at the board. Yeah, you are just witnessing all the entertainment.
Yeah, exactly. It's and as I understand it, and also just simply judging by the approach we've seen so far from Nicolaus Teodoro today, you know, he's come to play. He's not come to, you know, passively, you know, wait for things to happen. And also, it is my understanding that he is considered to be a very, very kind of a gifted, sharp young player. He's not as young as some of the kids playing for other teams, but still, you know, he's studying at the uni, and definitely capable of finding all of this stuff. And so far seems to be completely unintimidated by the prospect of playing black against Levon.
Yeah, I think it's the right approach. Yeah, because he's a King's Indian player. He will stick to his kind of believes. Yeah, he believes that he will always generate counterplay. Now it's a very messy position. Will be interesting to keep an eye. I feel like the game between Dominguez and Banikas might have been kind of stuck, but maybe not. It just feels like somehow the things are developing way too slow in this.
I think it's something that happens in this line quite a bit, where people just there are so many choices in this very, very slow Caros that people take tons of times to get to even move 10.
So apparently it's, apparently this is what we are. Because Black has played this knight d7 a6, a very strange looking move order, but probably insisting that he wants to play c6, c5, and then Lenny spent awful amount of time.
Lenny spent half an hour on a2, a4 here, which is such a linear thing to do.
Well, probably I would have done the same, but I'm also famous for this, that for any small finesse, I'm trying to understand all the subtleties of the position, which afterwards makes absolutely zero practical sense. But what to do? So a6, a4. Black opted for h6, and definitely when a6 was played, Lenny was regretting spending 31 minutes on a4, because if your opponent, if someone tells you that after a4 Black will play h6, you say, then I'm gonna go a4 a tempo. I mean, it's
probably. And interestingly, I remember I had this very long philosophical discussion with maybe even in this exact position with Alexander Ryzantsev, who does a lot of this with the black pieces. And we played in one of the super finals, and we had a long discussion on the topic of, let's say, I mean, in particular, if Black plays bishop h7 here, I think knight e7 is more natural, but let's say you play bishop h7. In general, if you establish c3 and b4 on the queen side, you basically switch the entire game over to the king side, and this is something that White very much wants in these structures. But after c3, Black can take on b1 and on a5. And I think I did this and he didn't take, and we had this long discussion afterwards about what we think about this position in general. Because Black still has no weaknesses. Black still is completely solid, and eventually pieces will start getting developed. And we've given up a very, very healthy pawn for just having a nice bishop pair. But I think engines like it, and I think in human perspective as well. I think I would play this every day of the week with White.
I also have a very funny story with this position, because I did have this in one of our Rapido Blitz training games with Sergei Grigorians, with my good friend here who lives in Szeged as well. And I thought, like, first I just completely blundered that after he can take on b1 and take on a5. Then we played the game and I was just very angry that, okay, how could I do this? And after the game, we kind of opened the engines, and the evaluation was like, White is better or White is pushing, and computers loved it. And then we kind of discussed it, and we couldn't come up with the proper conclusion. It just very, very complicated.
It's an incredibly interesting position to discuss, because you don't see this very often. This is an entirely positional pawn sacrifice in a very, very closed position. You don't get files, you don't get diagonals, you just get a very good bishop you can put on d3, and you get some freedom to play mainly on the king side. And I mean, it might actually become relevant, because if Black plays, as I said, bishop h7 in particular, but even against knight e7, I would suggest, even with a full extra tempo for Black, I would still at least consider playing c3 here. But we'll see if Lanier is interested. And on board 2 there, Nikolaus quite quickly goes knight c3 check, another move that Chad quite liked. I don't hate it. What I do sort of dislike is, I think he's sort of trying to keep up with Levon in terms of speed of play. And I think he probably would be better served by actually pausing for a bit longer. I don't know how quickly he normally plays. Maybe this is his normal speed. But I think it's very dangerous when playing against somebody like Levon. It is very, very dangerous to try to match the speed of play that you are likely to encounter, because Levon's autopilot still is going to probably be stronger than your autopilot, and you should actually kind of do it according to what the position dictates. And there were so many options there he could have considered. Instead of knight e3 and e4, the engine also suggests, we were being told, that if we go back just for a second to the position after b4, even knight d7, d takes e6, knight f6, apparently, is completely playable for black. So I understand that he also perhaps felt that, you know, there is no way he can get to absolutely the bottom of this decision in the time he has. So let's just make a move. But, you know, he might end up regretting his decision a little bit. Important development. I thought we maybe will not cover too many matches between teams on 12 points. But Dmitry Kolar's in the match between Germany and Lithuania seems to have made a very big tactical mistake there on board 4. And it's actually a typical mistake, which I think is useful to show to you guys. It's, yeah, there it is on your screen. Yeah, kind of a normal d3 anti-marshal type situation. And the tactic that he missed here, I've seen it before, maybe even in this precise position. It's kind of curious that he hasn't. Looks very, very logical what he's doing, but unfortunately knight takes e4 is often extremely strong in these types of positions.
Yeah,
and suddenly you realize that after d takes e5, knight takes e3, you have no good squares for your queen to continue protecting the knight on c4, and you end up in a lot of trouble here.
But
so
it's
if
kind of, I mean, how did they reach here? Yeah, just very quickly, because the bishop is on c5. Yeah, it's not the usual bishop e7 stuff. I know it's the bishop e7, but later the bishop moved to c5 anyway. Ah, it's this line, yeah. Okay, yeah, this is a very solid, very serious line. d6, c3, takes, rook b8, h3, bishop.
Yeah, all of this is entirely logical, but yeah, he just, after h6, you spend one more tempo on rook e1, and then you consider your options, basically. But he felt that d3, d4 is already prepared enough. And yeah, I think he's probably in for a very, very unpleasant surprise, because after knight takes e4, I don't even think you have any kind of waiting moves here, because if you like, you can try playing queen c2, but there's a number of things you will really, really hate in reply.
I mean, maybe even you can take knight c3 anyway.
Yeah, knight c3, but also I think he takes d4 followed by d5, just kind of wins material. Very, very straightforwardly, just e takes d4, queen takes e4, d5, and then I take on c4. Black is kind of borderline winning, I think.
But I mean, why I'm completely surprised that if not for knight takes e4, then maybe white is kind of winning material, then maybe d4 is very strong.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it looks very inviting, but you need to check all of the tactics here. And yeah, after knight e4, I think we're obliged to go dc5. Black will go knight c3. And the big question I currently cannot completely refute, let's say queen c2, knight a2, queen a2. But it just kind of looks horrible. Rook b4, knight fg2. I mean, it looks horrific. And maybe even in that final position, black can play something like queen h4 and continue putting pressure. Yeah, rook b4, knight fg2.
Yeah, I mean, if this is not losing for white, then I don't know.
Yeah, knight a5 is also very good. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
like it comes from every direction. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Yeah, this is like a shocking development, because Dmitry has been the very reliable player for Team Germany on board 4. And it's very uncharacteristic. He also spent a lot of time to miss some tactical shot like this.
Yeah. He was on 5.5 out of 7 and doing really well on board 4 there for Germany. Yeah. The Bundes trainer will not like seeing this. I mean, knight takes e4 hasn't been played yet, but you would expect black. You know, he's been thinking for a bit, but it's a kind of a thematical. Yeah,
and it's on the board. Yeah, knight takes e4, the cold shower.
There you have it, and yeah, this is not great, and yeah, and I understand this is not how any of this works, but I immediately feel kind of responsible, because the one time we had Gusti on the broadcast as a guest, Germany lost, and I actually kind of broke with the protocol and messaged Gusti on earlier today, and apparently even talking to him on WhatsApp immediately brings about stuff like this, which is very unfortunate. I really need to stay away until the Olympiad is over.
Yeah, wow, this is shocking. Then let me just very quickly take a look at Vincent's game. What is Vincent doing? Because he's kind of provoking his opponent. He's playing a sharp Meran line. I mean, against this easily Queen C2, this is a cement, this is a beton line from white. How do you create any real winning chances for black or counterplay? And Vincent goes for this slightly unusual variation with e5, queen e7, bishop b3, a5, a3, and bishop b8.
He is now doing this with black after that really, really exciting game he
against
had white
Moroni.
early. Yeah, again.
Yeah. But there it was a little bit different. Here, every single tempo has a lot of meaning.
Of course, yeah, it's not the same position, and I think very importantly, the pawn is not on h6, which makes a huge difference. Because I think maybe here knight h4 can actually be met by g7, g6 without, losing the game on the spot. Still risky, but maybe.
Yeah, okay, this is very, very sharp. What do we have here? Matthias Bluebaum has a more or less normal position. It's still very strange and very difficult to evaluate the structure because I have never really seen this before.
I'm wondering why the engine likes this for white, because I would think black is just doing very well. I'm about to castle queenside and everything will get connected again. And
my feeling was also, my gut feeling was saying like, okay, I feel like black has solved his problems, but okay, computer is computer. Who knows?
Yeah.
And board 3, Pultinavicius versus Rasmus Swane is a very classical position. Okay, white is eventually maybe threatening or planning to push d4, d5, but black seems to be ready with his pieces to neutralize d5.
It's a very concrete situation. Like if you imagine black actually having time to play bishop d7, c6, I think it's immediately completely fine. In fact, I think we can play bishop d7 here if we wanted to, right? Because queen b7, bishop c6, and then bishop takes f3. I don't think, worries me at all as black breaking apart the structure like this on the king side for just one pawn.
Yeah, should be, especially with the pawn weakness also on a4 and b2.
Rook b8, and then we start playing on the king side with like knight g6, knight f4, knight h5. We get
so the big question is after bishop d7, what happens if white pushes d5?
Yeah, if you push d5, okay, we take everything off. You take with the rook, right?
Yes,
it's a bit awkward, right? It's a bit. Yeah, these positions are not always as easy, but maybe I can play something like queen c. I can play queen. No. I wanted to play queen c7, queen c1 check, but then rook d1 wins the game.
But you also mentioned queen c8, yeah?
Yeah, queen c8, knight d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
It's a bit awkward, right? Because if we could just play bishop c6 or bishop e6, we would immediately be completely fine here, but it still remains a little bit awkward. I still feel that after rook e8, I should not be losing this game, to be honest. I feel like I will equalize eventually.
I just want to, and then we will be moving on. Just want to highlight that actually Vincent did play the move h6 that you said, like, you are happy that the pawn is not on h6. So all these ideas with knight h4 will appear.
Yeah, I guess he just goes rook e8, queen f8. But yeah, as somebody who has never really played these positions with black and likes the idea of having my knight on f5 or g6, it would scare me very, very much to have this with black. I would be extremely worried, but I have seen it being held by strong players before. It's not, end of the world by any means if you have to play rook e8, queen f8. All right, so we're an hour and a half into the broadcast. Time maybe for the top 2-3 women's matches.
Yeah, let's take a look. So India still in a comfortable lead, but yesterday they have given up their first point, which also signals their opponent that, okay, the team is incredibly strong, but it's possible to...
Yeah, it's possible to score points again.
Yeah.
Very, very important, yeah. And they're playing against Poland today, one of the teams who are doing very, very well in this Olympiad. Seems like a kind of a boring-ish position in the game between Alina Kashlinskaya and Conero Hampi. Should be a draw. Like the structure is a bit spoiled on the king side, but white doesn't really have the pieces to exploit it, I feel. This probably ends up being a draw. Board 2, I think Harika has a very promising position against Monika Sochko. This did not go according to plan for black, I think.
Yeah, but it's a very tricky position because the knight on e6 is a good piece. At the same time, it's a bad piece, because I do recall something like rook hd1 and then knight g1, f4 kind of being the plan for white. Yeah, and then the knight on e6 can also be vulnerable.
Also very, very caveman stuff, like I just go h4, knight g5 next to moves if you let me. And I ask you, why are you not getting mated, sir, with your lack of development? It's a serious problem, you know. It's I'm not entirely kidding. It could become extremely painful. And the thing is, let's say you play, I don't know, let's make a slow move here, c6. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I feel like black needs to know. Usually they are trying to play some queen d7, but
yeah, I just want to demonstrate.
No, sorry, I'm actually completely confusing things, because black has one extra piece compared to the position that usually happens, where black goes queen d7, knight c6, knight d8, and that knight comes to e6. But one knight pair is already traded. Yeah. So in fact, by having all the knights on the board, this might be total nonsense for black.
Yeah, and just one thing I wanted to point out. Let's say, I mean, c6 is a bad move. Don't make it. But here I go h4, you go h6, and I get the feeling I can play knight g5 anyway. Like, I don't care. hg, g6, rook h6, and kind of let's go. You know, load it up.
I'm not
100% sure, but I would at least be extremely interested in this with white, because it feels like if it works, we just win on the spot.
Yeah, but hang on, I want to understand. Yeah, that's how did they reach this structure? Because yeah, the reason why I first thought like, okay, this is kind of normal, and white has this knight g1, knight e2 plan, because in that position this is very important. But in fact, this is a3. It's not from the g3 positions. Okay, this is then completely different. Wow, but then this is. No. Okay, let me just very quickly show you guys what I was thinking, what I was comparing with. Something that I have played for many years with black, or it was part of my repertoire in Queen's Indian. G3, bishop a6, b3, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, bishop e7, knight c3, and here the move order that you actually can castle, because you don't have to worry about e4, d5, c d5, bishop takes f1, king takes f1, e takes d5, e5, knight e4, and this is the position how we are getting now. Compare this position, and then later black was trading the e4 knight for something, and then black was going queen d7, knight c6, knight d8, and was supposed to be fine. However, here, of course, this is a completely different story, because we see that we have terrible knights. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just very unpleasant for Monika. I think she got slightly fooled by move orders there, and we'll have to play very carefully not to be under a lot of pressure in the center and on the king side. Board 3, we have one of the two remaining players on 100%, and once again having a wonderful position out of the opening. Olivia Kalbasa playing against Vaishali, Prague's sister.
Yeah, it looks very promising for white. Yeah.
Actually, I mean, I see the engine bar, and this kind of informs my thinking, but I don't hate this for black. The bishop goes to f7, solidifies everything. The g5 square can eventually be controlled, like bishop h4, bishop f7. Why is this so great? I understand white is doing well, but why is this so very good?
No, I mean, I wouldn't be giving more than slight advantage for white. Yeah, but it's just like, okay, white got something to play with. Yeah, that's already some kind of an achievement, and clearly we are kind of biased because she has 8 out of 8, right? So if there is already something to play with, then we are assuming that she might have a chance. On the other hand, okay, Vaishali has been also very tough, and she has been very powerful in this event for Team India. So I'm very curious to see if Olivia will be able to maintain her incredible record, or exactly today it will be the day when she will be stopped.
Yeah, and on board 4, Tanya is, I guess, a bit better against Maria Malichka, but really doesn't look like much. I think I can just take on e4, take on e5. If you take with the pawn, I'll put the knight on c5. I'm not very unhappy about any of this with black.
Yeah,
feels like a kind
solid,
of
yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a very solid semi-Tarosh in which white is not really pushing too much. And then we have a kind of an El Clasico there on match 2 with Ukraine playing against Georgia, another match where those teams know each other extremely well. Some very sharp positions here. This is Maria Muzachuk playing against Nana Zagnidze on board 1. Kind of a topical topical bishop b5 check Sicilian, where in particular the last couple of moves are very interesting. Like, we can go through everything, but there was clearly a pawn on c3 a moment ago.
Yeah,
And
I'm actually truly shocked by looking at the positions, because everywhere I see completely crazy positions. I mean, out of control and very uncharacteristic for the Georgian chess. Yeah, because usually they always play with stability. I want to see, how did we get here? And okay, it was bishop b5 check. Yeah, it's clear knight d7, but also not only on this board, but almost on all the boards.
Plenty of really exciting stuff. Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah, this is the line. Wow, but rook e1, rook b8, I don't recall this rook b8 move.
Yeah, this is a bit weird.
I know, but hang on, wasn't it that what you were also playing from white side, this tricky move order?
Yeah, I've done definitely some of this before, for sure. And the trick here is that, like, if you play c4 if it forces bishop c2, but if it allows bishop f1, it is sometimes quite dangerous. But I think after rook e1 here, I think there's this kind of a... I'm trying to remember how my game against Luke McShane went. I think you can play e6 here.
Yes, I think that it's e6. Yeah, that's
I think this is how it goes. And now there is this very long theory starting with ab5, takes, and you can play knight a3 here, right? Bishop b4. We take on b5, queen b7. And this is supposed to be not very much at all for white. It's supposed to be very manageable.
Yeah, very unclear.
But instead, yeah, she played this move rook b8. She played it, although I mean she's on 48 minutes now, so I don't know how confidently she did it. Maria jumped at the opportunity to make the game less balanced. Took twice on b5, bishop b4, knight a3, e6, d4.
It feels like white gained the tempo, yeah, very important tempo, yeah.
Yeah, the rook on b8 doesn't look right. Yeah, bishop f3, queen f3, c takes d4, and a very, very important decision here by Maria. I don't know if it's that good, but it's a very kind of a telling decision, because you can take on d4 here, but it would allow black to play bishop b7 and castle next move. And the moment black finishes development, I think structurally black is doing excellently well here. Yeah, because of all of those potentially weak pawns on the queen side. So she goes queen g3 instead, saying, I will now be a pawn down. dc, bc is already on the board, but please show me exactly how you're planning to finish development, exactly how are you planning to actually get the king to safety. Not such an easy question to answer.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous position. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure that black will be able to get out. But okay, on the other hand, yeah, if she will be able to get out, then everything is fine. All right, we move on, because on board 2, Vatsiashvili, Anna Muzachuk position looks completely out of control. I see a pawn on h6.
Yeah.
I see all kinds of sacrifices.
Yeah, this has gone kind of... yeah, it blew up.
And this was a Grünfeld, so Peter, tell us everything.
I know, yeah, and I was trying to remember. I remember what I give as the main choice against the bishop d2 Grünfeld in this move order, but I was trying to figure out if I gave this as a second choice. I don't think I did. And my suggestion after e4, knight c3, bishop takes c3, and queen d2, I think we're playing b6 here in the chorus. And the plan there is to play kind of slower, to try to challenge the white center with like b6, then often actually e7, e6 first, and only then we play c7, c5, and we start attacking the center. So as not to allow exactly the structure that we have in the game today, where Muzachuk played c5 immediately, which is I think the main move in this position currently, d5, e6. But I think what Nino is doing is quite new. I don't think I've seen this before, because white normally spends a tempo on bishop c4 here. And then black takes and goes like either knight d7, knight f6, or knight c6, bishop e6. That bishop becomes a target for counterplay, and black generally is in time. And instead of all of this, Nino just says, okay, mate. The menu for today is we give mate on the king's side. I'm not interested in all of those, central subtleties.
And wow, e5 met by a long castle, yeah, which basically invites d5, d4. But then probably this wow, I mean, I'm shocked. No, maybe it was a different. I mean, do you think it was played like this, or maybe just a technical issue?
Yeah, I think this is how it went. Yeah, probably.
I
don't think the boards actually mix up things. So, although, yeah, I mean, looks like it was played, right? Well, how do you not play d5, d4 really? Like
exactly, I'm surprised. I'm confused.
But honestly, you can't get the position they have on the board right now with the other move order, because you need to play knight c6 and there's always a pawn on d5. So it looks like it actually was played in this move order, which is very, very confusing. Yeah, like d5, d4, h5, g5. Like, why is that bad?
Yeah,
it's very confusing. Yeah, thanks very much for the sub, Arshibel. Yeah, I mean, comparing this to what she got in the game, which is she played knight c6, h5, g5, and now first off, she doesn't have a healthy extra pawn on d4, and secondly, yeah, her setup in the center is far less solid. Knight f3, bishop g4. Yeah,
I'm very tempted to take somehow on d4.
Yeah, I couldn't find how we're winning after that. But my first thought was also, let's just take on d4 and calculate later.
But actually, maybe you just no. I mean, how you
king takes d1 or something? Yeah, just king takes d1. I don't know. It's weird.
I mean, very dangerous. Also, just moving the knight, I mean, to f5 looks also okay. The bishop is coming back to g4. I understand, but we wouldn't be surprised if there would be some very, very strong way of using this. Wow. Okay. I haven't really seen the Grünfeld collapsing so quickly, to be honest. It feels very risky. And what else? But okay, that's what I meant. Board one is completely out of control. I mean, black's king is in the center, of course, with a solid structure, but still, the king is in danger in this position. Also, we are seeing total craziness. And board three, what do we have? Anna Yushanina versus Lila Yavakishvili. This is more or less like a strategical play. Yeah? This is because, okay, white has the two bishops. On the other hand, black has, for example, this lovely structure. Black also has this idea of bringing the knight to transfer the knight to c5, for example. I mean, this looks like Georgian chess. Yeah, everything under control.
Yeah, very solid position. And on board four, also kind of a solid position for both sides. Knight d2 is a clever move there by Mary Arabidze, though. She could already have taken on a5, but she correctly assesses that getting the knight to c4 is just way, way more important, because nobody really cares about the pawn on a5. Everybody does care a great deal about the pawn on d6, though. So she is doing the right thing here.
Yeah, and it looks like it's very unpleasant for black. I mean, I would be very uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Okay, lot to play for a very messy match.
Yeah, and then we have Bulgaria versus Kazakhstan and Azerbaijan, Mongolia rounding up the 13-point matches. Let's just take a look if there are some really crazy positions there, because we have so much going on that we can't really go too much into detail for every single match. I think Jansaya Abdumalik might be doing quite well on board one there for Kazakhstan, with e6, e5 coming in very quickly.
Yeah, looks
the rest of the
very
positions,
good.
Yeah, the rest of the positions look kind of normal. I don't really want to say anything.
Yeah, it's a solid position on the Asaubayeva's board. On Antona Gabriela, Senia Balabayeva, also it looks like, okay, a lot to play for. It's a big maneuvering game.
Yeah.
And board four, okay. It's a typical kind of Nimzo that you don't know exactly how to evaluate.
Like how does, like, the machine likes this for white?
It's shocking, yeah.
What?
I mean, I would think like, okay, bishop comes to d7, black can never be worse, yeah?
Yeah, g6, f6, king g7. Like I'm playing for a win here with black. What? Yeah, I mean, yeah. People are asking me if I'm 100% retired. When I see computer evaluations like this for positions like this, I feel like maybe yes, I am. Even though no, it hasn't been officially announced that I'm retired. I will probably play some more chess at some point. But you know, this is not filling me with confidence when I see that the engine bar says white is better here. Like, I don't see how that is possible, to be honest. Maybe it's just that we go knight f5, and then
yeah, but still, yeah. I mean, okay. I will also not even comment on this, yeah, because I also don't understand how this could be possible.
Okay, so perhaps in terms of finishing the roundup, let's find out Magnus's game, because people always want the Magnus's game. And
yeah, which board is Norway?
Let me find.
Here, yeah, I already have it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because Magnus plays against Susanto Megaranto. This is a very, very talented and dangerous player with a lot of experience. I think he's a legend of Philippines. So
that's Indonesia, I think.
Let's just see the opening.
Pretty sure that's Indonesia, not Philippines.
Yes, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, it's Indonesia, of course. Yeah, sorry, pardon me, of course. Yeah. Megaranto, but a very experienced player. I recall him already from Olympiads 15 years ago. He was board 1. Yeah, c4, bishop b4 check, bishop d2, a5, a3, takes, d6. Yeah, Magnus, okay, just wants to avoid any kind of direct confrontation. Let's play chess approach is kind of is visible. e3, queen e7, bishop d3, e5.
Yeah, I think very clear strategy for Magnus today, just saying I will play some kind of a very, very passive looking position out of the opening where we will make 100 moves, basically. Like, nothing will be happening for quite some time here, but you also will not be able to trade very many pieces. You will not be able to force any kind of simplifications. Even if your position begins by being better, I don't care. We're going to play a long game of chess.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that he traded the dark squared bishop. Yeah, so the dark squared bishops were traded immediately, traded off right away. So that's why Magnus is able to employ this strategy of putting all his pawns on the dark squares and having a very healthy position. So castles, b3, rook f8, hinting at a clear threat of e5, e4. White goes e4. Now black goes knight f8. Big maneuvering. Rook f1, bishop g4, d5, knight d7 back. h3, and Magnus gives up the bishop. Yeah, all right. So this is how we reach that structure that we are having on the board. b4, rook a7. Also Magnus hinting at doubling on the a file, not allowing white. I mean, for example, if black would prematurely take on b4 immediately right away, then he would be kind of stuck forever, and white would have the idea of going rook a2 and eventually rook ea1, grabbing the a file, and getting the a file would be extremely important for white. Magnus says, you know what, I'm going to go rook a7. I will decide if I want to take already and go rook a8, or I will play rook a8 immediately.
Yeah, so the kind of a logical continuation here is white either goes rook a2, rook a1, or perhaps white goes queen b2 or something like that. And on the other side of the board, what you would ideally like to happen from the white side is you play, I think, g3, h4, and you put the bishop on h3. This is sort of the maximum if black does nothing for like 5 moves here, I would like to play g3, h4, put the bishop on h3, because that bishop really doesn't do anything on any other square, really. On d3, it looks kind of beautiful, but it's not really involved in the game. On h3, it starts participating in the game quite actively. But Magnus is, of course, aware of that. And for Magnus, I think if you're looking for an active plan, it's knight h5, knight g7. And with the knight on g7, maybe, or knight f4. But I think in general, from f4, it very easily gets smoked out with bishop f1 and g3. So it goes to g7, and then you start hinting at some f7, f5s.
Exactly, yeah, because one has the feeling that, yeah, also white is not entirely happy with this, that so many pieces are traded. Yeah, it definitely helps black that 2 pair of pieces are are traded off already, and white opted for knight d2.
Yeah.
So he's also trying maybe knight f1, knight e3, and then bishop f1, g3.
No, I think his plan is actually rook a8, knight b3, and asking Magnus straight away, would you like to play b6, or would you like all 4 rooks to come off? I think Magnus is playing b6. I think there is almost no way that Magnus allows mass simplifications here by taking on b4, and you're never ever playing a5, a4, of course. So I think he goes b6 here, and we continue from here.
Yeah, because the knight on beast is also feeling.
It's not an oil painting either. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So just if already we look at this match, what is on other boards? So Aryan Tari with the white pieces. I mean, I'm not sure that I'm liking his position so much, but it's a normal position. He has given up the 2 bishops, but he has the center. Double H position there. John Ludwig Hammer's position looks like a dream Berlin. I mean, if you don't get mated, you just win.
Yeah, 2 pawns up. White actually gave up. White's last 2 moves were f2, f4, knight takes f4, e5, e6, knight takes e6. So Hammer's opponent quite clearly kind of going in on this idea of creating a dynamic play. He'll play knight f5, I assume. Yeah, he's already played knight f5.
Yeah.
And now the question is, can you stabilize and not allow anything bad to happen, or the threats of like rook d7, rook e7 are too strong, and eventually you have to start giving way. But like, can we try like rook g8? I guess rook d7, just bishop c6. Just show me what this does. Yeah, rook e7, king f8. And now g6 is a threat, bishop e4 is a threat.
Rook e8 is a threat.
Rook e8, yeah. I'm not sure I can see how we're supposed to be getting mated here. And we are 2 pawns up, so if we're not somehow
something like rook f1 would be logical. Yeah, trying to
rook e8, for instance, just to make sure nothing gets opened. Feels like it just doesn't work. As far as I can tell, this just doesn't do very much.
Yeah, it shouldn't, because I mean, black has very nice pieces. I mean, usually if you are sacrificing all those pawns, you want something more than this. But also the game is not so important for us, so yeah, we will be not dealing with this
Urquidal
match.
is much better on the last board. Yeah, knight takes e6 is a nice touch. It's a very temporary piece sacrifice. It will get picked up back by e5, ef. And then we have basically a better position everywhere. There will be b2, b4 in the end there if we want to just maybe win some material on the queen side. Or we can switch to some kind of an attack on the king side with like h4, knight g4, queen e3. But I like b4. Like it probably is just a healthy extra pawn now. I don't think that can protect a5.
Yeah, and white has lovely construction. Yeah, so this is looking good.
Yeah, so this is probably Norway is doing okay today. It will be interesting to see if Magnus actually wins this position.
Yeah, I feel like we have to jump back to the big matches. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really messy position in Ralph's game. And Ralph finally started thinking at some point, not here, but somewhere, he finally started thinking. He was still blitzing until move 13, but at some point, f4.
Look at this. Nihal is down to 24 minutes on the clock. Yeah, in a very, very massive middle game position, showing that he completely got caught off guard by this.
Yeah,
wow, knight f6 hd. White even wastes a tempo on hd, but covering the g4 square is so important.
Queen e7 castles. This actually transposes, I think, to something that Anish covers via a different move order. And here Nihal took on f4. I guess he thought, okay, now I'm safe and I can do it quite comfortably. And he got hit by. Let me actually check the timings because I'm very curious. Castles took Ralph 14 minutes, and then he blitzed out all the rest. So he either was remembering or he thought of this sequence when he played castles, and then he just played quickly. b4 is a very clever move here because it looks like we're just randomly giving up material, but if black takes on b4, we'll play e4, e5, and the knight has to go back to g8. And this is obviously hugely, hugely unattractive for black because then your king probably never actually reaches safety. You are so far behind in development. So Nihal chose to actually get his king to safety, allowing c5, bishop b5, knight c4. Of course, if you give up the pawn on f4 here, you are probably lost, honestly. So g5 must be played. Bishop b2, rook a8, rook a1, bishop c8. And we reach the position that they have on the board right now, where, yeah, it's quite difficult to figure out exactly what's going on. White clearly has good compensation for the one pawn that had to be sacrificed, but exactly how good Rauf is doing here is not very clear to me.
Yeah, it looks very, very promising. On the other hand, okay, if black somehow, but what can black do? Because bishop a6 unfortunately is not possible due to knight takes e5, losing a piece.
I think this is the biggest problem, is exactly this, that you're currently sort of holding your position together, but you don't have very much in a way of active moves, and white can just start like rounding up the d4 pawn. You can play like queen f2, prepare to take on e5, play, I don't know, bishop c2 after that, and just take on d4. One plan you will have if the queen moves away from e2 is knight h5, g3. But
exactly, yeah.
But that doesn't really, like, it's not mate or anything. It's just an idea.
In any case, it's a very sharp position. I mean, okay, I wouldn't dare to believe in computer's evolution here. That definitely doesn't have any practical value. It's a very messy position, unless Rauf comes up with a very clear plan which simply confirms that black is in trouble. Otherwise, I don't see it to be so clear. Maybe actually even a move like knight d7 is a possibility, just to...
Yeah, but then you sort of continue not having moves, like if you move away, maybe you do want to play bishop g7 and then knight e5.
Yeah, maybe, I understand, it's very tough. Okay, we're gonna keep an eye on it. Let's take a look how Gukesh is doing against Mamedov. I feel like Shakhriyar should be very happy.
Yeah, this is very solid by Shah. Yeah, he actually did something I would be quite worried about. Yeah, there was this Wesley against Lev game in, where was that? In Poland, I think. In the, I think in the Blitz, in the Warsaw Superbet Rapid and Blitz, where I think the knight went to c5 and then white went like a4 and blew up the queen side. But here specifically, I think it was very important that black already had the knight on c6. If you go knight c5 here, I think it immediately gets traded by knight g7. It never stays there.
Of course. Yeah,
so this is, I think, why what Shahryar is doing is quite clever, because he is not committing the knight to a choice of a square until he sees where the knight from b3 is going. And yeah, if it goes to d4, it gets challenged on d4, of course, as well. Castles, bishop d7, preparing to castle long, takes, rook d6, castles, rook hd1, king c7, f4, bishop b6. Yeah, white is never worse here, but I don't think white has any particular claims to an advantage.
Yeah, absolutely not. Yeah, I believe black has equalized. So, all right. On second board, Rauf has a nice position. I mean, very interesting position, but yeah, the board one is equal. This one is kind of an isolated. The big question is, will white be able to block this pawn? Yeah, if white will be able to block it with knight d4 or knight b5 and then landing a knight on d4, white will be putting pressure.
At least a little bit better, yeah. I don't know if much, but at least a little bit better for sure. But yeah, it's I wanted to say even d5, d4 right now is something you need to discuss, but I don't think it's great. Because
after then knight b5.
Yeah, knight b5 is a problem. Yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, bishop takes f3.
I mean, let's hang on, because I mean, how did we get here? It was a very solid position. Yeah, a4 of course is the move that creates the some kind of trouble. Bishop b7, knight c3, rook b8, knight e1. Yeah, Prognoz, all the ideas, all the classical ideas. Yeah, white wants to go e4. White is also eventually hinting at just bringing the knight to d3. So black is kind of provoked to play c5, but now we see how this isolated pawn position appears. C takes d5, c d4, queen d4, knight c5. Some tactical idea on the b3 pawn, but okay, white just very easily protects. E d5, knight f3 back, knight e6, queen d1. I mean, this is what I like from these young kids, that we know from Prague he's a very dynamic player. He loves to attack. He loves to get the initiative, but they also know very well how to play these small strategical maneuvering games, and he's not shy and not ashamed to just retreat with his queen on queen to d1.
Yeah, they have very, very sound positional upbringing. They've been doing a lot of work, and I mean, you have to say that like the attitude India currently has towards its young talents is, you know, very, very inspiring, and obviously a lot of resources are being spent there. So perhaps, you know, not every country can repeat that, but still, these kids, apart from them obviously enthusiastically working on chess every day, they also get coaching from, you know, the absolute world's best. You know, Kramnik went there for a couple of sessions. Boris Gelfand, I think, is a frequent visitor there. Or, you know, some people who are unbelievably helpful for young talents such as all of these kids. So it's clear that you expect kids of that age to be very, very gifted tactically, to handle dynamics, to be able to calculate precisely and quickly and do all of those things. But they're also positionally just classically trained.
Yeah, and then we also have board 4, Abasov versus Sadvani. We have seen that Sadvani allowed this bishop to land on d6, and we are wondering what will be the justification. White play bishop e2, f6, f4, g6, g4. So white plays very, very aggressively. So we are seeing the rook c8 idea. f5 takes, knight g7, rook f1, bishop d5, c4, bishop c6. All right, so it got a little bit out of hand, yeah, because white was just very energetic. Probably he didn't believe that he can play very slowly, and bringing the rook to f4. On the other hand, with this very stable structure, I don't feel like black can be worse here.
Yeah, it seems like it's fine. Rook f4 is, I think, hinting at rook h4, but even that I don't think does you know, enough. It shouldn't really be anywhere near enough to cause serious problems, even if I have to take on f5 and give up on h7, but I don't think I have to.
Yeah, because okay, f5 pawn is also so vulnerable. Yeah, I feel like Sadvani is in total control with the black pieces. I mean, no worries. And well, I'm kind of expecting a draw on board 4. I'm expecting a draw on board 1. And then the big question will be, of course, how this craziness between Rauf Mamedov and Nihal Sarin will end.
Absolutely. Well, it probably actually just sort of decides the match now. Because the other three boards, I mean, maybe Prague has a little bit of something, but the margins are very small, I think, on the remaining 3 boards. And then we have this absolute madness on board 2, which, and your plan actually with knight d7 is now being deployed by Nihal, but what is he supposed to do after bishop takes d4 here? I'm sorry.
Well, I think knight d7 is an emergency. It's not a move that you really want. But also, my knight d7 was before queen f2. Now you are taking a pawn on d4.
Yeah, and the knight lands on d6. I don't like this. I think Rauf is in charge now, very much in charge.
Yeah, no tactics seems to work for white. I mean, for black, trying to use this pin on the d4 square. Example, bishop d4, queen d4, and then knight is coming also to d6. I mean, maybe black is just in a lot of trouble. And that would mean actually that Prague has to squeeze out something out of this little better position.
Yeah, it seems like it. And let's briefly actually go to the US match, because in particular the Levon, I think the Levon game is one of the most fun games we have today, and there's been a lot of developments. And once again, just very impressive how well these kids calculate. So all of this happened up to queen d3, rook f3. Levon went takes and long castles. Once again, they've progressed so far. We don't really need to comment on this. And Teodoro played d5. And Levon uncorked a very, very beautiful idea here. He took on g7, and then not bishop h6 check, but rook g1 check, forcing king h8, and now a move that, you know, is like music to any kind of a chess lover's ears. He goes bishop d4 here. Such a beautiful move. And in fact, as far as I can tell, what Teodoro replied to is the only way not to lose. But it seems like it's holding. E takes d4 is forced, And after queen takes f3, I think the only move not to lose is the move that he made, because queen f7 is coming and you get mated. And if you play bishop e6 here, I think queen f4 wins on the spot. So your problems here are kind of twofold. You need to control the dark squares, and you need to stop queen f7. And he goes queen d6, and he goes quite... I think he had seen this when he was playing d5, most likely. And the point is, if you go queen f7, we now have queen h6 check and then bishop e6. And suddenly we covered everything.
Wow.
And it seems like black is okay. I am very, very impressed by Nicolaus, because yeah, this is not easy calculation that he has.
Yeah, I think Levon will be also very, very upset by this defense, yeah, because he played this brilliant idea and he felt like, okay, it might just decide the game. Mm-hmm. Or at least he hoped for, yeah, that he will confuse the opponent completely, and then queen d6, and yeah, this queen h6, bishop e6. In fact, then how is Levon safe here?
He has to play knight e2, and after knight e2, the machine just goes bishop d7, says if I play rook f8, I will completely consolidate, I will have no issues. And after queen f6, sorry, queen f7 again, we give a check, king goes to, let's say, c2. And the engine even takes on h3, says we don't even need to play bishop e6. With the queen on h6, there is no mate anymore. So we can start snacking on stuff, like just bishop takes h3 here, no worries.
But yeah, also after queen h6, I feel myself very, very unhappy if I have to move my king to a white light square, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, this queen d6...
So, yeah, this is very, very impressive by the young Greek player.
Yeah, I also want to jump to the Armenian match just to see what's happening there, because I feel like in what I'm looking, Abdusattorov against Sargsyan seems to be completely out of control. I mean, the bishop on b3 had been opened up, the knight is on g4, already some kind of sacrifice are looming in the air. How did we get here? So actually, Gavi reacted in the most classical fashion after bishop d2. He did not want to be provoked into anything, just h6, rook e8, a3, bishop f8, knight c3. Now I feel like this is exactly my game against Nihal Sarin from Isle of Man. I played this with the white pieces. I just didn't remember if it was with rook e1, bishop d2, or it happened from d3, bishop d2. But I do recall that we got to this position. Rook b8 played by Gavi, bishop a2. Yeah, all these slightly mysterious but very logical moves. And if you are involved in this position, then you know exactly why these moves are being played. Black plays a5. I think it's also some kind of a computer suggestion, yeah, that you are trying to get counterplay with b5, b4. So white goes knight d5, b4, bishop b3, knight takes d5, ed5, knight e7. And whenever this knight takes d5, ed5 happens, we get a very dynamic play. This is not really strategical anymore. Knight h2, black breaks with c6, so he doesn't worry about opening up the bishop, but okay, this will be very, very unclear. Queen c7, knight g4.
Yeah, this is a kind of a scary situation for black, where you have to start calculating some very, very concrete things. For instance, if you play queen takes c6 here, I don't know if it, like, bishop takes h6 exists. Bishop a4 wins on the spot. Sorry, yeah, thank you, Peter. Yeah, I'm blind.
Yeah, because it's so easy to get carried away with all the sacrifices. Yeah. I had the same thought process.
Yeah, so I guess you with great sadness, you might have to start thinking about bishop e6, maybe just to take care of some of your problems by trading away the bishop on b3. And yeah, in this type of a position, like, you need to start calculating, like, takes, perhaps.
And then f4 maybe just. Yeah.
f4, or let's say it doesn't work, but just to illustrate my thought process, like rook e4, knight takes e6, and then knight takes h6. And we just, like, we lure one more defender to the queen side, and then we just throw everything in the king side, like takes, queen h5, rook g4 check, all of this stuff. I don't think it's enough. It probably gets defended, but you have to defend sort of both the queen side and the king side. Yeah, very sharp.
It's a very, very, very dangerous position. I mean, I'm not liking it, but it somehow signaled confidence from Gabi that he played c6. Yeah, that I mean, to me, the c6 move looked almost like a suicidal move, because usually the point of the structure after ed5 is that white's bishop on b3 is kind of locked out of the game. But if you have to play c6, I mean,
yeah, I'm a bit curious about this. Like, why couldn't we just ignore it and play? I think knight h2 was what he was, because normally when white allows this change of structure, you don't go knight h2, you go d3, d4. You try to open up things. You try to sort of open the e file, get them.
But then we go e4, no?
Rook e4 and bishop b7, or
and bishop b7.
But
b4 is hanging.
B4 is hanging. Yeah, I'm not so sure.
Not.
I'm not so sure. So I think I think this is what he expected. And knight h2 kind of took him by surprise, because this is not the standard procedure when white allowed knight d5, he takes d5. And I mean, I think his problem is, like, if you make a move like knight g6 here, which was, I thought, what would be my suggestion, you just go rook e4 and you pick that pawn up, right? You just go up, or rook a4, I don't know which one you like better. And yeah, you'll have to play some very concrete positions where you're down material. Anyway, we will return to this. Hrant has, this is where, okay, at least the bar agrees with me. I was going to say there is no way this is good for white, and then I thought, but maybe Hrant knows what he's doing. But yeah, I just really, really don't like the fact that the h pawn got traded for the f pawn.
Yeah, this is such an incredible, massive improvement for black. Yeah, that you have this. Wow, how did this happen?
I thought maybe I just misunderstand everything, but no, I think I'm on point here.
Bishop e3, knight g5.
He took and played d5 here, yeah. Instead of going d5 immediately, he took and played d5 here.
Yeah, this already I'm not liking. I mean, this trade on g5 and then going d5. I don't know.
Yeah, and then basically Nazarbek Yakuboyev made sure that the knight on c5 is not getting challenged immediately, and then once the queen left d1, we played g4, we traded those two pawns off. And in the current position, I am very happily pushing f5, maybe even right away. I don't think we have to necessarily, even wait for very long.
Yeah,
I'm just pushing f5, and I mean, white probably has to just kind of green and bear it. Maybe I go bishop f3, right? I'm trying to provoke f4, and then I'm trying to establish some kind of a light square blockade, like bishop f3, f4, bishop f2. I go h3, I go queen e2, and I say this actually ends up being manageable. But black, of course, is by no means obliged to play f5, f4. You can continue preserving this tension in the center.
Yeah, just a dream scenario for black. I mean, I feel like their openings worked out perfectly, because on first board, Abdusatov has very serious pressure. In fact, in my view, the position is really critical for black unless Gabi comes up with a very, very nice defense. Merkumian with the black piece is on the defensive. What do we have on board 3?
Yeah, the ancient actually very much likes what Samvel is doing here. The bishop on b, or at least doesn't dislike. But yeah, this is close to what I had against, not exactly what I had against Sam, but in spirit it's kind of close to what I had against Sam. And it's difficult for me to figure out why we're supposed to love this with white. Okay, so we achieved all this, but what's the plan?
Yeah, usually computers are playing this position very well from the white side. Humanly speaking, if you just ask me, I would say I would be very happy with the black pieces, yeah?
We're just chilling. I will play h7, h5. Like my next semi-waiting move would be h7, h5, just to slightly more, to make some slight additional improvement to my structure, grab some space on the queen side.
How did we get this? b3 castles, bishop b2, knight e5, queen e1, rook e8, king h1, bishop f8. Yeah, the standard setup, rook d1, g6. Yeah, both sides are regrouping. Knight a4, queen e7. Okay, so there are some issues on the d file, yeah, maybe due to the pin. So that's why the queen moved to e7, knight b6, rook c6. Okay, unclear position. And what about the last board? I mean, also on the last board, black has a fantastic position. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah. I wasn't entirely sure, but I guess like bishop f1 I think is going in the right direction here, but I wasn't exactly sure just how good this is, because I thought, you know, bishop g2, there will be some pressure against the center, but clearly the engine thinks this is good for black. We can maybe even play h5 while we can and soften up the queen side even further.
Yeah, I just want to see how we got here. Yeah, so the move knight c6 had been played. Yeah, for some reason, knight bd7 is not the way to go, as it seems. So knight c6, knight d5, knight d7, slightly surprising. I mean, it looks
a little
like,
bit, yeah.
Yeah, black should definitely not be able to play like this, but maybe black knows exactly that he can. Rook fd1, rook c8, c3, bishop g5. Yeah, that's the main idea of knight d7, being able to trade the dark square bishops. h3 takes, queen g5, queen e3 takes. Okay, a super solid and safe position for white.
No, but I think he maybe either missed or misevaluated this. Yeah, like takes, and knight c5 happened.
Yeah, very
and
concrete.
For some reason, Robert didn't take on d6 here, which is honestly very surprising to me. Like, I would be taking on d6 here kind of instantly.
Yeah, would be very natural. And what did he do instead of this?
He played something fancy. He played bishop c4 and then rook dd1 and ended up. Yeah, this was his plan, obviously, putting pressure on the d6 pawn. But perhaps he misevaluated this f3 g6 endgame.
Yeah, knight e7 and okay, g4 d5.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Whoa, no. Is this real? What is Gabi doing?
I mean, wow. Yeah, in Gabi's game, yeah, knight takes c6 and bishop takes h6 happened.
And bishop h6, he insta plays gh.
Wow.
I mean, his point is after knight f6 check, he will just go king h8. And knight takes e8, queen e7, he captures that knight. I don't know, this is very, very worrying.
I mean, okay, in emergency case, you have knight takes d6, bishop f7, but that's probably fine for black.
I want more, yeah, I definitely want more. Let's check out queen f3. Queen f3 is the, like, if queen f3 works, it might win, right?
Yeah, queen f3, hitting
I think
the
you
knight.
have to take on e8, because knight d4, queen f7, or queen f6, yeah, queen e8.
Yes.
And now I have a number of choices. Bishop f7 is one. I also don't hate queen f6 check. I don't know if it's the best move, but I don't actually hate queen f6 check. Because I think king g8, rook e3, yeah, you'll have to play this position. And I just like my queen on d6 very much. I think it kind of paralyzes black a great deal, and it's difficult to find a good
because black actually needs knight d4 in order to be fine, but the rook is hanging.
You probably end up playing queen d7 and giving me the f7 pawn anyway. But maybe survive after that.
Yeah, very, very worrisome situation for the Armenian team, yeah. This is very shaky. Of course, lot will depend on this game, yeah, that how all this tactical skirmish will work out. But yeah, Abdusattorov, razor sharp. I mean, just incredible how he's. I mean, he managed to get a very interesting playable position against Sargsyan in this anti-martial. I mean, this is already something. Knight f6, king h8. So okay. And he's pausing. Is there a chance that there is some...
Yeah, I'm also looking like queen h5 or something, but I don't know what threat we are creating. I don't think we have enough threats. And
yeah, luckily the bishop on c8 covers the g4 square. Yeah, this is important. And okay, black has a threat of going rook e6, yeah, basically.
Yeah, I think we have to take. And then we have the position, and yeah, plenty to discuss here. Like, we looked at queen f3 a little bit, queen h5 exists, but I don't know if I like it that much. And then, of course, as you mentioned, there is this kind of a fallback position of going knight d6, bishop f7.
Yeah, no, I mean, just forget it, ignore it. I mean, that's exactly how black would be dreaming. Yeah, bishop f7, knight d4, and maybe black, or even rook b7, rook g7, and suddenly...
Yeah, just start claiming that we very simply have more pieces on the board, so we are going to use them as to kind of, Zerg rush our opponent.
Yeah, white has to go for the initiative, and yeah, this queen f3 move, yeah, hitting the knight on c6 and the pawn on f7. This balances me big time, yeah.
Yeah,
all
very
right.
interesting position. I have to say. Very, very interesting position.
Yeah, if there is no other action, then we can of course focus on this, but probably there is.
Yeah, let's take a look at what's happening in Netherlands, Iran, just for a second. So
Yes.
Anish has some kind of a very slow position. Machine likes it for white, but hang on. What?
I mean, Black's last move was knight c5 to b7.
Yeah, but like this is a full exchange, no? He just sacrifices the exchange. Ah, okay, he wants to take on a3. Because we can play knight f3 now. You play queen e7, I suppose. And I can play bishop h6. But I think he's quite happy to just taking on a3 here and giving up that.
Of course, yeah. Please take it, yeah. Please
Okay.
take it, yeah. Anish goes bishop a2, yeah. Anish
Anish also
wants to
says,
get
yeah,
knight to c4.
I understand we don't want this. Okay, then we have this weird exchange sacrifice on board 2 in the game between Tabatabai and Jordan. Yeah, this is what I meant. White will not give mate, but white will have decent positional compensation. This is close to how that game between, actually maybe even exactly how that game between Kramnik and Sadler went, with a slight transposition. Should probably end in a draw, I assume, because the white definitely has enough for the exchange, but I also don't see how white ever wins this if this is played precisely.
Yeah.
On board 3, kind of a
Very
boring-ish position in the game between Benjamin Bok and Idani Poya.
Black actually managed to neutralize white's initiative. Yeah, now Black.
He did go knight d7. He did go knight d7, and Benjamin decided he cannot take. I wonder why.
Okay, so I mean, maybe after knight takes c6, some very, very slow businesses are a problem. Yeah,
Yeah, knight f6 or something. Yeah, because
yeah, you just get out of this tactical possibilities, and
but
then,
yeah, of course, if you don't take on 6 here, many of Black's problems will be immediately solved. And he also chose not to go f4. Like, my second choice would be to play f4, and he took on d7 simply. And yeah, if you take on d7, you're just not going to be much better.
yeah, I was actually expecting, yeah, if knight takes c6 does not work, then f4 would be the choice. Yeah. Wow. And okay, now Black is perfectly fine. Okay.
Yeah, Black is okay. And on board 4,
the knight did reach c5.
Yeah,
Your knight b7 was played, actually.
Yeah. And yeah, chat was very excited about the idea of meeting b2 before with d6, d5 here. There was a number of messages saying d5 works there, which probably means it does work.
Yes.
So yeah, this was not played. He played g3, bishop g2 instead.
Big maneuvering in the endgame, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
If finally, okay, one could argue that if Black is provoked or forced to play e6, e5, then white should be very happy, especially in an endgame. Bishop d8, bishop f3. I mean, also freeing up the way for the knight to reach back to e3. I mean, I'm really worried for Black here. I mean, without queens, without counterplay against white's king, the structural damage is done.
Yeah, it's not great. And the bishop is still not on any kind of, the d8 bishop, I mean, is still not on a particularly good diagonal. So yeah, this is pressure for Iran. Anish's position, the engines kind of like for white, but it's incredibly unclear. Yeah, kind of a weird match. The US match is heating up. Fabi found something. Whoa.
Yeah, wow, what is this incredible bishop h6?
Very cute by Fabi.
Absolutely shocking. Yeah, it's suddenly queen h6, rook g6, queen h5, bishop g4 traps the queen and wins the game.
Yeah. And the queen is just generally in trouble now. Like, yeah, it's just difficult to find a way to, like, maybe you have to play f3, but if you have to play f3, you're not going to be enjoying yourself too much, I think.
Yeah, no, white is in a lot of trouble. I mean,
yeah, okay. And in Levon's game, Levon played rook g5, which definitely was not among the moves which were supposed to equalize. Yeah, he might just be worse now.
Wow. I mean, yeah, we are getting the message by Sotis that he's not sure that rook g5 had been played.
But it's such a weird, board glitch. Like, the board doesn't glitch with rook g5. I just don't think.
Yes, exactly. I mean, where do you put this rook otherwise? Yeah.
Yeah. But now, like, bishop d7 is -3, and even bishop a6, which is a kind of weird move to suggest, but bishop a6 is also sort of -3. This is so strange by Levon. If he actually did play this, and it says 24 minutes, so...
I mean, he spent 24 minutes on rook g5?
That's what the website says, yes.
Wow. Quite shocking.
Yeah, I mean... The thing about this move is that I don't understand what it does. Like, we're just...
Yeah, it does not threaten anything, yeah?
Yeah, we have not created a new threat in the position. And now, after bishop d7 and rook f8, our stuff will start hanging. It's just... I understand why people kind of refuse to believe that this will happen in the game, because it makes no sense, but it also cannot really be a glitch because... Like
hang on, it does stop queen h6 check. Yeah, that's
kind of okay. Yeah.
So in fact, now queen f7 is a mating threat.
This is very good by probably in chat. He probably thinks bishop d7, queen f7 is strong, but then queen f8, queen takes d7, queen f4 wins the game for black.
Ooh, this is brutal.
This is very, very good by our chat again, actually explaining the kind of the thinking behind a very poor move. But like grandmasters like Levon don't make poor moves with zero ideas. Like there is no way he goes rook g5 and has no ideas behind it. And yeah, this must be the idea, but it just falls down tactically. And it's not really such a difficult calculation because, like, what else do you play? You don't really want to play h6 here, I suspect, for a number of reasons, like queen h5 looks dangerous and everything.
Yeah, okay, you want to find the way to develop, yeah?
Yeah, so basically you start calculating bishop d7, you realize queen f7 exists. The only move not to resign pretty much there is queen f8. I mean, queen
but
h6
maybe you stop, that you don't have queen h6 and you're in a state of shock.
Well, he has half an hour and he is a kind of a young confident player who generally doesn't stop when having to calculate. So yeah, this could be a huge turnaround. Like if the US one more match ends up losing like a whiteboard somewhere, it's just it's difficult to play as favorites. It's just difficult to play as favorites. And on other boards, Wesley is not worse, but shouldn't be better either. I mean, bishop takes a5 is just equal, and I guess c takes d5 is also probably just equal. C takes d5, bishop c4 I don't like very much. I think I like bishop takes a5 more in terms of just equalizing. This should also be a draw, though.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, it's very equalish. And what about, okay, Lenny has all to play for on
everything is on Lanier, but Lanier has a very nice position. Like by the standards of this line, this is quite promising.
Yeah, White has got everything that he wanted.
It's about as perfect. Yeah, about as perfect.
Hang on, look at this. After rook c8, he even got the chance to not be forced into this c3 kind of thing. Knight bd2, knight e7, c3, c5. Yeah, this is what he made sure. That's the idea behind a4, a5. Slightly mysterious move that basically this c6, c5 never does anything because the pawn on a5 is so beautifully placed already. Knight c5, knight b3, knight c6, bishop e3, very, very standard and very precise. Knight falls back to d7, knight fd4, and yeah, this is how you are supposed to claim the advantage, bishop g6 and f4. So maybe black will have to play actually the undesired bishop c5 and eventually take on d4 in order to stop f4, f5.
Exactly, but
then you give up all the dark squares.
And this structure, shockingly, is not always bad for black, actually. But here White has the absolute best version. Because you get, I mean, not structure, but this material balance with bishop c5, bishop takes d4. You get it quite a lot in these types of carros. But White has the absolute dream with the pawn on a5, with the pawn on f4 already established. f7, f6 break hasn't come yet and will be difficult to organize in a good version. And White has all of their normal plans here available to them.
Yeah, and okay, let's also not forget that Fabi has a very nice position. So basically, Fabi and Lenny are doing very well, but Levon is maybe bluffing, and who knows how it ends.
Yeah. Chad also, and I don't think we've actually covered the England match more than once throughout the entire Olympiad. So maybe can we find them? Where are they?
The English team, yeah?
England are playing on match 11. And we're being told that David Howell is doing well again. Yeah, there we are. Yeah. Mickey already drew, and Howell on board. No, Howell is not playing.
Howell. That's why he's doing well. He's resting, enjoying his moment. Yeah.
Yeah, we got slightly debated there by chat. Yeah.
Yeah, he has probably posted a photo from the pool or something. Yeah, drinking some cocktail, enjoying his 7.5 out of 8.
Which is what he should be doing. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Which is what he should be doing.
Yeah. Okay. Mickey drew on the first board with black. Solid result. Luke McShane on board 2, having a very complex position, but seemingly, according to computer, it looks very good for white. Apparently, the king on g1 is safe, and black structure with g4 pawn is probably vulnerable. I'm guessing. What was this? This was some very special.
It's this new extremely fashionable Caro. Yeah, and not to overload our viewers. Yeah. Gawain is just, I think, kind of winning on game 4, on board 4, like just a.
No, Gavin is board 3.
Oh yeah, board 3.
Because David is
I mean. But like the rook will land on d4 eventually, and it will be very, very difficult to handle for white. And there is a huge mess on board 4 in a game between Ravi Haria and Diego Flores. Hard to evaluate.
We have witnessed this h6 g5 business that Grishchuk used to play with black also, and also now Fabi played it against Jan in the candidates before, but Fabi came up with this very direct knight g4 and
Fabi actually said in the press conference that it borderline loses, and it was basically just a bluff for that extremely important game where he felt he had to play sharply for a win. So,
but okay, it was the second round. it feels like Fabi felt from the beginning, that he needs to create things. Yeah. In any case, this knight g4 leads to spectacular lines. So if somebody wants to have fun, then he can check out what Fabi is talking about.
Chad very much wants to go back for a second to that Kolar's game, because apparently, I mean, he's completely lost, but it's further up. I think where Germany is on board 6 or 5 or something. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So interestingly, Valeri could just win. Like after queen takes a2, if we go back to move 18. Yeah, here you just play knight a5, knight d2. You go knight c4, rook b4.
Well, but I saw that I even was calculating while you were mentioning this line for the first time. I thought that you wanted to take and go knight c6.
This should queen e8, bishop c4. You resign, right?
Yeah, I just wanted to. I mean, okay, I understand, but I
know that you know, but like this just loses. It's good that we show it to the viewers. But anyway, knight fg2, we just take. We go rook b2. It's -3.
Yeah. This is the line. Yeah, we have been talking about, but it's so simple that why on earth they are not understanding it? Kind of strange, yeah.
Yeah, and he's gone for something very, very aesthetically pleasing, but it's
also brutally strong, of course. Yeah, just when you know that you could have already ended the game on the spot.
Yeah. I mean, it looks very attractive, but it's a huge, huge mess. And black is still a full piece, not a full piece now, a piece for 2 pawns. But you can definitely see how this goes wrong for Valeri. Like if you play f4 here, and white goes queen takes d3 and knight takes b4. If f3 might still win, The problem for white is that you might still actually get mated on the king side after f3. But if you don't get mated on the king side after f3 somehow, you have very serious hopes of quite comfortably stabilizing, actually.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this game is shocking, of course. Yeah, I feel for the German fans and for Dimitri also that how on earth did he lose concentration and allow this knight takes e4? I mean, okay, this is because after that there is just nothing you can do. Yeah, you go with the flow of not designing, but that's it. That's the maximum you can do. And what is happening on the other boards then? Just very quickly on board 3, Rasmus is also apparently in some kind of a trouble. I mean,
like queen c3 and
yeah, if white gets this kind of pieces in the center, ready to jump knight.
Also, the knight on d4. The knight on d4 is very, very precariously placed. So queen c3 creates such a strong threat of knight e4 that.
Yeah, and if you go bishop f5, we have knight c4 also. Yeah.
Yeah, but even knight e4, I think, gives me a very large advantage here. Just takes, rook takes, and then I will take on f6.
Yeah, wow, but this looks this looks terrible. The last board also looks very bad. Then what is happening? What is Vincent doing? I mean, at least Vincent's position is apparently a mess. I mean, strategically complex, but still 2 bishops, but some squares to jump with the knights.
Yeah, knight d5 is maybe a playable move, and you would of course like to play knight e4 here, but that loses a pawn to bishop takes f7 in the end.
Yes, just to show this takes,
and apparently Levon's bluff kind of paid off. I know we're jumping around a lot, but people clearly I think want to see that game, and yeah,
and h6 happened, yeah.
Yeah, h6 happened, and now white is back in business.
Wow.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but this is what we also talked about. Yeah, that is a practical game. No one is an engine, and if Levon plays Rook G5, and you know that he's such a creative, incredible, strong player, you might tend to believe him. Yeah, that's also a situation.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, he wanted to. I mean, Black wanted to kick this rook away as quickly as possible. And what is Levon supposed to do now?
Rook back anywhere, not queen h5. Yeah, queen h5, queen f4 check, of course. Queen h5, I was losing my mind again, but any move of the queen back. And I think what this does for Levon is that it stops queen h6 check. So we now are very much back in business with the queen f7 threat. So black has to pay attention to it. Bishop a6 might be needed to have at least queen f8 as a reply. And then we can go knight e2, apparently, according to the machine, and our position isn't really all that bad. We're still not entirely equal, but yeah, rook g3 may be slightly stronger than rook g1.
Exactly, I also felt like I would love to put the rook back to g3.
Yeah. Rook g3, and machine says bishop a6. Sadly for white, even here we have no mate, we have to go knight e2, but we are probably holding that endgame. Like takes, rook f8, engine goes rook f3, which might be important. And black still has an extra pawn, but because of the king on h8 being as unsafe as it is, you sort of assume that this is not horrible.
Yeah, but it's also for Levon, then maybe he's very unhappy about this h6 because he was hoping for some tricks, and if this kind of by force leads to some position where he has to be careful, I mean, it wasn't the reason why he was sacrificing.
Yeah. Even considering the fact that he was one precise move away from basically losing. I think if bishop g7 happens, he doesn't save the game. I think the position is there is bad enough that he probably doesn't come back from that. But even after a large mistake by his opponent, he is still, I think, with no shot at all of winning the game now.
Yeah. And what about Armenia? Because it feels to me like these Uzbek kids are just kind of unstoppable. I mean, what?
Okay, so here he actually did not find anything better than this line. I like bishop h5 though. Bishop h5 is a clever move there. Curious that
he opted for knight takes d6. Yeah. Wow. But this slightly shocks me because this doesn't feel like it's the maximum white could have gotten. Bishop h5. I mean, okay, this case as a Marshall type of play, I mean, you feel that there might be some dynamic, but if the white bishop reaches the diagonal.
Yeah. This is why I like bishop h5 so much. If knight d4, we of course will immediately play c2, c3. And it looks like we're just queen c6 exists, right? But maybe we have something against queen c6. I don't know, rook e4 or queen g4 or something. Yeah, still a very tricky position.
Yeah, very tricky position. Yeah, knight d4 on the board. Okay, black has to play the move knight d4.
Yeah, it's clearly the right thing to do for sure.
Okay, but at least I feel like Gabi is fighting. I mean, everything at least makes sense from black's perspective as well, yeah? That you get counterplay. Yeah. What about, wow, and look at this. Yakuboev went for queen h4 and queen h8, a very, very classy.
Yeah, black obviously would love to be able to play bishop h6 and trade off the dark square bishops, but Hrant also is, of course, going to be very aware of this idea, and he's not going to be allowing it. At least
knight b5.
Not very easily.
Bishop b5, cb5, rook f7. Yeah, very logically preparing, doubling the rooks. Bishop is still back. Rook a8 to f8. But the only thing what changed, I don't know exactly to our eyes, did anything change really? But the evaluation bar apparently likes white at this moment.
Yeah, doesn't hate white anymore at all. Yeah, seems to suggest that white is just okay here.
But on the other hand, I just cannot imagine black player not being very happy here. I mean, it's lovely. It's just lovely. I mean, for example, bishop takes c5, b takes c5. Of course, we are sacrificing the a5 pawn. It's not an issue because we have all these tremendous dark squares. The bishop is activated. I mean, no, just forget about this pawn. All right. So this is a lot of fight here. Both number 3, the positional duel continues. Nobody really knows where to go, what to do. Look at this, the last couple of moves. Look, c6, bishop d4, queen c7. White opted for queen g. He stepped out of knight g4 trick. Just to illustrate that what we are talking about. So if white would have made a move like a4, for example, then black might have...
You have to calculate knight g4, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at least just to show that, yeah, the queen is attacked, then queen g1 takes, the knight on b6 is hanging. Yeah, that's kind of the reason why white opted for this queen g1 move. On the other hand, queen g1 does not so much. Black goes back to e7 with the queen, and white goes c4.
Yeah, we're still shuffling. You still have to, like, every move I'm asking myself, why can't we take on d3 and d4? Like, there has to be, I guess you take on g7 and play queen d4 check, yeah, and it's awkward.
Yes.
Because we don't want to pin ourselves with knight
and
f6.
Then knight d5 wins material, yeah?
Yeah. And in the meantime, Fabi is likely to, get a kind of a cleansing victory today. He is just completely winning in his game. Let's just show this briefly because people say it's -7 now. King of pawn.
Well, it's checkmate for free, right?
Yeah, you just go rook takes g2 here and white resigns. Yeah, it's not. I mean, rook g8 probably also wins, but you can take on g2 straight away. Yeah, king takes, you go rook g8 check, and if king h2, you go bishop g4. All of this stuff is extremely easy for any kind of a competent Sveshnikov player, and Fabi is a very competent Sveshnikov player.
Yeah, of course. Okay, this is a total massacre, and yeah, Levon's position. Actually, we have this on the board.
Yeah, he'll have to play knight e2. Sadly, if he doesn't play knight e2, he really does not have, any moves to speak of, and then he will have to hold that kind of an endgame that we are discussing.
Yeah, takes rook f8, and then rook f3 was the move you suggested, yeah, that the computer, because queen f4 check is a big threat. Okay, maybe holdable. But
yeah, it's not fun, but you maybe let's say you take, and it's kind of difficult to find a good move because you would like to play king g7, but that gives white back the g4 pawn with check, so like immediately queen g4 check, queen takes d4, and with the king in the corner, it's kind of difficult to stabilize properly. Feels like it might be a draw long term, but yeah, of course, not a dream scenario for Lev because he was planning to play a brilliancy today, and instead he is sort of surviving by making precise moves in some endgame.
Yeah, Wow. So, okay, Wesley's game is still in progress, but it looks kind of... All right. No, actually, Wesley might win a pawn. White opted for something else. He opted for... Yeah, we might be seeing this B pawn position.
Why is it giving advantage to white? What is happening?
No, it's giving advantage for black.
Oh, for black. Yeah, okay. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, knight d5. No, what happened in... No, but something very... bishop takes e5, knight f4 was possible.
Yeah.
That's the point. Yeah, knight f4, bishop b4, rook c8. And white wasted a tempo or had to kind of create a luft with g3, knight d3. And all of a sudden, after rook e7, now black takes on c4, takes. And we are expecting the move... Hang on, rook a7, even have rook c1, rook c2, but even you can just take the pawn.
Yeah, you can take twice and play the b pawn. Like, it's a draw, supposedly, but people definitely lose this with the weaker side. Like you very, very definitely.
Yeah, okay, clear. One of the moves you have to make immediately in such positions is h4, because if black gets the chance to play g5, then he really gets very, very good winning chances. So that's a thematic move, h4, and then usually black also plays h5, and then g6, king g7, king f6, and then combines the play on... I mean, eventually black might have to give up the f7 pawn later when he pushes the pawn all the way to... Usually there is an argument that maybe even don't want to push the rook to b1 immediately, rook b3, and then making sure that white won't be able to activate his king. Okay, these are endgame finesses. Will be important to keep an eye how it goes. Lenny is having a comfortable position. Very hard to imagine US not bouncing back with a clear victory today.
Yeah, yeah, Levon probably ends up saving it. And even if Levon lost, honestly, with the other positions on the boards, I think he's probably okay. And actually, the next match, like, it feels like the only Indian team we're now interested in is the team of Indian youngsters. But India 1 is still a very strong team, so maybe briefly take a look at
and match. They also need to bounce back after yesterday's heavy loss to the Armenian team.
Yeah, they're playing against Brazil. Hari is clearly better in this endgame against Luis Paulo Supi. Board
just an update that Fabi did take on G2, G2, I mean, but no surprise there. So he's crushing.
These are not difficult calculations.
Yeah, he's crushing, so we won't be dealing with that sacrifice too much. Back to Hari, he's putting pressure with the good knight against the bad bishop. I mean, it's not exactly bad bishop, but the reason why I'm saying bad bishop, because it can't fight against the knight on c5. Yeah, with the bishop on d6, you could be kicking the knight out. Like this, the knight will stay on forever, protected by a wonderful...
Hari is enjoying himself, for sure. On board 2, Vidit is a pawn down, but I think he never loses this. I think it's quite safe.
I mean, if white's pawn would be on e3, it would be a different story.
That would be a different story.
Yeah, this construction is very safe for black. What about the other boards?
An exchange up against... this is a line you probably know something about, yeah.
Yeah, and look at this. He's 128 on the clock. Basically, he's playing in blitz mode.
This is move 28, people. This is move 28.
Yeah, but hang on. What happened here? That this line. Okay. Yeah. No, okay. Of course, yeah. This line is. This line is the shocker. And by the way, we talked about it that my longest thought after knight fg4 was in Morelia 2008, after I played the move knight fg4 and clearly waiting for the response e3, Levon actually played the move queen d1 to a4, and I did not know what to think of it. I mean, I even forgot my name at this point, because okay, what is this? He gives a chance to take on f2 with a check. If this is not checkmate, or if this is not winning, then what is winning? On the other hand, why would Levon ever play like this if it would be bad for him? So I spent 86 minutes calculating everything and finally not taking on f2, of course. Yeah, insane, but we don't have time to talk about this. We just quickly...
Yeah, but I mean, obviously he has winning chances, but I don't know how easily it is. Like the current position with an exchange up, it's kind of weird. I think black would be reasonably safe if the pawn was back on g6. but it isn't. Yeah, I don't know.
Wow, we got it from here. So Black in fact went for a very, very straightforward kind of tactical line, which might have worked much better if White would not have been prepared, but Arjun definitely was. And then some big mess resulted with bishop takes b5. It was also clearly preparation.
Yeah,
takes.
Black has to give up the exchange here. And as I'm saying, like if this was a Grünfeld originally and the pawn was back on g6, I think you most likely make a draw. You still suffer, but you most likely make a draw. But because of the already softened up structure on the king side, I'm not as certain. And also, you know, Arjun is only now beginning to, you know, go below the starting time, and Black is on 8 minutes for the remaining 12 moves.
So yeah, looking promising.
Yeah, any kind of a concrete problem will be difficult to calculate.
And on board 4, Andre Diamant against Shashi Kiran.
This is not very pleasant for Black, right? Because you're still some way away from generating anything spectacular on the king side, and White definitely made progress on the queen side.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah, if the pawn would just be on a2, we'll be saying that Black is perfectly fine. But yeah, with this pawn on a5 already and potentially taking rook a7 or eventually targeting the pawn on b6, looks like White should be in time to do that.
Yeah, and I just saw the tweet from the Chess24 official account on the subject of personal performances in this Olympiad. Apparently, Jana Schneider today wins her game against her English opponent in the women's section, and is now an 8.5 out of 9.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
this is an Olympiad for really, really large scores. Yeah, like 8.5 out of 9 is quite something. I checked. Yeah, gaining only 20 points for it, kind of disappointing. I think to be only gaining 20 ELO points for this amount of points. And in the German match, in the open section, this entire line we were discussing in Kolars's game actually did happen. And looks like he is just dead.
Yeah, this is
because he gets mated. Yeah, this is what I was about. This is what I was.
All of this happened. Yeah, takes f3 happened. The knight f3, rook f3 takes queen f6, hitting the rook on a1 and the pawn on f3. Bishop d2, queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3. And the only way to stop mate is what he is doing right now. He played knight takes d3, but unfortunately, just queen takes. You still continue being, you know, getting mated on the king side. Maybe even bishop takes h3, knight f4, and then something is also winning, but you don't have to. Like, this is just so completely and utterly winning for Black.
Yeah, this is horrible.
But
I mean, board 2 is also terrible. I mean, board 3, the last two boards are terrible in terrible shape.
Vincent is okay. Vincent is at least okay, and maybe even already better, right? Maybe even much better.
Well, I mean, okay, he needs to win to give a chance for his team to at least tie the match. And what about Matthias Blubaum? He's also making progress. Okay, this is definitely a big achievement because Black's blockade had been broken.
Yeah, and you would like to put this bishop on b5, but it immediately gets smoked out by a2, a4. So you're kind of stuck without a good decision here. And if you have to allow c6, bishop c8, you are not going to be a particularly happy bunny about it.
Yeah, so all right, there is the tendency of eventually reaching 2-2, but it's still very far away because the advantage is that the Lithuanian team has.
Oh dear.
Is just so much bigger.
Yeah, Levon didn't play knight e2 and is back to being lost. What is happening there?
He's trying to bluff his way. He opted for queen f7. Queen f8 was played and queen d7. No, queen c7.
I would like to take on c3.
I mean, where is the mating threat? Yeah,
look, I would like to take on c3 here and ask, yeah, exactly why is this, like, what?
What on earth is going on here?
It's something in the water, right? Like,
I just don't believe what I'm seeing.
No, DC is a draw. What am I talking about? I thought queen e5, king h7, no more checks, but there is a check.
Queen c7, yeah.
You can go back. But after queen f6, there will actually be no checks. If I just go queen f8, f6 here.
And the knight is kind of...
And then we go rook e8 and we give a check and we give a mate of our own, you know, like rook e8, rook e1, and we just give mate ourselves. So basically, Levon is kind of banking on his opponent deciding he doesn't need to play for a win here. Rook e8 immediately is also winning, by the way.
Oh, wow. I mean, also looking at the match situation, the Greek player has to find, because there is just the match is completely lost if he's not trying something.
Yeah, he has to continue. Yeah, this is very bad news for Levon, because like if you don't continue here, like your teammates are going to be incredibly unhappy with you after the day is done. If you just go d takes e3 here and just shake Levon's hand, considering the fact that on board 1 you can more or less resign for Greece. Yeah, I mean,
it's some kind of a blockade, but a blockade which won't hold forever.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, I mean, eventually Black will also activate this bishop somehow and then get inside with all the pieces, and it should be designable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you just there's no way you can take a perpetual here if you don't think you're getting mated. And with the queen on f6, you kind of know you're never getting mated. This is sort of the point. The moment you put the queen on f6, even trying to imagine how white creates another threat in this game is very, very difficult. If white could play knight e2, it would be a different story. Knight e2, knight f4, knight g6, you could be getting scared. But e2 is very well controlled. And if the knight has to go to any other direction, it's never going to be quick enough to arrive on any kind of a meaningful square.
Yeah, this is quite shocking. I mean, okay, Levon also showing nerves. Yeah, it's not the Levon that we know. There is some real tension there, definitely real tension. Wesley, on the other hand, I was telling everyone that white should have played h4, and I'm completely sure that it had to be played, because no, but it was Wesley's move, and he played the very smart g5.
Culture, yeah. Wesley knows things.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, that's the point, because of course in this structure you never let Black play g5 if you have the chance. b5, rook b4, the pawn is not running away. Rook b7, rook takes b5. I wonder if white should have tried something. I don't know, king g2, king g7. I mean, this king f3 and now going king e2, I feel that this is completely wrong. I mean, this is definitely not the right direction of going passive like this.
Yeah, I don't like this too much, but yeah.
I mean, it should be losing. I mean, this should be losing now.
You think this is already lost, yeah?
I mean, no, I don't claim to be should be losing, maybe.
Okay. Yeah.
It's I'm still keeping, some kind of an option for white to save it, but yeah.
Yeah, queen f6 played in Levon's game, so yeah. Now,
and then Levon blitzes out knight d1, but this is already a very desperate blitzing out things.
Yeah.
Because now also the opponent will exactly know that Levon's strategy backfired. Black is in a total control, and Black is the one who starts the attack against white's king on c1. Terrible knight on d1.
And we're still a pawn up as well. Like,
yeah,
it's not as if we have any like material issues here to be worried about.
Wow. Okay, back to the Uzbek match. I feel that there is the potential that match is just incredibly sharp. So what it was, we are seeing this line. Yeah, bishop h5, knight d4, c3, takes, queen c6, rook e4, queen takes c3, and rook c1.
This is playable for Gabi now, right? If you don't lose on the spot, like you can imagine Black consolidating. I play like, I don't know, queen a5 or queen a3.
Queen a5 probably, yeah.
I don't like giving up the pawn on e5 without a fight.
I don't know, is rook b1 a move or not? Is this pinning issue and
queen c7?
Yeah, queen c7, you are still in time.
Queen c7. I want to consolidate. I want to put the bishop on g7 to make sure we're not getting mated and also not losing the pawn on e5. And then
rook g4, queen a5, rook g4.
Yeah,
okay.
I thought this was the plan, but I don't know what the threat is. Like bishop g7 or bishop d5 first. I don't know which one you like better. But white still isn't really generating any.
But hang on, bishop g7 runs into rook g7 or not?
Yeah, maybe this is why maybe we should be being more clever, right? I don't want to allow this.
Yeah, this is dangerous. Yeah.
Let's go bishop d5 instead.
Bishop d5
to have access to some squares.
Yeah, and then maybe also the bishop reroutes itself, yeah, because yeah, the bishop is lovely on the long diagonal, but with rook on g4 protecting g2 and creating threats on his own. Wow, but of course white is pressing. Yeah, white has dangerous pressure here. Also 2 pawns for rook and 2 pawns versus 2 pieces. Plus the problem is that black's pawns are isolated, so he doesn't have connected pawns to cover more squares. What about Melkumyan's position? Because that one is also
this actually is a structure change which we kind of didn't discuss, because last time we looked, it seems like the e4 pawn is hanging, but as you can see from Khan's approach, he just says keeping the bishop on g7 under control is just so much more important to me than this meager pawn on e4 that I'm just going to let you take it. And he's now just very systematically playing to keep the bishop on g7 out of play. You can go for king h7, bishop h6, but the problem with that for black is that I think white in most cases will actually be able maybe to go for that pawn ending and then pick up the pawn on e4 and hold.
Yeah, I mean, okay, the first thing that comes to mind that what happens if I put the rook on f5, right? Not allowing the trade yet.
Queen c2, I suppose, right?
Just queen c2, yeah.
Ask the question. I probably don't want to take on c7 yet, but maybe I want to take on e4.
Yeah, but now you give me the chance to play bishop.
Yeah, now I give. Yeah, okay, yeah, that's a fair.
But I mean, you get the e4 pawn, yeah. So yeah.
No, actually, I want to take on. I think if it doesn't lose, I would like to take on h6 and take. Yeah, I can't do that. It's still. I can see the machine not being worried for white, but I would be kind of concerned here for sure.
Yeah, still some problems are there. I mean, white has to solve his problems. That's for sure. What about the other boards? Board 3. I mean, for some reason, for us,
I think it might actually end here. They've already had this position once. Queen g5 will be a second repetition, not a third one. It will be a second repetition. But this is and this is what happened in my game against Sam as well. Like you get to these types of structures where like both sides achieve some sort of optimum, which looks close to this. I didn't even get such a beautiful position, but even with Sindarov achieving the absolute ideal setup, he is still struggling to find what to do with it. They've been shuffling for a while. He's already repeated a couple of times. He's done.
But I think also it's connected with the match situation, right? That all the other boards they are doing fantastically. Also on board 4, it looks like black is clearly better, so he might feel like, okay, if I just make a draw, we are kind of guaranteeing a match victory or something, yeah? Because
feels very like a very solid choice. I would actually probably I wouldn't hate him just repeating here because
because board 4, I mean, Robert's position is terrible. I mean, the structure, I mean, everything is bad. The bishop on f1 is doing nothing. Black king on f6, pawn on e5, rook on b4, of course, lovely. And this a6 b7 pawn structure gives him stability on the queen side.
Yeah, and h5 ideas are also at some point will be in the air, softening up the structure on the king side. And black is just in control. Yeah, Robert is. He's been an extremely crucial, team player for Armenia so far, but he is struggling today.
Yeah, he's struggling. Yeah, so basically, I can understand if Samuel will not repeat. On the other hand, his position is such that if he does not repeat, he might get into inferior position.
Yeah, you have to play queen d8, but then I mean, for black as well, like what's your plan for improvement here? So
yeah, and down to 10 minutes. Yeah, very critical moment for Teher because I mean, it might look like Melkumyan is now more or less safe, but still he's like pawn done. The first board looks very dangerous. I mean, of course, yeah, it can go either way, but still it looks like white is the one who is safer than black. And the last board is doing badly. So what to do? Very tough call for Samuel.
Yep.
Yeah, and what do we have on the top board?
Yeah, this continues, pieces continue coming off. White is maybe, a touch
better. Tiny bit better. I mean, now I feel like, okay, Gukesh will start to play.
Yeah, I think Shah is a little bit too experienced to be in trouble here.
Yeah, should be. Yeah, this should be a draw. Board 2, Mamedov. I mean, Rauf is
pushing.
Yeah,
Rauf is
Rauf is
pushing,
pushing.
but Black somehow stabilized to a degree. You know, it's not fun. You're no longer a pawn up. The knight on d6 continues being a problematic piece for Black, but b6 is currently not a threat. B takes e6 is sometimes a threat, but not necessarily such a huge problem. So maybe you have time to play like king f8, king e7, and
get closer to the action.
Yeah, just get closer and then reevaluate. You would ideally like to challenge the knight on d6 with like knight f7, but you definitely have time for that.
Yeah, what happened here, to be honest? Knight d7, so bishop takes d4, yeah, takes, and then f6. This was the idea of Nihal, that knight comes to e5, and it gives him stability. Queen d6 takes, knight e5, bishop e2, bishop e6, yeah, all makes sense. a4, rook d7, b5, rook b8, rook b1, and now we are expecting some kind of a, maybe king f8, king e7, or some stabilizing move. White is putting some pressure, but it's not so obvious. And what about this position? We see that the engine bar claims that white is better, but black has a very solid construction, this b6, a5.
Yeah, these types of positions are always kind of tricky to assess, in particular in practical terms, because like I always prefer white here, but I also am not sure I would know exactly what to do and how to approach it, how to make any kind of progress.
But in any case, it's comfortable. And the last board,
Abbasov is now a bit better, actually. Yeah, the structure change that I was talking about, where black gives up the pawn on h7 for the pawn on f5, did happen. It happened not in the way I was expecting, because the pawn on f5 actually got picked up with check somehow. But it's quite clever by Nijat. He got the king to e1, and like you can play h5 here, but then bishop c7 starts collecting your queen side. And you probably care about your queen side more than you care about your king side. So he gave up on h7 instead, but activated his rook, played rook g4. I mean, stopped bishop c7, not really activated his rook, but prevented bishop c7. Yeah, and now we have this this position where the h-pawn is sort of starting to go. And if white wants, white can also maybe switch to like bishop takes d4 and rook b8, something like that.
Yeah, it's a moment where we are actually worried for black, yeah?
Yeah.
Before we felt like black is perfectly solid, not much is happening, but this one, I also feel that there is danger in the position. Yeah, Nihal did opt for king f8, so there is up to Rauf to show us how he's able to break, or if he can break at all, black's construction. And what about the other match? Okay, some development in the Netherlands versus Iran. Board 3 between Benjamin Bok and Idan Ipoya ended in a draw. The game between Anish and Max Todlu is an incredible moving around, maneuvering.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this structure. Yeah, this is such a... Not only the structure, but also these pieces, like the bishop on b4, knight c5, knight d6 construction. And yeah.
I mean, white is better, but how he will break through will be another question.
And we're confidently saying white is better simply because black has no real active play to look forward to. But he might get some if Anish decides to to break something open. And yeah, very unclear how you're supposed to make a further push here with white.
Yeah, and then we have Amin Tabatabai against Jordan Fanforest with the exchange sacrifice. Very difficult to evaluate so quickly.
But yeah, you generally feel like probably things kind of equalize themselves, right? Although it's not that easy to make a move, because like the most natural move in the position is king d6, which probably just loses to knight d3, and then rook d7 mate is a
wow,
kind of a large problem, and you just lose a lot of material, yeah, because your rook on b4 is hanging. So you have to choose a different square, and all squares look kind of
dangerous,
suboptimal. Yeah, like king e8, you allow some forks, or at least you allow threats of forks. Like king e8, white maybe goes knight b7.
Yeah, going to the 8th
or knight
rank.
e4. Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah, very, very. I mean, okay, the good news for Jordan is that he's up on the clock. He has 29 minutes versus 2. I mean, imagine this same situation with reverse clock situation. It would be basically practically over. I don't think that you can decide in a few minutes where to put this king.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. Good thing for the Netherlands is Max Farmadam, I think, is now completely fine because you can just take on g4. And with the H file open, I don't think white will be in time ever to, you know, generate some kind of threats on the. Actually,
I mean, okay, white is clearly better, of course, but black should hold. Yeah, I mean,
before king b3, a4. Yeah, I'm taking it back. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, this is not going to be fun.
Yeah, the pawn on b5 is vulnerable. Yeah, no, this is a total torture, one-sided affair. All right, well, lot to play for in this match. Very, very fighting match.
Yeah, and in the meantime, no repetition in the Tersakian game against Sindarov. Yeah, he went to h6.
Yeah, he has to try. I mean, the situation is such that Samuel knows that there is just no way he can make.
Yeah, it's on him sort of to provide some sort of a tension in the match, because it looks like Robert is just losing. Robert's position has, I think, gone even further downhill since we last saw it.
But basically it was the logical. I was also thinking that he has to play d6. There is nothing better, but then knight c6, knight d4, rook b2 probably wins. But what to do? Yeah, bad position. In bad position, there are no good moves.
Yes, that is very fair.
Yeah, so it's just terrible because
looks horrible. Yeah, looks just.
Then like there are all kinds of knight forks also, but also black can just maybe start pushing the queen side.
You can start using a queen side because the d pawn really currently doesn't threaten anything at all. Okay, where do we go? There's so much going on. It's just so difficult to.
Yeah, everywhere. I mean, maybe the chat can. Well, I mean, I want to see the Abdusatulov Sargsyan update, because this is a razor sharp position and so important position. Fabi, I mean, pardon me, Gabi played the move bishop c8. Rook g3.
Yeah, also quite sensible getting the bishop to f5, but I very much like bishop g6 here, asking black, do you want to let me get my bishop to e4, which is probably the best square on the board, or do you want to trade them, which allows me to get rid of your bishop pair, like establish further control over the light squares potentially.
Yeah, it feels like it's so much easier to play with white, because, for example, after bishop g6, rook g6, then white will suddenly get access for his queen, the g4 square. The rook might enter to c7 at any moment if black goes queen d5, which looks like a very natural stabilizing move, covering the g8 square. We see that the computer indicates that black is more or less fine. I mean, white is pushing, but black is more or less fine. On the other hand, practically speaking, this is very, very unpleasant.
Yeah.
That's for sure. And Abbasov did take on d4, and he is going to...
He's going to be...
After the b6 pawn with rook b8?
Torturing his opponent. Yeah, rook b6, rook yeah. Like, I'm not sure how you're supposed to react to this. Yeah, I think probably black's best bet is to make this into a rook ending. Yeah, you just like rook and bishop, I'm worried, but maybe rook ending is holdable, right?
Yeah, bishop f3 immediately.
Yeah, and
trying to use the momentum.
Fabi's game is over, he won. I'm also, Chad is asking about the women's matches. On the top board, Harika was completely winning against Monika Sochko. Now she's only just better at some point, and she was actually doing exactly what I was prescribing. She did go for h4, knight g5, and somewhere around, I saw the position after move 24 on my screen, and the bar was saying basically that the game is over, but I guess she didn't find exactly how. Like BA, black is just in time to play queen b2 here and stop knight g4, knight f6, but Yeah, the bar was saying this is somehow just dead. I did not check exactly why.
Yeah, still it looks, of course, extremely dangerous. But maybe now, okay, if you are not getting checkmated with black, and it doesn't seem like, then white might have to take the exchange, but then at least we are in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe black survives. Yeah, black survives, which means that what does it mean for the match? Yeah, Alina Kashlinskaya has this tiny bit better position.
Yeah, but most likely still a draw. On board 3, everything is quite level in Olivia Kalbasa's game against Vaishali, so she might finally actually drop a half a point.
And Tanya is...
it's equal, right? It's
equal, yeah.
You probably prefer black here, but I don't think it's anything serious.
Yeah, looks
like it might be 2-2 in the end if Monika Sochko saves this endgame.
Well, actually, Alina played the move e4. I somehow intuitively dislike the move e4 because I feel like now in long terms we will be kind of automatically will be putting a pawn on f3, and then how will we ever attack the h6 weakness? Yeah, that's what I kind of felt, that the rook somehow, I mean, maybe I should play king d1, play rook d4, king d2, and then try to get the rook to h4, and then start squeezing that position. If possible to do something, possible, if not. But after e4, I don't see any chances, to be honest.
Yeah, I think this is a draw. I think Tanya actually just decided to make an immediate draw in that endgame. She went knight c3, knight d1. I'm assuming with the intention of going back.
Yeah, king e2 and then knight
king
c3.
e2. I think it just gets repeated, very likely. So this game is about to disappear as well.
Yeah, so we see that how important it was for Poland to survive this.
Yeah, and I have to say that I now decided to actually figure it out, and well, not figure it out, read my screen. It doesn't really mean figure it out. Move 25 instead of f5. Machine says you go g4, you go queen h3, and you take on h7, and this is winning. But it's not that clear because g4 black goes c5, queen h3, black goes c takes d4. And you have to be very sure that you're winning here, but apparently you are.
Because if you are not winning, you are losing suddenly.
Yeah, it can very, very easily become quite unclear. Yeah, it takes on h7 and then goes bishop c1. And then I guess you go queen h8, queen f6, f5, and you start putting more and more pressure.
Yeah, but this is of course very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, this doesn't count as a unforgivable miss, even though the evaluation is quite massive here for white.
Yeah, one could argue that basically it looks like white has such a wonderful position that she should be able to win with controlled measures. Yeah, that's one gets the feeling. But exactly after queen b2 that you mentioned that black is in time with her counterplay, then I already felt like now I understand why we reached the position that we reached. Yeah, because things are completely messy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all extremely understandable from Harika's side. Okay, match 2. There's a draw on board 1 in Ukraine versus Georgia.
They repeated. Okay.
Yeah, she found this very nice maneuver. Yeah, she just played knight h5 here, and as we mentioned, like if you allow bishop b7, there's really no reason to think white is doing all that great. And if black actually castles, you're a pawn down for nothing. So kind of a logical repetition there on board 1. Nino Batsiashvili, who we thought was doing really, really well. I mean, she's still doing well, but it's not as obvious and not as decisive, I think, as maybe it was earlier.
But it's kind of funny, yeah, that white has two big pass pawns, yeah?
Yeah.
Because usually in the Grünfeld, we know that there is this d6 pawn, but usually the h pawn is not not on h6.
And actually, I think maybe I was wrong because I thought I can play king h7, and now I realized that probably fg rook f1 is kind of winning. Because rook d6, rook f7 check, king h6, knight f6, we suddenly have to give up material because rook h7 mate is a very, very difficult threat. And I'm guessing this endgame cannot be saved.
And Anna is down to a minute, yeah? Done in a minute, down to a minute in this position.
Yeah, she's gone g5, g4, and now the bar really is screaming that white is winning. I don't quite know why. Honestly, still doesn't look that clear because black wants to play king h7. knight e7, does it work? No, it doesn't. Can it work? I wanted to go knight e7, knight g6, and a 5 check, and then h7. I thought it was very beautiful. But unfortunately, black does have rook e8 in the end there. So yeah, it's beautiful, but it probably loses. Okay, so why is this? Why is this so great?
Well, one of the other very tempting options is to play f5 and then gf5 and then get the knight to f4 and then claim that this is wonderful, but I don't see a threat.
Yeah, how wonderful is it?
Exactly. Yeah.
And yeah, the plan here is, and because of one, yeah, I want to apologize for consulting the machines, but we have to move on. We can't really spend 3 minutes analyzing this position. The plan basically is we go knight c7, and then it lands on a6. And once it lands on a6, both knight b8 and knight c5 are so strong that.
But it's so easy to miss this idea.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, okay, black goes rook e4, so after knight a6, you are not even threatening yet to take on c5.
But you are threatening knight b8, yeah. You are threatening knight b8. And yeah, if you see this idea, you're winning. If you don't see this idea, you're better, but black could very easily survive this, actually. So it's in Nino's court. Also draw on board 3, and on board 4, Natalia Buksa has... This is an improvement for black.
Yeah, definitely an improvement.
It looked like she will just get kind of overrun on the queen side, but I mean, the pawn on a5 is gone, but the pawn on d6 survived, and also there is now a very, very open king side where she can aim a very serious counterplay at the white king. Even rook f6, g6 here looks...
Yeah, or king h8, rook g8, g5, or rook f6, rook g6, yeah, all kinds of counterplay possible.
Yeah, because the queen c1, rook a1 aren't really participating in the defense.
And also knight on a5 is very, very far. Yeah, okay, this is a very sharp match, in fact.
Yeah, very, very interesting match. So draws on 1 and 3, and then 2 messy positions where Georgia, with ideal play, probably wins board 2, but the solution is not instantly obvious, and they both don't have too much time. Okay, so this is the top billing in the women's matches. I will continue keeping an eye on the rest of it. There's a very, very tight pack of teams contesting below the very top, but we do need to...
now Sadvan is taking his time.
Yeah,
he's down to 9 minutes because it's a very tough decision. He has to understand how he can try to survive this. Rauf has...
yeah, I don't like what he's done at all. Yeah, he pushed b6 in a situation where I think he was kind of proud of finding a kind of a tactic, because he went b6, a b6, rook b6, seemingly blundering the knight on d6. But I guess if you take, we just go b7, a5, a6, a7, and we win. And I guess he thought, this is very clever. I'm being very imaginative. But what actually happened is a b6, rook b6, rook a8, and suddenly you've broken up your very beautiful pawn structure. The knight on a5 is still a monster. The rook, yeah, exactly as Peter is showing on the screen. Yeah, black suddenly has very, very sound counterplay.
Yeah. Also, this move this rook can move, and then knight d7 appears.
Yeah.
Wow, and especially in pawn trouble.
Yeah, I feel like maybe it's time to try to just make an immediate draw. Like I go rook a1 here, rook a5, knight b7.
But hang on, now suddenly I already got motivated, so maybe I even don't...
rook d7 is... Well, I just missed rook d7. Yeah. I think the position probably is still manageable for white, but the trend is very much in favor of Nihal. Yeah, he goes
and Rauf opted for bishop a6. Maybe he finds the forced way of... he wants to go bishop b7.
Yeah, he is stopping rook da7 because bishop b7 will knock one of the rooks away from the a file. I quite like this move, but yeah, you are now, I think, very much in the business of damage limitation.
Yeah, so what else? Yeah, the Mammadov game looks very, very drawish.
Yeah, continues looking very equalish. Yeah, you can play b3, you can play maybe even a4 is a draw. Pretty much everything here looks like a draw. Yeah, these endgames don't and lead to decisive results very often.
Yeah, and Prague is pressing.
Yeah, Prague is actually, like if you ask the bar, Prague has made tremendous progress. I still don't know why, but the engine suggests that this is a much better position than the one we saw the previous time we were here.
Yeah, not obvious to understand why.
No.
And Sadvani opted for rook e5 check, so no bishop trades. Wow, but I don't know exactly in long terms how is he planning to play this position.
Yeah, if he wants to play passively, he will not enjoy it very much. I mean, king d2, I assume. And then if you play rook e6, rook d8 still wins something, because you either have to give up on d4 or you have to play rook e5, and after rook d6, you do end up losing the pawn you were so desperately trying not to lose. Yeah, very nicely done by Nijat. We thought Sadvani was just completely fine, but yeah, he goes rook f5 back. Yeah,
he goes rook f5.
Yeah,
he's trying this counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So what about the other games? I mean, Abdusattorov against Sargsyan. Yeah,
White is better. White is better, always better in positions like this, simply because of how the king safety works.
Yeah, he might even just go for systematic approach like rook a8 and then put the queen on e4 somehow.
And even you have to ask yourself, let's say, if you imagine, and I think Black has to work to achieve this, but if you imagine, we can actually quite easily put this on the board. Let's say we go, I don't know, king h7 here,
queen
g8. Oh, queen g4, yeah, queen g4, queen d5, queen e4 check. I'm just doing it to show the structure. I'm not doing this while I haven't traded a pair of rooks. I would consider it with white if a pair of rooks is already gone. So let's say rook b7 here, rook a7, rook a7, rook a7.
It should be a win, yeah?
I mean, maybe you hold, but you struggle so much here with Black in a practical game. And maybe it's just out and out winning for white, which creates a huge problem for Gabriel, because it's unclear if you can avoid this. It's very, very unclear if you will have options to not allow something like this. I will mention though that if you get this endgame and Black still has a rook on the board, it's definitely preferable. White will maybe eventually manage to trade one pair of rooks, but you should try to not allow it at least. Okay, so what do we think about this match in general?
Yeah, well, I mean, the Uzbek team seems to be in total control.
Wait up, something happened on that last board.
Okay, this is I mean, the second board is probably a draw. Last board, Vahidov should be winning, yeah.
Well, the d pawn is gone, but there's now an active rook on h6. But yeah, you just start pushing, right? You just ignore the h7 pawn. You feel that it's irrelevant. You just go like a5, a4 here or something, yeah.
Yeah. It's. I mean, Black is 2 pawns up at the moment, and even if you give up the h7, you are pawn up and have the better position. And Tersakyan is the one who is trying to create something, but look at the bar, heavily dislikes what we are witnessing.
I guess. Also, yeah, I'm guessing knight f5 works. The moment I see an evaluation like this in a position like this, like my first guess is knight f5 works, and it probably does here. Yeah.
Yeah, and also he's down to 2 minutes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Against 5, but yeah, the bigger issue here, or maybe just before rook takes d6. No, before knight d7 is not that clear. But let's put knight. I just want to show why I'm drawn to this. We are attacking both the pawn on d6 and then bishop on g7. So if you take with the bishop, which is a kind of a conservative option, this already happened.
Board, yeah.
Yeah, and now you go knight h5. I think what he didn't realize is just how strong knight h5 here is. And suddenly you realize that you're kind of both getting mated and also your center is about to collapse.
Yeah, you will have to play some f6, yeah?
Yeah.
But yeah, this is losing.
Yeah, this probably doesn't hold, right? Takes, rook takes d6, and I'm not even sure knight h5 is necessary. There might be even something stronger, but I think this is the point. Yeah, you just go knight h5 here.
Yeah, looking very bad. I wonder if, for example, now then, what does it mean that Melkumyan will have to start to play for a win with pawn down position, or is he just trying to guarantee some draw with this queen b7? Yeah, king g7 protecting the b6 pawn. because bishop b6 was suddenly a threat.
Yeah,
this is very drawish.
Vincent is apparently in full control now. We don't have to go there, just to let our viewers, and I mean, chat let me know, and I can let you know, and the rest of the viewers, that Vincent apparently is doing really, really well.
Well, we also know that Germany needs to win the first two boards, right?
What happened? Like, why is Anish on exchange down? Was this planned?
He sacrificed, though he did. He sacrificed probably.
So he's just gone, okay, so far.
Wow.
He just went rook c3 here.
He went rook c3. It's a winning attempt.
Is it?
Takes.
I mean, doesn't really
but
look
black
like...
was in time to get h5.
Yeah, like, winning attempt for who exactly? Like, this is... I mean, you still have no point of entry. I don't understand this.
Yeah, he wants to get bishop to a3.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you still survive because black will find it very difficult to find how to open this position up. But how is this a winning attempt?
Well, who knows? I mean, also he's up on the clock. If he gets bishop a3 and then gets rook c1, puts the pressure on the c7 pawn. I don't know. The big question is the knight. How do we maneuver the knight to c4 to challenge this knight on d6?
Okay, yeah.
But okay, you are exchange up. It's hard to believe that black can be worse, but who knows? Yeah, interesting. The last board actually, Max Valmerdan made a draw. That's very.
But yeah, his opponent just did not approach it correctly. Like you should only push a4 when you're already kind of winning something on the queen side. And
but what about Amin Tabatavai? It looks like he has some chances. And the time control has been reached, right? Or not yet? No, not yet, maybe. Hang on. So, no, I think looking at the clock situation, yeah, it's the time control was reached.
Yeah.
Wow. So, in fact, Jordan moved the king back to e8, and after bishop d5, he took rook takes c6.
But yeah, that wasn't accepted. Yeah, well, white chose to do it differently.
Yeah, anyway, probably black will plan to take on e6. Yeah, I don't think that we can allow rook f7 check.
Yeah. Levon's position is now -8.
Wow.
Just gone.
Okay, because his opponent is the one who starts checking, yeah?
Yeah, like, this is what we sort of expected once black completely consolidates. Queen b2 already played, and yeah, you kind of resign.
Wow, I mean, what an incredible counter by Nicolaus Theodore against Lev, but Lev basically was unrecognizable in this game, yeah?
Lev a number of times seemingly chose kind of strange, very, very optimistic, very, very sort of subjective moves, hoping to continue playing for a win where he really had to start scrambling for a draw. Wesley, though, I think Wesley now is just winning, right? Because he put the rook on f5 and then the king goes to the... Yeah, this is what happens when you allow g5, g4.
Yeah, this should have never been allowed.
You put the rook on f5 and then the king just starts marching towards the b pawn and the entire king side is completely safe. So...
And White's king is also tied down to the f2 pawn. Yeah, Wesley gonna win. Fabi has
Wesley
already won.
Linier is better, but not... winning.
Exactly, yeah. With the bishop on e4, I actually felt like black made some progress here. I mean, at least black has very solid position, reasonably should be happy, but maybe just making a draw will not help at all.
Yeah, unfortunately for Christos, yeah, he makes a draw with black against the 2750 player, and somebody actually won with black on board too, and you're still going to lose the match because your two white boards are very likely. I mean, one has already lost, and the other one, against Wesley, I don't rate Athanasio's chances of survival, honestly. The engine somehow doesn't say it's completely lost yet, that rook ending, but especially considering that it's Wesley who is very patient, very kind of systematic, technical player.
Very hard to. But hang on, maybe do we have a defense like
f4 and that's up?
No, I mean, rook f5, maybe king e3.
King e6.
And king e6, king e4.
I take on f2.
But you take on f2, yeah, and check, you just hide with your king.
King e7, yeah.
Yeah, and then you hide and you collect the pawn. No, this is...
Yeah, this doesn't look like a draw. It might be our best chance at some point, but it...
I mean, one of the things I wanted to say that I very much wanted, at least if I'm getting this terrible position, to reach it with my pawn on h4, yeah, because at least then we know that whenever we hit on h5, we will have our pass pawn as well, but yeah, no, it's looking very bad.
Yeah, so... Yeah, a lot will depend on on this endgame actually.
And yeah, Levon has resigned.
Yeah, I mean it's you start to have you have to start giving up like heavy pieces. India versus Brazil will be drawn 1, drawn 2 already agreed.
Yeah, draw 1 will be okay. Harry is still kind of hoping for some knight f4 g4, but okay.
I mean, knowing Harry he will continue playing, but you don't win these positions against 2600s very often.
So two draws.
Arjun is still pushing, but Black actually importantly got to move 39 without dropping anything, and looks like Grigor might actually get away with it here.
Yeah, he might hold. Of course, it's very unpleasant. And what about
Sashi is actually pushing.
Sashi is not pushing. Yeah,
pushing because White has some very, very soft pawns in the structure.
Suddenly, all the pawns are weak. Yeah, everything under control. Okay, this is what the captain wants to see. Yeah, if you know that we can't lose, but we might win. We have chances to put pressure. This is fantastic.
Yeah, let's take a look at the German match for a second there and go back up.
But yeah, the big question is actually that okay, one of them has to win. Yeah, Arjun or Sashi has to win. Otherwise, it might end in a 2-2.
So yeah, Vincent is a rook up, which is pretty good.
And opening up the queen, freeing the queen.
The queen looked kind of silly on h7, but yeah,
they should be winning. The big question about Matthias, I also see this construction with bishop on b7, pawn on c6. He has chances. Opponent down to 1 minute 20. But they also need to push because on the last two boards, I think we are expecting 2 losses for Germany.
Really? This is so bad? Yeah, it's bad. Yeah. Whoa, it's pretty bad.
I mean, okay, it was bad from the beginning.
Yeah, so, it's been bad for a while actually. Yeah. I don't know why I'm so surprised.
And Dimitri's position is also, of course, probably he had resigned already.
Yeah, he's probably resigned. Yeah.
I mean, because wow, drama. I mean, I also have to praise this Lithuanian team because I don't think that anyone had them on their radars, and they are doing incredibly well.
Yeah, 12 out of 16 so far, and they're putting up a very, very strong fight today. Likely to win on boards 3 and 4, and then. They will lose on 1, but if Strinavichus on board 2 holds against Bluebaum, they actually beat Germany.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so a lot of tension everywhere. Mkhitaryan managed to trade the pawns. Yeah, he took rook d4, but still his king is but also White's king. Yeah.
Yeah, White's king is also not really all that safe. And very importantly, this is not 3 against 3, because 3 against 3, some of those positions are drawn, but classically, if White hasn't touched the structure on the king side yet and has flexibility on how to put your king side pawns, 3 against 3 is lost. But with the extra f pawn, you obviously, like, if heavy pieces start coming off, you, I think, hold reasonably comfortably without even suffering all that much.
Yeah, of course, the problem is the g5 pawn, which we have already talked about. But okay, and what about Bluebaum? Yeah, I mean, okay, Bluebaum has this wonderful position, but still very, very far away from.
He clearly doesn't see an immediate way in because he just played rook a4 and then rook c4 back. So I think he is trying to get to move 40 and then, reconsider his options.
Kind of. All right, but back to the top matches.
Let's go back up. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so what about Armenia? I mean, this Abdusattorov...
we will probably see this endgame now, very likely, some version of this endgame.
Yeah, because how to stop this queen ever reaching, but queen on f5 now putting pressure on the d3 pawn, yeah, very, very importantly.
And yeah, I'm not sure it's lost, but it's going to be torturous for.
Yeah, Gabi down to a minute, but they reached time control. So clock situation doesn't mean anything but the position. Yeah, White also. I mean, what about the other move? Like if White trades on g4?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is the other version. I'm probably happier about this version.
Yes, because this we can understand that maybe takes king g6, bishop f6, and we might hold somehow.
Yeah, Robert actually managed to create some counterplay. He's probably still losing, but he's created threats at least.
Yeah, with 30 seconds on the clock, he has just reached time control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a hopelessly looking position that probably it's lost, but at least some threats.
His opponent has 4 minutes to decide on something here. Yeah, you have to assume this is still not enough, but at least it's not just coasting to victory here for Vahidov.
Yeah, and actually Hrant managed to get the pawn back.
But the bishop got out.
Yeah, bishop b4. He wants to get bishop c5, but okay, I mean, this is some kind of a playable position already, maybe.
Yeah. Tersakian is completely busted, though. Tersakian basically has a lost position there on board 3.
And here we see that he was the one who avoided repetition and goes on to lose, and maybe the other players might survive. Of course, it's still very far away to judge, but yeah, it's impossible to know at that moment. Yeah.
Yeah, and knight h5, exactly as you predicted. Black did play f6. It feels like without f6 you just get mated, but then b3, b4 came. And if you take on a4, I guess bishop takes e5 followed by f6 goes back to delivering mate. So he had to play knight d3, and then I mean you're just busted. Like your king side continues being in a lot of trouble, and you're also getting swept off the board in the center. So yeah, very nicely done by Sindarov. I think from a practical viewpoint as well, like he dangled this repetition in front of Samvel probably burned some time deciding if he can take it or not, decided not to take it, and then made one mistake, maybe even really only one mistake in the game, and it turned out to be just completely decisive.
Yeah, and now the situation is looking, of course, wonderfully for the Uzbek team. They are leading in Robert's game. Move 40 was played. Knight e2 check had been played.
I was looking at this. Yeah, king h2, knight f4. You still have to have a good reply to g6, but maybe you can just play rook f8 and say that it's not really going very far. We're also being told that Magnus is either winning already won. Let me briefly check. Yeah, he's already won somehow this position.
Against Indonesia, yeah, right? Against Megalanto.
Yeah, the structure got opened up, and he just outclassed his opponent. It's in some seemingly, to begin with, quite level endgame, but he just played that endgame better and won. Aryan Tari is once again not having a particularly good time of it. He is worse against a 2500 player, but might not lose. Draw in Hammer's game. Hammer actually, rook h7 was much stronger than rook g8 for some reason in that position. And
hang on, let me come to this match, because you are talking about it. It's match number 18, I believe, So John Ludwig Hammer, that was this 2 pawns up position.
And now I can see why rook h7 was so. I had a feeling that there will be some line where it's important for us to have the g8 square for the king. And if you follow the game like rook d7, bishop c6, after rook g8, check, and bishop b5 was played. And here, I guess, just as I have done just now, Hammer realized if he goes rook e8, he just resigns after rook takes c7. And this is where you would really like to have some squares for your king here. But as it is, you don't have any. So he had to play g7, g6, and g7, g6, unfortunately for Jan Ludwig, runs into rook e6, knight h6, and black is not even remotely better. And the game was agreed drawn. And on the last board, Urkedal is, I'm guessing this is kind of a transmission error, but he is in control anyway. Yeah, like nobody goes knight b8 here, but I think even if you play bishop takes b7, as you do, after rook a7, white is, I think, pretty much completely winning.
Yeah, white is in total control. Aryan Tari in...
Yeah, but Aryan is struggling. Although, I don't know what this rook b8... okay, b3 is...
I mean, maybe he holds, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he holds.
So Norway will win. Norway will win, perhaps not by as large a score as maybe they would have liked, but they will win today.
And what about the female section? Hang on, the women's section. Yeah, actually, Alina Kashlinskaya drew with Hampi Konelu. Yeah, we are expected e4, king e3. Second board draw as well.
Fourth board also draw, and board 3, Olivia Kilbasa is now playing this endgame, which I assume is a draw with best play, but
yeah,
who knows? Yeah, who knows? There's still, we have seen these endgames not go so easily.
Yeah, but okay, now we also see that black is playing correctly. Of course, g6, g5 had to be played. If it's white to move and white gets the chance to fix the pawn on g6, then it's bad news.
Probably it's trouble. Yeah, in Ukraine versus Georgia, draw on 1, draw on 3. But yeah, Anna Muzachuk is completely lost now.
In fact, let's take a look. Yeah, knight c7 was played.
But then she made a mistake. She made the mistake next move, and for a brief moment, Anna had good drawing chances because after knight a6, she should have taken on g2 first, and then after knight takes c5. Only then do you play bishop f5, rook d5, because rook c2 check is a strong threat. Rook c2 check. King d1 and rook c4, and you actually probably force white to win this piece, but you pick up the pawn on f4 incredibly importantly, and the pawn on h6 is still very vulnerable, and black has 3 passers on the king side. This would have become quite messy, but she, I think, quite understandably, she saw a way to create an immediate threat, played bishop f5 here.
Yeah, and she was also very low on the clock.
Yeah, but now after rook d5, rook g2, g7. Shockingly, it's sort of very, very important to get to the f4 pawn here, because the g pawn seems like it's running, but actually rook g7, rook g6 just stops it very, very comfortably, and she is now probably going to lose.
Yeah, this should be lost.
And on board 4, actually,
Natalia won.
Yeah, she's already won. So it's likely going to be a 2-2 match.
Yeah, 2-2 match, which is actually very good news for India.
Yeah, India obviously is rooting for nobody winning their matches for sure.
Yes. Wow, but okay, now 2 consecutive draws for India if Vaisal is holding it. First, she has to hold. But also yesterday she held a tough endgame against Anna Yushenina. So it seems like she has quite a good endgame technique.
Yeah, and in other matches, Kazakhstan against Bulgaria, Abdumalik is probably just winning against
Salimova.
Against Nurgul, yeah. Draw on 2, and on 3, the Bulgarian player is kind of winning.
Yeah, so there is
pretty much winning, which means 1-1, and on board 4, our understanding was proven sort of correct. Black is completely safe, but maybe now that there are some, like it's becoming a little bit weird, because Black played h5 at some point, and now ideas of rook g3 and queen d1 and some sacrifices on g6 are a little bit hanging in the air, but probably just fine for everybody. Probably ends up being a draw. So this looks like it probably ends in a draw if we take the positions as they stand right now. This is probably also a 2-2 game. Next match is Azerbaijan versus Mongolia, and I want to say a word about the Mongolian team, who is, they're on 13 out of 16, tied for 3rd in the Olympiad. Clearly, I've known for a while that they are a very strong team, but they are still outperforming, I think, most people's expectations. And already today, like this is board 1, in which I think probably the Azerbaijani player is. Actually, no. Yeah, the engine says it's fine.
No, it was the wrong game. Yeah, this
is
the board 1. Yeah.
Okay, so board 1, Azerbaijan is winning. Board 2 is Azerbaijan is winning board 1 and 2. Okay, then it's not that interesting because the Mongolian player is completely winning on 4, but it probably ends up not mattering, unfortunately for them. She's just completely winning against an opponent 200 rating points above her. And board 3 is actually quite unclear. I thought board 3 was in favor of Azerbaijan, but actually
but I mean, it's unclear in a way that, okay, black is probably the one who has to survive, yeah?
Probably, yeah, but still. But unfortunately for Mongolia, yeah, they are absolutely losing on 1 and 2, so they will lose this match.
And what about Germany versus England?
Yeah.
Elizabeth Petz made a draw against Jovanka.
Yeah.
On the top board, second board.
Josephine Heinemann has a very, very pleasant endgame against Katerina Toma. On board 3, we have some kind of safety. King safety probably makes it better for black. B7 is vulnerable, but the king on G1 is very, very unsafe as well. So you prefer black. And on board 4, Jana Schneider actually gave mate in 20 moves or something, in 30 moves, not 20. But,
wow.
But still, yeah, 8.5 out of 9. This is the German player who is on 8.5 out of 9. So currently the match is +1 for Germany, but and they have a very nice position on board too. So if Josephine actually converts this, they just win regardless of what happens on board 3.
Yeah, then
we have a lot of other things like Armenia, Romania, and yeah, these are all important matches. But
yeah, as usual, Irina has her incredible tough, hard-fought game now, also seemingly better against
I have a
Elina.
feeling she has like just how many points does she have on board 1?
I feel like she's playing wonderfully, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to check because it looks like she is just winning every day.
We do remember that she did not manage to win against Maria Muziciuk.
Actually, it's not actually true. Yeah, she's on 4 out of 7. But she's playing an unbelievably stacked lineup. Like she played a couple of slightly weaker opponents in rounds 1 and 2, and from round 3, her weakest opponent is 24-41, which is like the absolute creme de la creme of the first board. Like she played 3 players in a row above 2500, and the rest are all 2450, 2480. So she is playing a very, very stacked field, gaining a lot of elo, but in terms of pure numbers, she is not as dominant as I had the impression she was.
Yeah, but her game's quality is very high. Yeah, that's for sure.
Playing really, really well. Yeah, for sure. Completely winning.
On board 2, Armenia is winning. Yeah, this is clear. Board 3 is kind of a long maneuvering.
Yeah, some kind of a maneuvering.
Yeah, white is slightly better, so Armenia in control on the third board.
And Romania much better on board 4. So still a kind of an unclear match, in fact.
Very unclear, yeah, because actually Irina can win on board 1, they can win on board 4.
Yeah.
Then Armenia will be forced to win this slow game on board 3.
And then on a bit further down, there's a match of like 2 generations. Pia Kramling, I think today is playing against the Lynn Robbers. So we could maybe take a... Yeah.
Oh, wow. Pia Kramling won.
Pia already won, yeah.
That's it. Class is class, yeah.
Yeah, you can't really. Pia is just a fantastic player. And in this position, by the way, if you go knight h6, as I now realize, after knight h6, white can go knight f6. Knight g4 check. Okay, you don't go for beauty there. Okay.
Yeah, no, you just
take on
opponent to design, yeah, right?
Yeah.
With knight on d5, pawn on c6. So wow, incredible win by Pia Kramling. Irina Agrest in some kind of a trouble. It looks good, so the Dutch team can bounce back. What do we have on board 3?
And by the way, thanks to our chat once again to attracting my attention to something. Pia Kramling, board 1, 8 out of 9.
Wow.
8 out of 9. Just, I wonder when her first Olympiad was. I would guess, I don't know, late 80s?
I think even early, I think already.
Maybe even earlier, yeah.
Yeah, I think mid 80s I'm expecting, but
maybe mid 80s, yeah. And because Sweden is not really doing that great, she's not perhaps playing the caliber of opponents she is capable of playing. But I mean, you can only play what's in front of you, and yeah, 8 out of 9, 2 draws somewhere in the middle there, but just solidly crushing.
Yeah, she's just outclassing her opponents.
Yeah.
But actually, it seems like the Kremlin family is saving or winning maybe the match. Yeah, depending on, because on board 4.
And Anna is also winning. Yeah, Anna is also just completely.
Yeah,
winning.
Anna is winning. Yeah, but on fourth board, Lanchavatea has won her game.
Mm-hmm.
And potentially Peng Jiaoqing can save the match for the Netherlands.
The series tells us that Pia already won medals in Olympics in 84 and 88. So yeah, she is just so inspirational for, I mean, so many generations of players. So first Olympiad 78
in Buenos Aires. Oh my God! Yeah.
78. Yeah, you weren't born yet.
Yes, not yet. Yeah.
I was just about, I was still on all fours playing with wooden toys.
Wow.
Yeah.
And let me also find the Hungarian. No, but Hungarian girls lost yesterday. Yeah, so there is no chance that we can find them on our boards.
Yeah,
so
and she's also such a fantastic person, Pia. Always smiling, always a very, very sunny attitude towards everything. Yeah, that family is just.
And also, I think she has many games. Almost all her games are basically strategical masterpieces. Yeah, she's a very nice strategist. All her moves make perfect sense. I think one can very nicely teach, modern games from her games. All right. So what do we have here? Gukesh Mamedjalov draw.
Yeah, that was a draw. That was a draw.
Yeah, Nihal Salim
4-2 was also a
draw. Prague, what is Prague doing? Look at this. Things are getting messy. Things are getting messy.
This has gotten very much out of control somehow, because Prague chose to play b3 before and then did not take control over the A file. So Vasif is now very much using it to generate additional counterplay. Yeah, Prague has definitely got sidetracked somewhere. He also declined the repetition.
Vasif declined.
Vasif declined the repetition.
Vasif declined, yeah. Wow, this whole situation is...
but I guess Vasif is doing the right thing, because 2 draws on two top boards and...
but also Nijat is better,
I don't understand. This is very weird, right?
Okay, but it was time trouble. Was it move 40 when he refused the repetition? Let me check.
Maybe. Well, actually, 40. Yeah, 40.
Yeah, move 40. Yeah,
40. But what I mean is, they're actually better on board 4. So he doesn't. But they're not winning. They're better, but they're not winning on board 4. I guess he feels that leaving Nijat sort of alone. Playing his own game there would be putting additional pressure on him, and he feels that giving him somebody to sit next to is helpful, and he might win. Honestly, this is now very, very tricky for Prague, because the rook invades via the A1 square, and then at some point some kind of a 5-4 counterplay could become quite problematic.
Yeah, very tricky. We also see that Prague is burning a lot of time after the time control. Yes, so very tough situation for the Indian youngsters. What about Armenia? I do see that.
I think Gabi will save this now. I think you can maybe even take on E3, honestly. With the pawn on H4, I feel like we can just take on E3, go knight F5, provoke E3.
I also had the same feeling that pawn on H4 should be a big step forward, but still, I'm a little bit worried. So you would like to take knight F5?
Specifically here, yeah, because I think king F2, bishop H6. But it might get tricky, because check is incredibly annoying here.
Yeah,
just
where do we
so
go?
annoying, because I don't know which square to choose. I need to keep an eye on the bishop on h6, otherwise e3, e4 will be strong. And let's say if we play king g7,
then king f3 works,
king f3
right?
is kind of crushing, yeah, because we cannot take on e3 with either piece. And then our entire previous play is just wrong. I thought maybe king h5. Oh no, king h5.
But then rook e6.
Rook e6 or rook f6,
Yeah.
Doesn't work. Okay.
So he has to hold. He has to hold the status quo. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's just also take a look at the last couple of moves. So queen f5, rook a takes, rook a7, h5. So that's how we reach this. Yeah, queen e1, king g6, queen e3. It's also kind of interesting that Nodiebek didn't opt for queen e4. Just we are trying to understand what is happening. H4, king h2, queen f4 check, king g1. So is he actually repeating because the match is controlled, or just playing?
No, I think he will
nerves?
continue. I'm pretty sure like there is zero risk for white in all
Exactly.
of like you cannot possibly lose any of these positions with white. So I'm pretty sure he will play until the end of the match. But on other boards, yeah, as we mentioned, like board 4 is just a complete bust for him. No, not 4. 4 is actually
board 3. Yeah, board 3.
Yeah,
now.
4. And did you see that evaluation in Robert's game?
That it's almost equal. Yeah.
Yeah, it says it's not that bad anymore.
Yeah. Okay, still annoying, but yeah, I mean he might escape. Of course, yeah, poor Tersakian will be the tragic figure in this encounter, because refusing the repetition of moves because of the team. At that point, the match looked completely lost.
Well, you have to say, though, we have to be fair. Tersakian, he didn't refuse a threefold. He refused a twofold, and we don't know if Sindarov would actually continue repeating.
Yeah, but at that point, the match situation was so heavily in favor of the Uzbek players that probably, I mean, otherwise, if not the match situation, I'm pretty sure Sindarov would have also continued playing this position. Yeah. But yeah, it was just that the match situation was such that Black was the one who had to. And what about Melkomyan against Yakuboev? Yeah, Black trades the bishop with.
This will be a draw. Yeah,
Bishop c5.
He'll take with the b pawn, and white probably can never, attack and win the. Okay, this is clever. He'll take on c5, and if bc5, he will at least play queen d2, both attacking a5 and protecting d5. This is actually quite clever. Unfortunately for him, it looks to me like it should still be a kind of just d4, and start pushing.
Yeah.
You never actually have anything in these types of positions.
That is always, for example, okay, just to illustrate, we take, queen takes c7, and Black has at least perpetual check.
At least a perpetual, So, okay. The other thing I want to say is probably not true.
Yeah, so it means that what I wanted to highlight and what we have been talking about, that the Olympic is about to get very dramatic. Armenia might lose to the Uzbek kids. The Indian team, the Indian youngster team, India B, looks in a lot of trouble. I mean, maybe they can save a match, but they really need to save it. Sadvani needs to hold this unpleasant endgame against Abbasov, and Prag has to. I mean, if Sadvani loses that game, then Prag needs to win. And if it's very tough match. Yeah. And hang on, in that case, then Uzbekistan would take the lead, the sole lead.
Yeah, if India draws against Azerbaijan, India is on 15, Armenia stays on 15, and if Uzbekistan beats Armenia, they go to 16, and they're in pole position, 1 point above.
Yeah, because I think I already mentioned when these Uzbek kids played that fantastic match against United States that I was expecting that team to be able to make real upsets against anyone, but I didn't see them, being so consistent that they can really eventually be fighting for first place. But they are proving completely wrong.
Yeah, so far this is definitely like they look like a squad who can beat absolutely anybody, and they continue performing very solidly. And it will be a huge blow for that. If Robert actually gets away with this, though, it will be a very, very big change. We should probably take a look at this for a second, because I still don't understand why this isn't just f6 check is a threat now. This is what he missed, because he was concentrated on dealing with g6, and now suddenly with the bishop on f3, white is not threatening g6 anymore. White wants to play f6 check, and then after king e6, we suddenly have this bishop g4 check, and we're just taking on f7. And if the f7 pawn falls, obviously the position becomes quite double-edged.
Yeah, and also because black's king is nowhere safe anymore. Well, what the turn of events that maybe now Robert is the one who brings some hope to Armenia. I mean, we see the evaluation bar says that if someone, then it's black who is better, but the psychological shift in the battle,
Suddenly it's not one-way traffic, and apparently instead of knight e2 check, which we also both very much liked, so it's impossible for us to criticize, just going rook d8 f8 here, making sure that everything is protected, was completely win. Just preparing for both f6 and g6. If g6 we go king f6 very happily, and f6 with rook on f8 doesn't really make much sense. And then we just continue pushing on the queen side. We just go, I don't know, rook b2, a3, a2, and so on.
Yeah, but of course, it was very unlucky for black that this is move 40.
Yeah.
Because I mean, move 40, you just want to make a move with which you feel like you stop any counterplay from your opponent. And in fact, after knight e2 check, king h2, knight f4, bishop f3, the counterplay is only beginning.
Yeah, suddenly, this bishop suddenly has things to dream of, things to aim for. And yeah, this is very, very unclear.
And look at this. Actually, Sargsyan manages to trade the queens on c1.
In this fashion, in this fashion.
They should hold, probably.
Yeah, and I think white will probably play g3, and black will probably maybe not even react, just ignore it. Just ignore it. We're not reacting to it. Like we go king f6 here and we chill.
Or maybe bishop g5 and try to
or bishop g5. But I mean, even if somehow you attack the pawn on h4 with something else, I'm pretty much never taking on g3.
Yeah.
If you want to take on h4, be my guest, but I'm not taking on g3. And this already looks like, this should be quite comfortably defensible for Gabriel.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, so Gabi might survive, but it might not be enough.
Yeah.
And what about Plug's game?
Let's take a look at this. Yeah, so he's gone rook b3, rook a1 check. He will probably play king h2. I don't like bishop f1. Bishop f1 looks weird to me, but I mean, you can do it. I just, optically, it doesn't look right to me, but maybe I'm not assessing it properly.
Yeah, basically, okay, there will be also a big question that how do you deal with this c3 knight, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, if you will, okay, I have to make a move. But hang on, king h2, do you have knight no, knight f6 doesn't work. Okay. Suddenly, for a moment, I thought like, oh my God, maybe knight f6 is possible, but it's not working.
King h2 -4. G4, queen f4, queen e8.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like, queen f4, queen e8, and checkmate. Wow.
Yeah, bishop f1, still okay. King h2 resigns.
But look at this, that it's not so obvious because it hasn't been played yet. Otherwise, Plug would blitz out bishop f1, or it's just a PGN.
You'll see. Somebody
maybe it's just the PGN. Yeah. Okay, so bishop f1 has to be played, and then the big question again: how do we deal with this knight? One could argue that black could try to get the knight back to c5 via a4, but then maybe white will be able to activate the rook. I don't know.
Black can actually play f5, f4 here. I don't quite understand why, but you can play f4.
Here we can play f4?
Yeah, rook bc3. I don't understand any of it.
Wow.
I guess knight c3, rook c3, queen h3 or something. I really, really don't understand any of it.
Wow, but this is then incredibly insane, and then so much to calculate.
And after f4, the engine actually goes g3, g4, and then the knight goes back. Wow. Apparently g4 is the way to go here, and then you go knight a4, knight c5, and game continues as if nothing happened. This is an unbelievably difficult position to play. Yeah,
this is very difficult. I mean, okay, it's okay. One can argue that you can spot that king h2 gets into some mating net, but even this is possible.
Wait, something. I'm trying to look on the screen because I think there's something on h2. I have a feeling he played. I don't know. No, he played bishop f1. Okay, good.
He played bishop f1. Yeah.
Okay.
No, of course, it would be very, very uncharacteristic for Prague to blunder anything, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, he goes bishop f1. Incredibly tense game, and so important because, okay, we have to check out what is Abasov doing. I mean, b5, king e3.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Anish will continue playing that weird exchange down position where the engine now is actually claiming he might be a little bit better. So yeah, my understanding is clearly nowhere near as good as his. But on board 2, Jordan will have to defend rook and bishop against rook.
Oof, and with the king on the back rank, yeah? Slightly.
And the king already on d8, yeah. But looks like white is not in time to set up the Philidor position here. But yeah, this is obviously a massive achievement for Tabatabai because...
Wow. Look at this Anish's choice. This is amazing. I mean, he opted for queen d1, so he thinks that if he trades the queens, then he can start to shuffle for free because then his king can get to d3. Yeah, and okay, just to show that. Yeah,
let's just show this on the board. Yeah, takes.
Because black can't really do much. Yeah, black will just kind of wait. Yeah.
Well, actually, I think it's fine for black, right? Because we just bring the king over to b7 and this holds, I would assume.
Okay, so then you start king g8. Okay, what we want to show that the kings will activate themselves.
But then but he goes like knight b1, knight d2, and then he goes knight c4, and it actually becomes a bit like if there's no king supporting the structure, it does become a bit annoying for black for sure.
Yeah, actually, I mean, okay, hang on. How are you supposed to hold this? Yeah.
No, it's a very serious thing. Yeah, and black still has no counterplay on the king side whatsoever. King side continues being locked out.
Yeah, so let's just make some more moves to illustrate finally the final danger that if black is just waiting, then we are doing this. We play knight c4, so we are touching the knight on d6, and if black takes on c4, we take with the king, and we are starting to play d6,
and then king d5,
and win the game.
Yeah, king d5 is the way to go. Yeah, Anish might end up playing, one of the greatest positional masterpieces of recent times, because he did this absolutely voluntarily. He just, around move 30, just gave up a full exchange, or 35. Just put his rook on a square attacked by the bishop. There's no other way to describe it. Just traded this rook for the bishop in order pretty much to get exactly what we're watching right now. I feel that if you play very precisely with black here, you should probably be able to set up some kind of a defense.
But it also might just be lost. You never know. Yeah, this is the problem with this position, that it might be a set. I mean, might be a fortress somehow, or it might just be lost. It's terrible feeling.
Yeah. No, this is extremely impressive by Anish, the level of understanding that he showed by playing rook c3. I'm still not convinced black, had to be in trouble, but now black definitely needs to be extremely careful. But I think the point is, we are just in time to cross the c file. You go like king e8, king e2 on the board, and now, no, king e2, king e8, king d3, we just insta go king d8, king c8 here. We don't spend any more time. We need to get to c8 and b7. King c8, knight d1, or knight b1, yeah, and now king b7. Now we're in time, and now I think after knight d2, we can probably set ourselves up so that those things don't happen. Like I go rook h7, I go rook h7.
Yeah, rook h7, okay, rook c6.
And like, okay, rook h8 now.
Okay, h8. So I will get my bishop to a3, yeah?
You can also get the bishop to a3, right?
Yeah. I mean, let's just put knight on f3 so that you have to...
Rook h7, bishop c1, rook h8, bishop a3, rook h7, knight d2.
And then knight d2, yeah. And I believe that finally at this moment, black will get nervous if he didn't get nervous before.
Yeah, and play knight takes f5 or something and win. Not win, I mean, like...
yeah, basically this is one of those moves that I'm also kind of expecting at the end of the day, that black will have to try to play something like this. but it should lose. Yeah, I mean the rook on c6 is very strong, and
yeah, this is. I mean, it does generate some counterplay because rook d4 takes a4 is a plan, and yeah, I mean this might not be so horrible, but maybe we can somehow control it. Maybe
we can maybe even not to leave the king on d3. Maybe we should have just moved it on e3 so that black will never take with check on d5. But yeah, we are seeing the danger here. And what about the rest? Okay, all the other games. I mean, last two boards.
Yeah, this match is over. Yeah, in the US match, yeah, we have they traded wins on 1 and 2 with black on both boards. Wesley, I'm guessing, is just completely just resigned. Yeah. It's a full rook. It's basically a full rook. b2 and king a5, a4, a3, a2. It's just a full rook. Yeah, and then doesn't matter. Linier might also win now. Linier actually has a very pleasant endgame. But even if this is a draw, Wesley, so we'll have a really kind of unusual result, in particular when it involves the Greek team, because the Greeks are normally, the Mastrovasidis brothers are extremely solid with the white pieces, and they will both lose with white today.
Yeah, but it looked like they were a little bit too ambitious. I mean, on first board, yeah, Dimitrios was challenging Fabi, yeah, in this Sveshnikov structure, and then since the line is not very fashionable, I'm not sure how familiar he was with all the details. And then Fabi went on to win a very nice game. I believe many people are also rooting for Fabi not to bounce back. Yeah, of course, after what we have seen so far from him in the Olympiad, yeah, I believe everyone is rooting for him. Wow, and what about India one? So Hari is squeezing this drawish position. Okay, it will be a draw. We did game end in a draw. Arjun is still trying to win this exchange up position, of course. He will play this forever.
Yeah, but this is now, I think, sort of quote-unquote objectively should be very, very easily holdable. You just go like, I want to play f6, h5, put the king on g6. I'm not even worse by that point. Like, that is just such a solid setup. I'm running like zero risks. And
yeah, but
Sashi,
yes, this is
Sashi is much better.
Sashi is actually winning. Yeah, Sashi is
because bishop f6, bishop f3. This is probably something.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Although, how winning is this rook ending? Rook d3, and then probably just winning. Yeah, king comes over to b4.
I mean, you mean bishop endgame?
Yeah, I said rook. Yeah, bishop. Of course, bishop. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, okay. This is good news for India because this seems to be winning, and then and also white plays down to 1.5 minutes on the clock. Very, very unpleasant.
Yeah, Sashi will win. So India probably wins this match, right? Yeah, looks like India is winning this match. Germany versus Vincent won, but they lost on 4. Position on board 3 continues looking absolutely horrible.
Yeah, basically resignable. Yeah, resignable on board 3. So Matthias needs to win at all cost, and the time control has been reached. I think this is good news for him that he can basically try to find the way to break Black's construction. I mean, one really has the feeling that there should be a way for white, and also computer confirms that this is a great chance. By the way, we haven't had a chance to look at the Hungarians. What are the Hungarians doing? I know we are not standing very well, but we need to bounce
match number
back.
14. Yeah, there it is.
Okay. So, Victor, Erdős Victor won against Matej Sebenik. Board 2 is a draw.
You won 3-1.
We won 3-1.
Very
okay,
solid.
Great.
Yeah, very solid.
Winning with the white pieces, yeah. So bouncing back after the loss, and also I have seen there some big match between Cuba and France. What is this? So
let's take a look. Yeah,
Musa won on board 1.
But Mathieu Carnet lost on board 2, so it's 1-1. Maxime Lagarde is probably winning.
Then they are winning because the last board was a draw.
Yeah, so France will win, but these are all matches on 11 points to get to 13. You are still fighting for like a top 10 finish, but you're probably not fighting for more than that if you're on 13 out of
probably
18 after today. England versus...
Yeah, England seem to be in control, and Luke McShane seems to be winning.
Luke is winning, Mickey Drew.
I mean, okay, to be fair, we are saying winning, it's a queen and game with equal amount of pawns. But
we're starting we're starting to pick some of them up now, yeah. So it's not going to be equal forever.
Yeah,
still not sure why it loves it so much for white.
yeah, exactly. I mean, this computer evaluation is always a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But
England will win the match because Luke is better, Gawain won, and okay, this is kind of tricky, but I'm guessing the pawns on the king side run quickly enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like white is running any risk here.
Probably not, no. Probably not.
Well, also one should mention that Diego Flores used to be board number 1 for the Argentinian team.
Yeah,
so,
for a number of years, yeah.
Yeah, a very dangerous player there on board 4. But probably he will be neutralized by Haria. So what else do we have? The Ukraine team fighting against Australia. First board, sorry, this is third board. First board. Okay, so Ukraine won 2.5, Kuzubov won on board 2.
Yeah, this is some kind of a theoretical draw in a Grünfeld. Kuzubov won a very seemingly convincing game against Timur Kaybukarov. Draw on 3. Really kind of a mad position. The final position is looks like this was a game that we would have enjoyed covering, but it's drawn now. Like we can't say much anymore. And draw on board 4. Also, final position looks like people had fun today.
What on earth had happened here?
Yeah, I don't know what this is. And actually, the machine kind of likes this for black in the final position, but maybe not so much.
Yeah, understandably. Yeah, if someone, then only black can be better. But yeah, it ended with some repetition of.
So clearly a fantastically hard-fought match, and it's a kind of a pity that it wasn't played higher up the standings, and we couldn't really dedicate as much time to it. So we're only just now coming to it after the first time control, when all we can say is that Ukrainians did win today. By the way, if we can get to that
against
game,
Denmark, yeah?
Iturrizaga's game. I want to show you one specific point. Chat was kind of asking us to show this. Specifically, move 13 is a very beautiful thing. DE, knight b5. And actually, Alan Stig is completely fine here if he makes some kind of a accurate quiet move, but he played h6 and he got hit in the head with knight e5.
This hurts. I mean, knight takes e5.
Yeah, and queen e5, bishop f4, suddenly you were kind of getting completely destroyed. He played hg, but it's not much better after hg because bishop f7 and you still lose the queen and things continue collapsing, and he just... But it's a very, very cute tactic. Like he's actually doing completely fine there. He can go, I think f5 takes g4 is what the machine plays. Also kind of a greedy-ish move, but just fg and then continue from there, and completely fine for black. But yeah, he made one slightly optimistic decision, I guess, expecting bishop takes f6, and knight takes e5 is like +5 suddenly.
Yeah, wow. And what about the match itself? Santos Latas has also won. Vallejo made a draw, so Spain in total control. The Jonas Bied against Alex.
Actually, hang on a second. That final position in the Paco game, you just kind of randomly said he also made the draw. He's a rook up. I mean, rook down here. How is this a draw, guys?
Wow. It's move 31.
He just... Obviously, he offered, but
he offered. No, but maybe something happened. I mean, maybe we are not having the correct position, because really, otherwise, black can just jump back with knight to b5.
I mean, the engine doesn't seem to think that black is so much better, but still, agreeing a draw here is quite a remarkable decision. Yeah, maybe he had 30 seconds. I don't know.
White has 4 pawns for the rook, but all right, craziness everywhere, but Spain is winning and they are coming closer, because simply Paco was missing so much. I'm just really feeling so sorry for the Spanish team, because with Vallejo pawns on board during the whole Olympiad, they would be up there. I'm pretty sure they would be up there fighting on top boards.
Let's go back to the Indian match, because I think there's some exciting stuff going on there. People were saying that Nijat Abbasov was already in full control, but he apparently missed something and is no longer as winning as perhaps he was earlier. I wonder
to be honest, we never felt that he's winning. No, it was just like he's actually doing well.
This is what the chat was saying, and chat is never wrong.
Yeah, no, definitely computer pointed out something, but I mean, we kind of felt like, okay, the black is fighting for survival, black has chances to survive.
Actually, instead of rook b5, for some reason, I can understand why. It says it's incredibly important to play rook a7 instead of rook b5. We're threatening bishop d5, so you have to play king g8. And then the machine goes rook a6.
But why not king f8?
Probably doesn't matter. I go rook a6.
Doesn't matter,
anyway.
yeah, rook a6.
King g7, I suppose. And he goes rook b6. And we get the same position, but we actually get the pawn to a6.
Yeah, no, okay, but I mean, we can then again start this discussion that with this time control, it's just impossible to.
Yeah. It's if you don't spot rook a7, rook a6, like nobody even looks at you strangely. It's a very, very difficult thing. But it's a huge difference with the game, because in the game he is now he is actually just kind of resigning to the fact that it will be a rook ending, I guess, or what? No, he wants to go rook a2, rook b4, I suppose.
No, rook a2, rook f7.
Rook a2, rook f7.
Yeah, because rook is on b7 now.
Yeah, but we can play rook b1, king d2, rook a1, right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, this is the
rook b1, king d2, rook a1,
and then you get the position you are talking about.
No, he has to play rook b4. Yeah,
but rook b4, b2.
Bishop c2.
No, already b2 you can take also. Bishop on b1 protects the pawn. Wow, yeah, this is.
I think the bigger issue for Nijat here is that I just go king g7 and we're all stuck. Nobody goes anywhere. You can play h5, but I will ignore it, or play king h6 maybe or something.
Wow, in any case, very rarely we see a structure with this bishop on d1. Yeah, this bishop on d1 is a very special piece here.
Yeah, and there is an absolute mess in the other game. Like Prague's game is, I'm not really following what's going on, but Chad was saying he will never play rook ca2, and he actually played rook ca2. I think it's a very natural move. I don't know why Chad is so surprised. Rook
yeah, I mean, this is what White is dreaming of, yeah?
Yeah.
Invading finally, and also be able to eventually trade this powerful rook on f8 if necessary, or just go rook a7 for the attack.
Yeah. And supposedly Prague is now much better.
Yeah.
Because rook e1 was a little bit too ambitious.
I want to understand, how did White get all these rooks to the a file?
So what happened was, after rook d3, Black can play knight ac5, but White obviously wants to play rook d1. And Vasif felt that allowing White to neutralize the pin on the back rank is too important. So he played rook e1, obviously the point being that if you play rook d1 now, you lose to g4, because we have taken away the e2 square. So White loses connection between the queen on f3 and the rook on d1. But it gives White this hugely important tempo to play rook a3 and then double on the a file, starting our own play on the queen side. And I guess the argument is there's just no threats that we need to be afraid of on the king side. And if
I mean, it feels like, okay, we are coming. Yeah, we will always have rook a8 if necessary.
Suddenly it feels like the kids might win again, because Sadvani is, I think, very close to saving his game. Bishop d1 on the board, he will not blunder rook a2, rook f7. He's not me, So he'll play rook b1, rook a1, I'm pretty sure. And after that, I think he holds that position quite confidently. And Prague is just better.
Yeah, Prague is now better. Yeah, this is unbelievable turn of events, because it looked like, okay, there is just no way Azerbaijan can lose this match. Yeah, it looked like, okay, they might win or it's going to be a draw, and all of a sudden, yeah, I don't understand Vasif. Maybe Vasif was just carried away by the fact that Prague spent too much time and he got too optimistic by the fact that...
I think, or maybe he missed something in calculations. But it seems like a strange decision to kind of go all in here, considering... Oh!
What? Oh my God. Oh my God. Raunak blunder rook f7.
Whoa. Okay.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I should just never make stupid statements like this. I mean, I really thought there was like 0 chance this ever happens, but like 20 seconds ago, I said that he will not do this.
Yeah, you just never know. Yeah, the tension is so high, and the point is the lines that we have already illustrated. Yeah, that everything was about this fighting against the A pawn. It was a very, very special construction. You might get into all the details, yeah, of all these finesses, that how I'm going to fight later against both pawns and so on, and then suddenly you just blunder a simplest tactic.
Yeah, I think this is just very holdable if you go rook a1. I mean, yeah, this is just heartbreaking for Raunak.
Yeah, for Raunak it's heartbreaking. On the other hand, for Indian fans, it's not good that it happened in the moment when Prague actually gets a chance to bounce back. Yeah.
Actually, that position supposedly is not even that equal. Yeah, machine still gives white decent winning chances. I overestimated how easy it is, but yeah, you obviously never play rook a2. I mean, rook a2 is. But this is the pressure of the Olympiad. This is the pressure of playing day after day. They've been playing in extremely high pressure situations against the best teams in the world, and eventually you start making mistakes you would never ever make, you know, in 100 years. Like we know Raunak, we've seen him play. He doesn't miss this stuff.
Yeah, this is what we also talked about the Armenians. Yeah, that they keep on getting one incredible strong opponent after another, and how long you can keep this mental freshness, this incredible fighting spirit. And now, first of all, Nodiebek is still squeezing this position. Board 3 is already lost, and Robert Hovhannisyan's position is also basically we are kind of, wow, what? Computer says that Robert has chances to win.
To win, yeah, I have no idea why.
How is this possible?
Why is this? What?
I mean, first of all, what happened after bishop f3? So black played the move rook f8, rook d1, rook b2 check, king g3, knight e2 check. So they traded on e2, takes, and apparently E2, here there is some incredible move idea.
Rook b1 maybe simply. I'm guessing it's just rook b1 take on b7, because if you go rook b8, I will go g6.
Yes. So first of all, it's important that white can hide with the king on h5. This is very nice, and it would even help us. No, hang on, rook e3 check, rook b3 I have. No, you can't. But no, and then what?
And then it takes and goes rook h6.
Yeah, and then f6.
But it's a draw. It's a draw in the end. Like it's now giving me like a very, very drawish evaluation for this endgame. But yeah, black has to be careful. But also white has to realize you can take on b3 and then go rook h6 because.
But hang on. That's the point, that after rook h7 you can't play rook f7.
You can. This is actually what it plays. It goes king d6 here and makes a draw. But but this position is you're in trouble. Yeah, because white picks up the pawn on f6 and you don't want to play this queen ending.
Wow. I mean, of course.
Unbelievable drama everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, everywhere. Yeah. And we know exactly how much every 1 point means incredibly a lot, and the feeling, of keeping the control of the things. Because if you lose the control once, you can just lose it so easily. I recall our tournament in 2017 with the Hungarian national team. We had the best lineup for the last time, and we were doing fantastically. And then and it was only nine rounds tournament. Round 7 we lost to Azerbaijan, a very, very close match, and then we lost the match the next day against Ukraine, and we lost our first position, and we even didn't get a medal afterwards. It's just so easy to you lose some very tough matches, and you get very exhausted, you get emotionally also very upset. But hang on, do you still think that Gabi is able to make a draw so easily, or is Nodiebek making very nice progress?
I still feel like we can ignore it, but Yeah, just GH and then it starts pushing. Yeah.
I mean, maybe just to
maybe like this. Yeah.
activate. Yeah.
Maybe like this.
I mean, after h5, we still have okay, but it's h5, bishop g5. We should be controlling. Yeah, one gets the feeling. Yeah, as you said, if white has to take g takes h4, then those pieces will be very powerful.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
Yeah, he even goes knight f3.
And Robert didn't play rook b1, so king f3, rook b2. I'm guessing white still okay. It's back to. Yeah, I think this game will just continue being extremely dramatic because it's just such an unusual endgame. 4 rook endgames are basically almost always all about calculation, but also the structure with black having 2 outside passers on the queen side and white having this very nice pair on f5 and g5 and needing to figure out what to do with it. It's just so difficult to orient yourself properly. Like you have very, very few bearings. Like your pattern recognition software in your mind kind of glitches out here. You've not seen an endgame like this before.
Yeah, but now I really have the feeling that black can never lose this. Yeah, I mean black is
now
perfectly
it feels like
safe.
black is safe. Yeah.
Yes.
Rook
And
d5,
rook d5. So basically, it's more like Robert is fighting for the draw. So he did not spot this idea that he.
I think he didn't believe that he can take on b3.
Yes.
He's still fine after rook d5.
All right. So then we also know that this Prague versus Durai Bali game is so incredibly important after Raunak has lost. So will Prague be able to bounce back?
Yeah, f4 played, but now I think we can.
I mean, feeling-wise, I would love to take EF, but
EF, you have to calculate queen h3.
Queen h3, yeah.
Because EF, GF, rook a8, I think black resigns. Rook a8, sorry, I can't speak words anymore. But EF, queen h3 maybe is a little bit tricky. We probably have to play queen g2, black takes on g2, we take, g takes f.
And we still have this rook a8, no?
We still have rook a8. We can also just maybe play g3, g4 and not commit to rook a8 yet. Really messy position. 7 minutes against 6. This will be a very, very.
Yeah, but I think these are the positions where usually Prague is very, very strong.
Yes.
I mean, all these complicated positions, seemingly for everyone, it's a total mess. But Prague is able to make sense of all of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm slightly distracted because I'm also trying to figure out what news to update people on. Looks like Matthias Blubaum will actually equalize this match for Germany. They are 2-1 down, no draws in this match, but
he's exchange up now.
Yeah, but he is now in exchange up, and things are completely under control. One rook goes to c5, knight goes to f4. Yeah, he is very, very much in control here.
Yeah.
So it looks like this will end in 2-2.
This is 2-2, and actually Sashi has won.
Yeah, helps absolutely nobody if it's 2-2, but at least Germany is not losing.
Yeah, those 2-2s are a very, very sad result. Yeah. No, none of the teams are really happy.
Yeah, Arjun is pushing. Somehow black did not manage to establish the setup that I wanted. Maybe white is just winning now. Hang on a second. Can we take a look? Why? Like, what happened there? We left it. Yeah.
Rook a7. So he made sure that f6 is not able. I mean, not being played.
Yeah, rook c4. So he actually was just in time to stop us from achieving the ideal setup. And now we have to go all passive. And once you go completely passive, yeah, you're in trouble in these endgames. And now he wants to go like king g4, king h5, and there will be a lot of pressure against the entire king side. The big question is, can I play h5? But yeah, why is he allowing h5? Rook b5, king g6, rook d5, f6. Yeah, I don't know why we're allowing h5. I would have played king. Yes, he wanted to stop king g6.
Yeah, king g6 had to
stop king g6. Yeah.
Maybe it's not so easy still. Yeah.
It's still.
White definitely got the maximum. It's fantastic, but
yeah, you still have to somehow win this. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but it shouldn't matter because Sashi won, yeah. And Hari actually is still continuing to play that endgame, doing sort of the right thing for the team, kind of keeping the pressure on. But I don't know how much pressure there is in this endgame. Yeah, we can even play Rook A4. Actually,
would you dare to play Rook A4? Yeah.
I mean,
why not?
Yes, yes. It's 3. I mean, it's like 3 against 2 is maybe a draw, you know, like it's 3 against 3. Just how bad can this be, honestly?
Yeah, but
yeah,
still, I mean, yeah, one has the feeling that with rooks on the board, you will always have, you can always escape. Yeah, and if something you plead and something goes wrong, then you will be regretting.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean,
but of course, it looks such a dead draw that it's impossible to imagine.
It's funny. It's funny that this is still continuing. To be honest,
Yes.
Yeah, like I don't quite know what we're hoping for here with White, but yeah, okay, doesn't matter. We haven't.
All right. So anyway, India is bouncing back. US has won their match. Wesley has won, and Lenius game ended in a draw. So the match victory is sealed. And
Kazakhstan, Serbia. Oh, okay, let's take a look at Anish's position.
Yeah, I wanted to see what kind of progress is being made here.
And actually, Parham did something very clever because he just moved the knight away from d6, and with the knight on f7, he is very much hinting that you have to pay attention. Like if you go completely all in, knight g5 takes h3 becomes something you need to be quite careful about. So yeah. Parham is doing the right thing. King is already on b7. He is keeping all of his, potential counterplay options open. I guess he holds, but still a very, very nice game by Anish. I mean, I really, it's such an unusual exchange sacrifice.
Yeah, very interesting. But actually, what does it mean? Because all the games are drawn. If for example, we assume that Anish Parham game ends in a draw, then all depends on this.
Yeah, this endgame is where everything is at. Yeah, whether Jordan, I'm pretty sure Jordan by this point studied how to make this draw. At some point, he was. One thing I don't quite like, and I've discussed it with other people, and I also think that this is kind of a universal opinion. Although not very many moves have been made. I was going to say looks like he is trying to keep the second rank defense, but he hasn't actually been forced to commit to any kind of a specific way of defending.
But what does it? I mean, you don't like the second rank defense, or?
I think if you have a choice, you should be using the Cochrane. Yeah, you should be doing the sort of the classical one where you go against the bishop on d1, against the bishop on e4, you go rook e1, and then you.
But I mean, now he's already stuck in the.
Yeah, he's already in a kind of a troubling spot. Yeah, and this is the problem where you can't establish. You can establish neither of the two kind of universally accepted ways of holding this endgame, and you just have to make sort of move by move decisions without anything to properly aim yourself towards. It gets tricky. But in general, I'm pretty sure he knows how to draw it.
Yeah, definitely. And he has.
But I mean, even people who know how to draw it lose it sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, because the opponent usually shuffles around forever. Yeah, that's the danger. And hang on, I mean, Black's pawn is already on a2. Will Robert survive this? We know that it basically doesn't really help them to survive. But
yeah, I think it's still fine. You go like rook h4 and switch it over to the other side. But b5, I mean, this is kind of worrying.
Yeah,
I can see the variation. Yeah, I can see the variation being fine, but yeah, it's difficult to figure out exactly why it's not worried. It seems like you should be worried here with Black, to be honest. Sorry, with White, not with Black. Yeah.
Yeah, and okay, Gabi is basically holding his structure. He had managed to deal with this rook g4 idea with knight f3, also very, very nice, because king e2 runs into knight g1 check, and king g2 runs into knight e1 check. So Noriebek now opened up his rook, but the rook came from a4 to g4. Now they are starting everything from the beginning.
Prague is completely winning in the meantime.
Already, yeah?
Plus 3.5, yeah.
Ah, okay, wow. Queen h1, always love
Yeah, I
that.
mean, Vasiv kind of went all in with g5, g4. Like, he could have played queen h3, he could have played, like, specifically queen h3, and then he is much worse in that endgame that we were discussing, like queen g2 takes gf, and then both rook a8 and g3, g4 are quite strong. Like, this is not an enjoyable endgame, but it's not over yet. And yeah, he pushed g4, and now after queen h1, I think he will realize that, you know, it looks stupid for one move, but then it comes out via h4, while you still cannot generate a single threat because the rooks on a3 and a2 cover all the squares. Like, there's no knight d3, there's no knight d2, there's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, wow. I mean, okay, actually, the captain will go crazy, yeah, because Vasiv had everything under control, seemingly. Move 40, he was the one who opted out of the repetition.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it most likely ends 2-2 as things stand. So India 2 will be on 15, Azerbaijan will be on 14, and everything will still depend on how the Uzbekistan match ends. Uzbekistan is currently 1-0 up, better on board 1, and yeah, Uzbekistan just, like, it doesn't feel like they can lose, right? They can maybe
they can't lose at all.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, yeah, Robert has played this rook h4, and then after b5, he went for rook h6 check. He's trying
but now
to
we
survive.
go king e5, yeah. We go king e5, and yes, rook a6 exists, but we start picking up the king side, yeah. You can play rook f6, but, like, how confident
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm expecting rook a6.
Yeah, rook a6 we take on f5. You actually still have to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, definitely.
Actually, the engine really hates this.
Yeah.
So
it feels bad. Yeah, it feels.
Yeah,
bad.
they could win quite big, actually. If this is not good for white anymore, they could win quite big, because this is at least +2 then, and maybe even +3 if Nojepek tortures Gabriel and wins. So Uzbekistan will actually lead the tournament with 2 rounds to go.
Yeah. And then we might be seeing the two youngster team against each other on top board.
Finally, yeah. Finally, we will see. I mean, this match was always going to happen. Like, there's no way it was not happening. But
yeah, but I mean, basically, when we will be seeing on top board these two incredible youngster teams, there might be already some kind of a feeling that one of them might eventually win the Olympics.
Yeah. That's exactly how it looks. That's exactly how it looks.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Yeah.
Rook a6, rook c8. Yeah, you're getting mated.
Yeah.
You lose. Yeah, the rook c8 is what he probably missed. Yeah. Now rook b4, rook h3 is mate on the board. So he has to take some kind of emergency. Yeah, he's just lost, because how does he not get mated? Like, you play h3, h4 now, but then after king takes f5, the mating threat comes back.
Yeah. No, he just lost. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just gone. Yeah. Just gone.
Yeah, so Prague.
Okay, yeah, so we are watching Prague. We are watching Anish and Jordan, and in the women's tournament, there's a bunch of results already. So there, we kind of know the situation. In the women's, India will be on 16. Georgia will
hang on. Look at this. Some big turn of events according to engine after knight e6.
Oh, yeah, this was a mistake. Yeah, he should have taken on e6, because now after knight takes d4, it becomes very unclear again. Yeah. This is not great.
Wow, but then everything is open again. Yeah, if knight d4, look f8, king g7 happens. What's going on? I mean, why did Prague play like this? So he wants to go.
I think he
f8.
Yeah.
I mean, but for example, okay, knight f3 check. You really gonna play king g2?
Yes.
Wow.
What else are we going to do? I mean,
yeah, but then okay, we're gonna go king h6. Who is better and why in this construction?
Yeah, this is such a strange decision, because, like, maybe what he didn't see, like, I think I'm pretty sure he analyzed knight takes e6, which is what he should have played. Just for a second, go back to move 40.
Yeah, I mean, I just realized that this has already been played.
Yeah. So the point is, you take, and maybe he didn't really find any move here that he really liked. And what he missed is the machine goes h6. And then suddenly you just start giving your own mate with rook a8 and queen h5 and everything. And you continue having everything under control on the other side. Like black still has no threats. And you are actually about to just crash through with the queen coming in and the rook coming to a8. If you don't see h6, maybe you can convince yourself that this is not very clear. But still, I'm so shocked he allowed knight takes d4. Like this is...
Yeah, because especially look at this now. He's down to 2 minutes versus 3.5, and blitz mode is approaching. I mean, okay, I would love... especially knowing what happened before, it feels like, okay, black has now... Yeah, look, f8 to a8. And maybe after knight f3 check, you will take
maybe
on
you
f3.
go to f3, yeah. But black can play king h6 now, right? We are...
Yeah, but also, this queen f3, I was not sure if this is safe, yeah, because, takes, rook a7, queen takes a7.
Yeah, for some reason, knight f3, king g2 is +3, and king h6 is zeros.
Wow. Okay, but this is also very difficult to
I would like to, kind of announce that I officially no longer understand anything about anything. Like this doesn't feel like it's real, any of it.
Okay, but we also have never seen something like this before. Yeah, this usually the queen on h1 remains on h1 for a move and then it gets out.
Mm-hmm.
But I would really love to.
Go on.
Okay, I understand that after knight f3, king g2, king h6, we can play rook a6 and take on b6 and then rook a6.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
Just to highlight, this and then this.
Yeah. So I think there could still be turnarounds.
But hang on. For example, takes and then rook a1. Again, I don't know what's going on.
a7.
And then you move the bishop maybe.
And then king h2. Yeah, this is so stupid. Stop. This is illegal.
Wow.
This is so stupid.
Unbelievable. All right. Okay, this is craziness, and the players are down to 2 minutes with all this incredible tension.
Yeah.
And apparently black has to play the move king h6 first.
Yeah, and as Chad is correctly pointing out, king h6 also preserves the threat of queen takes b5, which is not nothing.
Wow, yes.
He played knight f3, we're being told. So
it's so human. It's so difficult not to play knight f3.
Yeah, and Praga's
going king g2.
Complete control, yeah.
Basically, I think this is the line that Prag had in front of his eyes. Maybe he had also missed king h6 before.
Yeah.
Wow, what an incredible position. Okay, I don't believe that I have ever seen something like this.
And in the meantime, we're not leaving this board. I'm just going to remark on something that somebody said in chat. Olivia Kalbasa, I think, she had a completely drawn endgame. As drawn a rook ending as it can get. And now her opponent made a couple of mistakes in a row, and she is now winning, and she will be on 9 out of 9 if she wins.
Wow, okay, this is we are talking about Prag's sister.
Yeah.
Vaisali. We see that the family is playing decisive games right now, and king h6 played. Vasif, how unlucky you have to be, because he was choosing between king h6 and knight f3 check. Probably he didn't notice the difference.
Actually, your idea doesn't win. What wins is, for some reason, rook 2a7 and then rook h8, and you get mated.
Oh.
But your idea, he goes rook c2, and it's now back to zeros. This will continue.
He played rook c2.
Yeah, he played rook c2.
He played rook c2. Okay.
Yeah, rook 2a7 followed by rook h8 was somehow winning here.
And that's why it was so important to keep queen takes b5 idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
After rook c2, black even has a choice, apparently, of things that are not losing. Here
maybe after queen b5, queen f5, you already hunt the b6 pawn.
Yeah, maybe you go after the b6, like rook b8 now or something. I don't know.
So it's after queen d6, rook h8.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, but
After rook c2, knight c5 is somehow okay, despite it looking very, very scary. Queen e7 is okay, and knight f6 is okay.
But to be honest, knight c5 looks like the most natural, no?
Yes, but it allows the point of rook c2 from Prague's point.
Yeah.
He wants to take, give a check from a6, and play h6 check, and the queen reanimates itself.
Exactly.
But unfortunately for him, I go king f8 here. Then I go to e7 if you give a check. It doesn't matter. You can play queen h5. Rook f1 is a draw here.
Well,
because you don't have checks. The knight on f3 actually controls every single square. You play rook a8 check, king e7, king takes f1. I take on b5. You go to g2, and I have a draw with knight e1 check.
Wow.
And I'm pretty sure that the reason knight c5 hasn't been played yet is that they both feel that probably rook c5 wins. Because if the queen, gets back into the game, it normally is just decisive. But here it isn't. Queen e7 played, we are being told by Satiris.
Yeah, queen e7. I mean, I have lost the plot completely. I mean,
yeah, no, none of us really knows what's going on anymore. It's just
what is happening here. I mean, I'm looking at the clock. I'm trying to look at the camera to see the players, the body language. Yeah, rook c6 check is.
Yeah, he's gone rook 6, knight f6. Yeah, obviously you're not allowing h6 check. This is why you've played queen e7 to prevent the h5 pawn from being moved forward. The queen on h1 continues being completely dead.
Unbelievable. I mean, okay, this if this ever, afterwards be published on front page, yeah, you would not even believe that. How could this be such an important game? Yeah, that with these pieces.
Yeah, unbelievable. This is really, really unbelievable. Yeah.
And who knows, it might decide the Olympic. Yeah, it's just really so important to save the match for Prague. On the other hand, for Vasif also to get the win by saving this game for the Azerbaijan team. Yeah. Especially now that we know that the Armenian team is losing. Yeah, so basically everybody is getting closer.
Yeah, incredible stakes here. Yeah, I still don't really understand anything. Like, what is Black's threat right now? Why can I not play, let's say, I don't know, rook b8 and take on b6 with the second rook and just collect everything? Black clearly has some kind of a threat.
I mean, okay, some queen e4 move is
yeah, knight d4 maybe, and then queen e4. Yeah, it's something like this. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Prague is also down to 49 seconds at the moment.
Such a confusing position. Yeah, it feels like we really should be, main screening the live feed in particular, because this is board. Oh no, this is not board 1. This is board 3. But
yeah, it's of course the.
He's gone back. He's gone rook a3. Judging by what I saw on my screen.
Trying to defend, but
yeah.
Can you really defend?
Yeah, he's gone rook a3. It's not in my top 3 lines on my screen. It's probably not the greatest move in the world. But they are going to be playing pretty much an increment. Yeah, it ticked down to like 10 seconds or thereabouts. 3 seconds. Okay, and okay, you could. I only just realized you can take on a3.
Yeah, you can. Yes, if you want, you can.
And you should. And you should. And Black is doing extremely well after it somehow. Rook f6, king g7, rook takes b6, I guess. And we have to find a way to continue here with Black, just to give our viewers, some idea of how easy any of this is. Maybe just play h6 or something here.
Just to keep the queen low.
I very much like the idea of playing h7, h6 here. Just kill everything off.
Yeah, this might just be lost for white. Yeah, this is terrible.
You can definitely lose this. Yeah. Black also isn't obliged to take on a3. You can play something like d5, d4 if you want, and you're okay. But here he took and played rook f6, king g7. I think Prague probably takes on b6 because I don't see any difference between rook b6 and rook c6. So you would like to have more pawns, I would assume. Yeah, rook b6, and it does say h6.
Yeah.
It does say h6 on
This
my
is
screen.
very cruel. I mean, h6 is brutal.
And h6 is, the funny thing is, white can even win the g4 pawn after that. Like, you can play rook g6, rook g4, I guess king f7, or, yeah, rook g4, but I guess we go like knight d, even this, like, even having a kind of a teleprompter helper
Okay,
here.
in any case, yeah, this is now the current position after rook b6, and
Yeah.
Vasif has to, first of, okay, I mean, spotting h6 shouldn't be that difficult.
Assessing it is a problem, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not realizing the move exists, it's realizing that it is so important to stop the queen from joining that you can even give up the pawn on g4. He has an immediate draw, like any rook on the first rank is an immediate draw because there will be no way to stop knight e1, knight f3. So you can play like rook c1, rook b1, rook a1, doesn't matter, h6, king f8, and white cannot give a check with the queen, as we've established. He's gone h6, whoa.
Yeah.
This is amazing stuff by these guys. I mean, they're mistakes, but like, who cares?
Yeah, with 9 seconds left on the clock, he opts for h6.
And actually, after rook g6, it is knight d2. And shockingly, if we can put this on the board, yeah, we can put this on the board for a second. So rook g6, we go king f7, rook g4, king, knight d2, king h3. And I kind of stopped there because d5 is hanging and things are coming out. And the machine just very quietly goes queen c5.
Oh my god, but okay, I mean, this is very difficult to spot.
Yeah, and the bishop on f1 is still being picked up, and you are in a lot of trouble. So yeah, something has been played by Prague. I think it was a check. Yeah, check was given. I don't know if it's so important which square you choose. I would still like, I like f7, but f8 is also good. H file is not good.
Also interesting to be on a why king h7, for example, is bad.
Because for some reason after rook
bishop d3 check.
D3 check. You have to not have to, like, you need to stop bishop d3 check. Yeah, so it has to be the f file. f8 is winning, f7 is winning on my screen right now. And he's gone king h7. Now it's back to being a draw after rook takes g4.
Wow, king h7.
This is incredibly dramatic. Yeah, rook g4, we can no longer go knight d2 because we straight up lose to bishop d3 check. But we can still play queen b3, and somehow this is still not worse for black because of how stupid the queen h1 is.
Yeah, I feel like we need to get the big camera, on the players.
Yeah, and I think you play rook takes g4. Yeah, like what else can you do? And
rook takes g4 play.
I'm pretty sure Vasif now realized that that was a bad square. Like, I think, and he doesn't have much time left. They're pretty much playing on increment. I think if our clocks are to be trusted, this may have been played on like 10 seconds again or something.
Yeah, and the point is that knight d2, bishop d3 check is the key difference.
But basically, more or less any queen move, queen b3, even queen a4, still preserves equality for black. Queen a4 is actually quite cute. He has gone
d4, I believe.
d4 with the idea of queen a8 might also be okay. I'm not sure. I didn't see it on my screen, but it might also be okay. No, apparently not. Apparently now white is winning for some reason. I have no idea why there is such a big difference. Rook g6, and because rook c6 exists, we no longer have any checks. Rook g6, and we cannot give a check from a long diagonal. This is why we needed to.
But I mean, rook g6, knight d2, and then still bishop d3. And then bishop d3 doesn't exist. No, doesn't.
Rook a6 maybe. No, queen f3 check exists. What are we missing? We're missing something simple, it looks like, but what is it?
Well, who knows? I mean, I can't even look at the position. Yeah, looking at the camera.
Yeah, because rook 6 is the only move that that is strong, but you kind of make it because
Prague has played it.
Yeah, so why what? Okay, knight g2, king h3. King h3 and queen b7.
Oh, the pawn has opened up the diagonal.
We opened up this diagonal, and king h3, queen b7 comes in.
And Gulliver's checkmate.
Yeah, he's gone queen e7 with 2 seconds on the clock, but now he will. Yeah, now it's no longer going to save because, like, I can play queen h3 now. for instance. Bishop d3 ends the game now.
Yeah, this was my idea in the other position when it did not work, because the queen could take on d3, but now it's...
Bishop d3 just ends the game, rook h1, rook e6 check. Yeah, there it is. So
there it is, yeah.
This will be a 2-2 draw now.
Wow.
Incredibly dramatic conclusion to this match, yeah, with Wassif. Wassif had a good position and then a bad position and then suddenly a winning position and ends up finally losing to Prague. Yeah, there is no coming back from this. Bishop d3 just ends the game. If you go king h8, queen h3 is made. He's
and everything because of this king h7 move.
Yeah, he's gone queen a3, but now this is actually quite tricky. Queen a3 is a clever move by him, but I guess maybe we can play bishop f5 or something, because queen h3, rook g1 might be a perpetual. So yeah, maybe we just go bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5. Yeah, just keep the same motive.
He goes rook e6,
moves
or rook e6 check. Rook e6 check is also quite strong. Yeah, rook e6 check is also a very solid decision by Prague. Yeah, queen d3, rook e1, and this rook and queen ending is not going to be very difficult for him. It's just very, very comfortably winning.
Wow.
Incredible stuff. Incredible
I mean,
stuff.
okay, whenever a queen like this is locked on h1, you know that this is completely out of control. Meanwhile, Robert is just completely lost. He's basically, I mean, opponent managed to queen his pawns. And but it doesn't really matter because Armenia had no chances of saving that match.
Yeah,
Gabi is still being tortured there.
Yes.
And of course, okay, this game was just insane. I mean, this time trouble phase was one of the most dramatic chess sequence of moves that I've ever seen.
that was unbelievable to watch. Yeah, the amount of tension these guys are on. Yeah, and Wassif took on e1 and took on b5, but now queen e4. The problem is the pawn on h6 gets picked up with checks. We're not even taking on d4. That is also winning, but we go queen e4 check, and then king g8, we go queen g6, queen takes h6, and then we will pick up the pawn on d4 with checks anyway. And yeah, 2 against 1, as we know, sometimes is a draw. 2 against none. 3 against none is kind of never a draw. So yeah, Prague will not let go of this. Yeah, and he just very, very disappointed resignation there by Wassif. He knows he must have missed something along the way. When you play a game like this, you get the very, very distinct feeling that you probably missed something very important.
Yeah, I mean, if the queen is locked on h1 for like 10-15 moves, you feel like there should have been something that you missed.
Yeah, and by the way, Olivier Kolbasa will actually win that game, which means that Poland beats India. And
wow, okay, this is incredible. We have to jump in there because this is that's it. Okay, with the f pawn, it's an elemental win. Yeah,
but the way they got there is quite instructive. But basically, everything changed on move 57. She played h4 there. And first of all, you can just take on h4 after, like white goes h4. You can take, play king g6, h5, check king f5, and just stand
hands basically,
and stand on it like a 5 f4 squares. You just stand there. You don't go anywhere from there, or even maybe go after the f2 pawn if white becomes a little bit too ambitious. But even after king g6, after king g6, maybe you're already in trouble. Yeah, no, she could play king f5 here. This maybe was still a draw. Importantly, but she went back to f7, and now suddenly after f4 it is resignable because now the threat is white wants to play f4 f5 and then to play h5 h6. The immediate h6 doesn't win because black will play king g6 and suddenly it's back to maybe being a draw, but we want to play f5 and then h6. So after gf white once again wants to play f5 and h6, and rook h8 wins the rook, of course, opening up the back rank and the rook h7 check. And if black is forced to play f6 f5 herself, she ends up just losing that f pawn in a couple of ways. The engine actually very much likes the idea of playing h6 Like finally, like she did it in a very kind of a systemic manner. We can play h6 here, king g6, and then just go like king c1, king d1, king b1, and eventually, I think it's an instructive endgame. So let's just show this. Like you have to let the king reach like you can't keep it on the back rank forever. You can't take on h6 with anything. So let's say, I don't know.
But I mean, why is it so important to keep this pawn on h6?
It's just for fun. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Because I mean, in the game, she did something similar, no?
Yeah, but she went via the g5 square, which is not always going to be available to you, which is why I wanted to show the other thing. Because,
okay.
Yeah, this is also very clean, but my point is, even hg7 here, I think we can take on g7, and then after king g1, king c1, king b1. No, actually, I think it might be important, but okay. My point is, we get to e6, and then, yeah, like I go king c5, king d5, or king d6 here, yeah.
Maybe I should have played, in fact, rook a6, but it doesn't matter anyway. You are getting to e5, yeah.
Yeah, and now we go king e5, rook a5 check, king e6, and suddenly this is a zugzwang, and in this position, black can no longer pass, has to give up the pawn on the 5, and then the f pawn, like in a very, very classical fashion, just push it to f6, and black cannot really do anything about it.
Yeah, just like in the game.
Yeah, so 9 out of 9, you know, even though Gukesh drew today, there is still a player in the Olympiad on 100% score.
And winning such an incredibly important game, yeah, because now then anything can happen. The nerves are playing a big role.
Yeah.
Wow, this is incredible. Does actually the Polish team catch the Indians, or how is it?
A tie between 3 teams on 15 points now. Poland on 15, Georgia on 15, and India is still on 15. So everything to play for. This was an unbelievably important game in the context of the whole Olympiad. Yeah. So not only 9 out of 9, but 9 out of 9 winning an all-important match for her team. So yeah, incredibly impressive performance by her.
Well, actually, there is even no way of reaching queen versus rook, because white just wins the full rook. And yeah, that's it. She resigns.
And also, Kazakhstan will also be on 15. 4-way tie.
Wow, unbelievable.
This is going to be incredibly nail biting from here on out. Yeah, because Kazakhstan is also completely winning in their match. 2.5 up and a draw on board 3 most likely. So yeah, there will be 4 teams on 15. And then a bunch of teams on 14. I can't tell immediately how many, but there's going to be a bunch of teams on 14. So with 2 rounds to go, there will be like, I don't know, 7 teams in contention. Very, very exciting conclusion in front of us there. So yeah, I think this probably. Like we don't need to go through the games too much. We have the results, and the most dramatic game of the round was actually this kind of a dry rook ending, which ended up being not that dry.
Yeah, and what a family day! Yeah, that Prague manages to win that incredible game, incredible time trouble against Vasif Durabali, and manages to bounce back and equalize the scores for India in the men's section, and on the other hand, Vaishali losing that rook endgame, which should have been drawn.
Yes.
Incredible.
Yes. So there is still games going on in the Uzbekistan-Armenia match, or at least maybe 1 game going on, yeah, because Robert is still playing, but that's not very interesting. It's just completely dead for.
Yeah, I think the Gabriel.
Oh, this one is also not very interesting.
is also in progress, but yeah, now it's a clear draw.
Yeah, this is not very exciting, and yeah, Robert is just a full, going to be a full queen down here. Yeah, you can resign safely somewhere around here. You don't have to continue.
Yeah, hopeless position, and we have this very important rook bishop versus rook position in Tabatabai Jordan.
Are you going to be in favor of watching until it ends?
Well, we should, I think, because. I mean, it's very important.
Yeah, I agree, sort of, yeah.
Yeah, Robert resigned. Of course, nothing to be done. He also knows that the match is lost anyway. There is just no hope. By the way, also we already heard from Sotiris a couple of times that Anish Giri versus Parham game ended in a draw. So Anish did not find a breakthrough. It will be very interesting to analyze whether there was a chance to break or not this fortress. But Parham was defending it fantastically. And all eyes then on Jordan, yeah, because
it seems like it's the only real game still going on. Let me check the pairings. So top match finished 2-2. Uzbekistan 3-1 against Armenia. Yeah, there's this end game. US wins 2.5-half with Lev shockingly losing to Teodoro in a very, very, like, in my opinion, if not for the drama at the end of the Prague game, this was sort of the shocker and the game of the round. Arjun actually won that
game, yeah, very important.
Won that end game against Mkhitaryan. So this is also concluded 3-1. India beats Brazil. 2-2 in the Lithuania-Germany match. No draws. Germany wins 1 and 2, loses 3 and 4. Turkey beats Peru 2.5, 1.5. Also an important match because Turkey will be on 14 points. Turkey will be in contention now. And Kazakhstan actually losing to Serbia. They finally started kind of dropping points. Jumabayev lost to Injic. Suleimanov lost to Marcus in 2 draws. Spain today winning quite comfortably with Paco back in the saddle. The Ukrainians will beat Australia due to the 1 victory on board 2. Yuri Kuzubov beating Kuibakarov. England wins 3-1 against Argentina. France beats Cuba 2.5-half, and Czech Republic beats Chile 3.5-half. But this is already kind of enough page downs, so that we don't need to be too concerned with those matches. So the standings after this round in the men's section. If we assume that the Rook and Bishop is a draw, which is a kind of an unsafe assumption, but if we assume this is a draw, we have Uzbekistan on 16, India 2, and Armenia on 15, tied for second and third, and then the following teams on 14 points. No, hang on a second. No. Azerbaijan is also on 15 because this was a draw. No, Azerbaijan is on 14. Sorry, I'm losing my mind here. So Uzbekistan 16, 2 teams on 15, Armenia and India 2. And then on 14 points we have, if this is a draw, Netherlands, Iran, the US, Serbia, India 1, and Turkey. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 teams. That's a tie from 4th to 10th.
It just gives a feeling how close everything is. Yeah,
everything is incredibly close. Yeah, obviously, it's good to be in the sole lead, but with so many strong teams chasing you, and the pairings for the last 2 rounds, so they clearly are playing against, like, one kids are playing the others tomorrow. Yes. Uzbekistan definitely are playing against India too. The rest of the pairings are less clear because Armenia needs to float down, and there is a huge bunch of teams in the 14-point group. They have played against some of them, but obviously not all of them, so they can play. Yeah,
and there we see the whole system, the pairing system will be very, very important. Yeah, because you can still get some incredibly strong opponent, or you can maybe get lucky and get a slightly easier pairing. Yeah, you just never know.
Yeah, like the variance is quite high in that group because, for instance, they already played against the US, but in general, this group contains teams like the US, like India 1, like Azerbaijan. It also contains Serbia and Turkey, which are obviously on their day are incredibly dangerous, but in terms of, like, on paper, on average rating, comparing like the United States with the Turkish team is difficult. So yeah, it very much depends on how this pairing shakes out. You could also get, a pairing that you kind of never look forward. So I think neither of those 2 teams are particularly enjoying that if that happens. But they could play Azerbaijan tomorrow.
Yes, yes.
Which is always like, it just puts so much additional pressure on players on both teams, and that, yeah, I don't think it's really.
Yeah, now we can talk about this rook, bishop versus rook, and the reason why I'm actually quite happy about it, that it's already move 95, and the rook and bishop position was reached on move 59. Rook takes b4 was move 59, so we are in fact.
Actually, this is very close to being over, right? It's what, 109? Yeah, they're
109 is the final number.
They're 13 moves away. Yeah, looks like Jordan holds this. Yeah, because Armenia is not really making too much progress, and yeah, giving mate from here in 13 moves is going to be a big challenge.
I mean, basically, it's not much safer than where it started. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because we remember that Black's king was stuck on d8.
On d8, yeah. Actually, the starting position is a lot scarier than this, for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I also feel like this match somehow deserves 2-2 because
somehow it feels like a drawn match for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it was very close fight. And yeah, Jordan has also 18 minutes, so basically he's very confidently holding this.
Yeah, and it very much reminds me of my own, I think, one attempt as a grown-up of winning this endgame. I got this endgame once in Russian clubs against Vladimir Malakhov. And because it was a club tournament, not a personal tournament, and it felt important to continue pushing to try to help the team, I played I think we played like 30 or 35 moves. And I just made no progress in like shifting his king away from the 6th, not even the 7th. Like I was having trouble pushing it to the 7th. And, you know, he was also kind of looking at me kind of funny and more or less just laughing. And at some point we didn't reach 50 moves at all. Like somewhere on move 30, I just looked at the position and I thought, I'm not really, you know, making any headway. Why not just go have dinner? And we went and had dinner.
Yeah, but I think he's also very famous of being one of the best experts in this.
He is a very good technical player.
And now we see what Jordan is doing. Yeah, he is basing his defense on this rook g6 stalemate idea. Bishop takes g6 is thank you very much stalemate. So white is not able to take that rook. But then how do you make progress? And black is just keeping his defense. So what did white play? I guess king e5. I think we are seeing king e5 on the board. Yeah, king e5 played.
Yeah, you still.
Wow, actually, it's almost the same because king on h6 is equal to king on c8 kind of. Yeah, it's very funny.
Yeah, so it's 9 more moves now, and it's difficult to imagine exactly where the trouble will come. I guess you go rook g2 here or something. Yeah.
Yeah, rook g3, rook g2, because he actually played the move rook g3 before with the king on e6. One has the feeling that if he liked rook g3 square, he might like it again. On the other hand, white is then trying to get king f4 and then rook e7, rook h7 checkmate. So that's kind of the reason that maybe you don't want to play rook g3, but he anyway goes for it. He goes for rook g3. So king f4, can we try the psychological trick, king f4?
Yes, but like what exactly is the trick, right? I just go rook a3 or...
Yeah, rook a3, rook e7.
Ah, okay. Did I lose? I probably lost, yeah?
Maybe, yes, that's the trick. Yeah, king f4, I think it will be played.
Ah, he played rook g2, so it's, yeah, rook g3 maybe was kind of psychologically slightly inaccurate, but he did play rook g2, not...
Yeah, rook g2, of course, yeah, rook g2 is the
rook g3 is a kind of a strange move, because you don't want to give this king f4.
To give a tempo, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, rook g2. Bishop e4 played, and yeah, after bishop e4, we can do whatever we like rook g5 check is fine, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, no, now it's safe again, yeah.
Yeah, and in particular because, like, by this point, we know that we only have to make 7 moves, and we can even make... Like, even some kind of a fatal mistake might not be fatal because we might not get mated quickly enough. You know?
But sometimes we lose the rook just in time on move for 50. Yeah? I have seen something like this already. Yeah, so rook g7 played. Yeah, because this is the so-called second rank defense. Yeah, that your king is on g5, white gives the check, you go back with the king to h6. Against king f6, you are holding with rook g6 check again, the same stalemate. Yeah, this is it. Very, very safe construction. And then now your next move is king g5.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. King f4, once again, probably best try we have here, but rook f7, king g7, and like, if this was move 10, you could maybe hope to, you know, push it to the 8th and then make some progress and create some issues, but it's 6 moves from a draw, so like it's just no shot.
Yeah, rook g7. Nice defense, because we also see that Jordan basically almost did not spend any time, so he's super confident on his skills holding this rook bishop position. Incredibly impressive to actually do this so quickly as well. Like he's on 18 minutes and being very, very relaxed about things. Yeah, and one could argue that he already started with the trouble position with king on d8, but maybe exactly thanks to that, yeah, he felt like if I survive that position, then everything else will be so much better. Rook f7 check, just as Peter mentioned. Now bishop f5 will be met by king g7, and the king
all of this on the board, and
this is also more or less the moment when white is losing the hope completely. I'm not even sure if they will play until move 50, because when you suddenly see that, okay, black escapes and I'm not making any progress around move 48, we might be seeing a shake hand, to be honest.
Yeah. Chad is asking, has everything else finished? Why do we have to see this? Yeah, pretty much everything else has finished. No other games on top boards are running anymore. I think in order to find the second board that's running, you have to go all the way to the Israel versus Andorra match, which is 3-0 and also kind of irrelevant. Those teams aren't really fighting for very much. So yeah, this is the only game in town.
Yeah, this is the game. And okay, Jordan is holding.
This is the only game in town.
Yeah, bishop e6, rook g7. I mean, both teams are also very, very dangerous. I mean, the Dutch team is super sharp, and the Iranian team has shown today their skills. Yeah, very nicely. Basically, they were never in any danger. Yeah, even on board 4, Musavi was putting pressure on Warmerdam. So one could argue that it was the question if Anish is able to finish his incredible masterpiece or not. But finally, it was not enough. Yeah, there are some games still alive in the women's section, but they also don't look very exciting. There are 2 games reasonably high up in the Armenia versus Romania match, but on both boards, the Armenian player is just completely winning. The match is currently at 1-1. Okay, so they are important, yeah? They are important, but both positions are just very, very Irina Bulmaga actually won, but it won't be enough, yes? Yeah, it's kind of strange because it looks, okay, there's no h-pawn. I was wondering why it says black won, but there's no h-pawn for white. Yeah, and the remaining positions are this one with the Armenian player playing white, and this one with the Armenian player playing black, both of which are kind of... Yeah, usually the h-pawn endgames are drawn, but these are there are a couple of exceptions, and this is one of them. Yeah, so how do we beat king f5? We go king g3, king f3, and then rook a5 check, right? Yes. Let's just show this, very important. Rook h8, rook a5 check, the king goes further down, and then... And then we already hide on h4, right? On h4, yeah. We go king g3, rook g8 check, king h4, and we have rook h5 as a resource. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I mean, one wonderful win. Yeah. Actually, yeah. So there's a famous Lasker study with this maneuver, but I can't remember exactly where the pieces are. Where already, I mean, at least the Armenian women team is bouncing back. Yeah, they will also be on 14 points, by the way. Yeah, so it's an important match. And Jordan, yes, that game has been drawn. Actually, in the Indonesian women have beaten Spain, which is not what I expected. Germany just crushed England today, and Sweden, Netherlands was a draw.
So I can give you the complete standings for the women's tournament as well. At least the leading group. So on 15 points we will have India, who were leading the tournament today, and now they've been caught by Poland, Georgia, and Kazakhstan, and also Mongolia. No, I'm lying. No, that's I'm sorry. Mongolia, no, but Kazakhstan, yes. So a tie between 4 teams: India, Poland, Georgia, and Kazakhstan. And on 14 points, we have Azerbaijan, Germany, Indonesia, and Armenia, and also Ukraine. Yeah, and also Ukraine. So a huge tie for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A tie for first to fourth, and then a tie from 5th to 9th, and only 1 match point separating the first group from the second. So with today's victory for Poland over India, the entire tournament is just entirely opened up. Like everything is to play for suddenly in the women's section.
Yes, and this is the big question now: how India will react to this loss? Yeah, because they were leading. We were also talking about it, that it seems like after winning those 2 big matches, everything is kind of safe. But no, nothing is safe. Everything just starts. And
Poland was probably, like, we keep on maybe saying this every match they play, but Poland, in particular with how some of their players, specifically the person on 9 out of 9, with how they're performing, they felt like they might be the last very, very big test. And yeah, that hurdle was not cleared by the Indian team. And now there's a huge pile up with 9 teams in contention, 9 teams on 15 and 14 points combined, going to be absolutely nerve-wracking for all of them in the last 2 days.
Yeah, and look at this, what a discussion between Jordan and Amin. Parham is also, is it Parham there on the? No, it's the captain. I was thinking, like,
probably
okay,
captain,
actually,
because,
Parham probably doesn't.
And also Parham there behind him. Yeah, that person. Further down the screen from the Iranian player. Yeah, this is.
Yeah, and this I feel actually very nice and correct from the arbiters, that okay, the Parham game ended very, very late. Definitely he wants to root for his team and he wants to be there.
But he wasn't in the in the shot, right? So they weren't allowing him to stand very close to the board, which I think is correct.
Yes, exactly.
But you know, I've never really been a huge fan of just forcing the people completely out of the playing hall. So if he wants to stand a respectful distance away, I never really like seeing people being forcefully driven away from the playing hall. Anyway, this actually a very good suggestion by the great Danton in the Twitch chat. I will see if maybe some of us can reach out to him. I don't know him personally. The suggestion there is maybe we can get some kind of, there's a very interesting Twitter account called Chess by Numbers, which does statistical probabilities of all kinds of outcomes. For team events, obviously, it is much harder than it is for personal events, because you have to, like, it's 4 times as much work compared to individual events. But maybe we can get Chess by Numbers to provide some kind of stats, because it really is extremely interesting to try and figure out statistically who is favored to win from here.
But actually, we know exactly from our personal experience, I believe, that the statistics don't mean anything in such situation, right?
Well, I mean, they don't dictate that this will happen exactly as the stats say. I still feel that in terms of what we do as chess coverage, I think there's not enough stats introduced, because I think chess lends itself quite well to quite a lot of statistical input in terms of, you know, who does well against, you know, which players, who does well against which openings. All kinds of things could be introduced as additional information for the viewers. We're not doing enough of that, that's for sure. But yeah, specifically stats for team event outcomes might be a little bit too much work, in particular with 2 rounds to go, maybe with 1 round to go. We'll see. Anyway,
definitely we will be witnessing 2 incredible dramatic last rounds. Unbelievable in both sure. Men and in the women's section. I mean, just unbelievable. I mean, okay, I have to say open section, of course, yeah. But just nothing is clear. So many teams have their shot and their chance. The big question is who will keep the nerves, who has the fresher lineup, who can carry on this incredible pressure. I mean, I feel like the Armenian team is really exhausted. I mean, so many incredible matches, one in a row. On the other hand, now the leadership is shifting towards the Uzbek team. Now it's time for the Uzbek team to feel the tension.
Absolutely. And in terms of lineups, it does feel like a couple of teams, at least very noticeably, are just playing by this point as a 4-person team. We haven't seen Manuel Petrosian for about 5 rounds now. We haven't really seen Adiban, I think, in the last 4. And in the Uzbek team, I think also they have a very clear-cut top 4, which they're using almost exclusively every round. So.
But I think they are very tricky because it's very easy for us to misunderstand the board 4. Yeah, Vohidov and Vahidov.
Yeah,
they are still. I mean, after the Olympics, I'm pretty sure that we will know their names and we will be able to know exactly who they are. But at the moment, it's even for me a little bit confusing. I have to admit.
Yeah, I mean, clearly the top 3 play every day for Uzbekistan. Like both Nodirbeks, Abdusatorov, and Yakuboyev play every day. And Sindarov, I think, will play out because they are clearly kind of the engine of the team. They win games. But on board 4, I think maybe they do some rotating. In terms of, I mean, Armenia really does look by this point as if they've just decided they will play these 4 players. We'll see.
Yeah, but maybe after this loss, maybe it's the time to change. You never know. Also, the captain, what he believes in. Yeah.
Can you imagine Manuel's feelings though?
Well, I can imagine anything. For us to imagine something, it's very easy. The big question, really how the captain and the team holds on and find the balance. Yeah, that's very important.
Yeah, but like for him, he's been sitting on a bench for like a week, watching them do well, helping. I'm pretty sure he's been very, very active, helping them prepare and just keeping the atmosphere and doing all the things that a good teammate does. But returning to the fray after a week of non-playing, like for me, even one rest day in a team tournament in particular always felt like I was starting from round 1. I was starting completely anew, like rhythm was slightly missing and it was very difficult. After a week from his last round, it's going to be so challenging for him. All right, I think this actually does conclude our show for today. Thanks everybody for watching, for keeping us company, for telling us where to look, because obviously there is like hundreds and hundreds of games every day, hard to keep track of everything. 2 more days, and they will be fantastic days to watch. So please do tune in. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
You are witnessing greatness. This is Grandmaster Wesley So at his best. Rook takes e4. And this did not happen in the main game, d takes e4, but we have ourselves a sick forced checkmate here. Knight takes e4. Who needs rooks? Who needs queens? You can even have my knight too, because all I care about is headhunting. And that is checkmate.
The Grünfeld is a very good opening for those of you who are striving to get a double age.
In this video, we're going to look at the latest developments in the 6 bishop g5 knight row.
I'm gonna start with sort of my first official Stonewall game.
The idea is not to fight against any opponent move, prevent everything, defend and so on. It's just to know.